Sheriff on the Spot by Peter Field. Chapter 1. A kerosene lantern hung from a nail in the wall and lit the interior of the small lean-to at the rear of the adobe jail in Dutch Springs. The lean-to contained a canvas cot, an old rocking chair, and a small wooden table that served as a desk. In Dutch Springs and throughout Powder Valley, the lean-to was known as the sheriff's office. Tonight, a roll of bedding neatly wrapped in a tarp and tied with a short piece of rope lay on the canvas cot. The top of the table was clean, and the wooden floor had been meticulously swept. Pat Stevens stood in the center of the floor and let his gray eyes brood over the cramped interior, checking everything to make sure that he was leaving nothing behind. For Pat was bowing out as sheriff of Powder Valley. He was turning over the keys to the jail, to the lean-to office, and his badge to his successor. And that reminded Pat of something, and he reached up and slowly unpinned the badge from his gray flannel shirt. The yellow light from the lantern gleamed on it brightly as he held it in his hand. He laid the badge on top of the table and let out a sigh. He grinned at himself ruefully for that sigh. A man would think he was sorry to be giving the badge up. Nothing could be further from the truth. He hadn't wanted to be sheriff in the first place. The job had been thrust upon him after Ed Grimm's murder. Someone had to take hold and see that law and order in the valley was maintained, and the choice had naturally fallen upon him because of his past reputation. With his two gun partners, Sam Sloan and Ezra, as deputies, he hadn't made Powder Valley a bad sheriff, but he was glad enough to give the badge up. He was wondering why Jeff Purdo didn't come along, and he was settling himself impatiently in the rocking chair to wait for him. Jeff had promised to come in the afternoon to take over the office. Now it was early night, and still Jeff hadn't showed up. Through an open window behind him, Pat Stevens could hear the evening stage coming down Main Street at a gallop, and could hear the shouts and the jangling of harnesses as it slowed for a brief stop in Dutch Springs before coming on southward. It was kind of funny that Jeff Purdo hadn't come. He had been anxious enough to get the job Pat was giving up. Of course, it wasn't really legal turning the office over to him tonight. Jeff couldn't officially be sworn in as sheriff until the next day, but then his appointment maybe wasn't exactly legal either. None of the local citizens knew what the correct procedure was when a sheriff resigned. It had looked like a lot of time and trouble to hold another election, so a group of representative men had gotten together and talked it over and decided upon Jeff Purdo. Powder Valley had its own way of simplifying legal matters, and it generally seemed to work out just all right. Pat hoped that Jeff would be the right man to take over. He rather liked Jeff, though the incoming sheriff was rather new to the valley, having settled on a ranch south of town only about 6 months prior. Still, Pat thought that might be a good thing as a sheriff. Might be better to be a sheriff not too intimately acquainted with the folks. He'd have a better chance to be impartial and run the office as it ought to be run. The way Powder Valley was growing up and getting civilized, it was the time the sheriff's office was put on some strictly business basis. Pat turned his head and listened to the cracking whip and the clatter of wheels as the stagecoach pulled out. Dutch Springs was getting to be a real hub of transportation, with the new coach each direction, and being selected as a station point for the new Pony Express line that would soon be bringing mail up the southern route to connect with the eastern west line north of Denver. That would be a mighty fine thing for the valley. Bring Dutch Springs into close contact with the outside world. And it was going to be a mighty fine thing for Ezra and Sam Sloan too, with them getting the contract to run the local Pony Express station. As a mail rider, small, wiry Sam Sloan would certainly be one of the most competent and trustworthy men in the service, and Ezra, he was a mighty fine hand with horses. It was the sort of work they needed to quiet them down and keep them out of trouble. Ever since they upped and sold their Powder Valley ranch at auction and gone trapezing off over on the crazy adventure to Corpse's Corner, Pat Stevens had been worried about the pair. He had helped them get their $8,000 back after losing it in a crooked poker game, and had been able to argue them into returning to the valley with them, but both of them had refused to go back to ranching. With all that cash money, they had been living like a couple of bank presidents up in the Jewel Hotel, drinking too much and paying too much attention to pretty Kitty Lane, who was entertaining in the Jewel Saloon and presiding over the dining room. That is, Sam Sloane was hopelessly smitten by Kitty. Ezra, with his scarred face and one eye and his huge, ungainly body, had always left women strictly alone. But Sam was making a plumb fool of himself, according to what Pat's friends told him. Pat wasn't so sure. Kitty Lane was mighty pretty, and the men did say that she wasn't one for foolishness. Oh, she'd sing for a man and flirt when he danced with her and let him buy her a drink now and then, but she wouldn't let it go no further than that. At least, that was the story told by men who had tried. Pat hadn't been seeing much of Sam and Ezra while he was sheriff. They deeply resented the badge he wore, and that was one reason why he'd be glad to turn it over to Jethro. He wondered again, why hadn't Jethro come along? And he got up to step to the window and peered out towards the village. Brisk footsteps coming up the plank walk to the office brought Pat Stevens' head around slowly. He blinked at the man who stopped in the doorway and peered inside. The stranger was dressed in dudish city clothes, a stiff straw hat and neat grey suit, a cloth top and buttoned shoes with very sharp toes. He wore a celluloid collar and tie with a big gold horseshoe stick pin, and he carried a pair of fawn-colored gloves in his left hand. He was a slender man, with dark pouches under a pair of coldly cruel eyes, and he wore a neatly clipped black mustache. When he parted his thin lips to address Pat, 3 gold teeth glinted in the yellow lamplight. He studied Pat with his head cocked sideways on one side and said, "So, you're the sheriff here in Powder Valley, huh?" His words seemed to carry a covert sneer with them, and Pat replied, "Howdy," and just let it go at that. The stranger stepped inside and glanced around the lean-to. "Just moving in, huh? Well, it's time. I've waited long enough for you fellers to get rid of that other sheriff. You know who I am, of course," he went on impatiently when Pat didn't say anything. Pat cleared his voice and admitted, "I'm not rightly sure that I do." "I'm Ralston. Fred Ralston. Just pulled in from Denver on the coach. I thought I'd drop by and see for sure that we had the right sheriff in office before I go on up to the Jewel. Kitty wrote me that Dems had it all fixed up with you. You know exactly what you're to do?" Pat replied mildly, "Mr. Dems don't generally make mistakes, does he?" "Not him," Fred Ralston chuckled. He glanced down at the silver badge laying on the table. "Don't be forgetting to pin that on when you come over. We gotta make this look pretty legal." Pat replied grimly, "I'll be wearing it." The man from Denver unbuttoned his coat and dragged a big, heavy watch out of his waist pocket by means of a gold chain. He snapped it open and said, "Give me about half an hour. The less I'm seen around town, the better the affairs always go." "This seems like old stuff to you."
"Yeah, sure." Ralston chuckled and put back his watch. "Kitty and I worked it out plenty before. Don't you worry. She'll have things fixed just right. She tells me she hooked a real fish this time. $8,000 in hard cash. Him and his partner together.
Ralston smacked his lips over the words. Pat Stevens' mind was working desperately, trying to think over things to say that would keep the city man talking without revealing to him that he wasn't Jeff Prideaux. The only two men in Dutch Springs with $8,000 was Sam Sloane and Ezra. He knew that they must be the pair that Ralston was referring to, but what did he mean by Kitty had hooked into them? None of the conversation made any sense yet, and he tried desperately to steer it around to something concrete that would dispel the mystery. You reckon he's not going to make any trouble, him and his partner?
Trouble? Ralston laughed scornfully. Not if you do your part.
Pat got out a red bandana and mopped the sweat from his bronzed forehead, though a cool breeze swept over him from the open window, and he mumbled, I ain't so sure I rightly know what my part is.
Nonsense, Ralston said briskly. Do exactly as Dems has told you. Now, I'd better be getting over there before they wonder what's become of me.
He nodded briskly and then walked out. Pat Stevens stood unhappily by the window and wondered what that was all about. Joe Dems was a proprietor of the Jewel Hotel, a Saturn man who had recently come to Dutch Springs and took over the old run-down hotel, with Kitty Lane acting as a magnet for the ranchers and punchers of Powder Valley. The old hostelry was coming to life in surprising manner under Dem's expert handling. Grizzled family members who had never spent a night away from home in their lives suddenly found reasons for spending the night in Dutch Springs, and the younger cowhands crowded there with enthusiasm every night for the chance to dance with Kitty to the music of an accordion and an untuned piano. But how did that all affect Sam Sloane and the $8,000 that he and Ezra had gotten from the sale of their ranch? Pat was a simple man with no experience at unraveling mysteries. He and Ezra and Sam had done more than their share to unmask lawlessness in the West, but it had all been kind of a direct manner to be settled with a blazons of 6 guns. He didn't know anything about the ways of city slickers. He was certain that Fred Ralston had something up his sleeve, but he didn't quite know sure how to go about shaking it out into plain sight. It was evident, though, that the plan required help of the sheriff, and that the conspirators had been waiting for the time when Pat would step down and turn his badge over to Jeff Prideaux. Slow anger began to burn inside Pat at the thought. Prideaux had fooled him all right, just as he had fooled all the other honest citizens of the valley, planning some sort of deviltry his first night as sheriff, with Joe Dems, Kitty Lane, and a stranger from Denver. The hoofbeats of her galloping horse came through the open windows from the road leading south from Dutch Springs. The galloping was labored, as a horse straining to keep up with a pace that was spurred on by a relentless rider. Pat frowned and listened intently, and heard the horse swerve away from Main Street towards the small adobe jail and lean-to. He stiffened and turned from the window as the animal plowed to a stop outside. He heard the thud of hard boot heels on planks outside and the jingle of spurs. Jeff Prideaux came panting into the office, his thin red face tight with worry. He was a tall man with a greyhound leanness of a frame. He wore a single gun belt, carrying a .45 with big roweled Spanish spurs on his run-down boots. His face showed relief at the sight of Pat Stevens. "I was afraid you'd get tired of waiting," he panted. "I got hung up at the ranch. 2 of my best danged cows got bogged into Clay Creek. And then when I got started, damned if my horse didn't put his foot into a gosh darned prairie hole, and I had to shoot him and go back and rope another." He paused to catch his breath, and then ducked his head to step inside the lean-to. Pat asked, "What's all the hurry about?" "Well, you said how you wanted me to take over tonight and you'd be cleaning out. I didn't want you to get tired of waiting on me and leave town." Jeff glanced around the office. His gaze stopped at the badge on the table. clinging there as though its silver brightness hypnotized him. Pat said, "Seems like you're awfully anxious to start being sheriff." "Oh, 'tain't that. Just didn't want to be late." He paused and then asked with a elaborated show of unconcern, "Evening stage come in yet?" "Yeah, it's come and gone." There was a little moment of silence in the small lean-to. Pat stood on flat feet with his arms folded across his chest, little wrinkles around the outer corners of his eyes as he studied the face of the man who had been selected to succeed him as sheriff. Jeth Perdue shifted his weight from his right foot to his left, and he glanced at Pat's impassive face and said uncertainly, "Well, looks like you're all packed up and all. Nothing much left to do but this, I reckon." He took a step forward and reached down for the badge of office. "Hold on, Perdue." He spoke in a slow drawl, but with enough weight to cause Perdue to jerk back his hand, look around apprehensively. "What do you know about a feller named Fred Ralston?" Perdue wet his lips. "Didn't catch the name." "From Denver," Pat went on evenly. Fear leapt into Perdue's eyes, and he lowered them swiftly and muttered, "I don't know what you're talking about." "What you got planned with Joe Dems and Kitty Lane and this Ralston hombre?" Jeth Perdue began to shake his head from side to side. "I don't know what you're driving at." Pat said angrily, "Start talking, Perdue, and talk fast. Ralston came in on that stage tonight." Jeth Perdue took a backward step. A yellowish gleam flickered from behind his lowered eyelids. His right hand started stealthily downward towards the butt of his holstered gun. "Don't be trying it, Jeth." His arms were still folded. Perdue's gun hand went downward fast. Pat lunged forward and drove his fist across the point of the lean man's jaw. Jeth toppled backwards off balance, desperately dragging for his gun to clear leather. Pat laughed savagely and pulled his own gun free and swung it downward in a sharp arc that smashed the heavy barrel against Perdue's wrist. Jethro sobbed with pain, his .45 clattering to the floor. He sank back in fear as Pat towered over him. "Start talking, you skunk," Pat ordered through teeth that were set hard. "Give it to me before I go to start gun whipping you right." Jeth whined. "I don't know nothing. As God is my judge, Pat, I don't know what you're jumping me for." "You lie! It's something about Sam and Ezra." Jeth Perdue moaned. "You busted my wrist to short of hell." He caught hold of it with his left hand and cried out sharply with the pain of it. His face took on a queer pallor, and he sank down limply on the floor and lay there with closed eyes. Pat stood over him, cursing him, but he didn't move. Pat hesitated, and then shrugged, reholstered his gun. He stooped forward, got his hands underneath Perdue's shoulders, and dragged him over the threshold and around to the open door of the empty adobe jail. He pushed him onto the floor and let him lay there in a limp heap and closed the barred door and padlocked it securely. He walked back into the lean-to and kicked Jethro's gun into the corner and then picked up the silver badge and dropped it into his shirt pocket. He turned down the lantern and gave it a quick shake to put it out, and then went out and closed the door behind him. He figured it had been about half an hour since Fred Ralston's visit as he started towards the Jewel Hotel. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2. Pat Stevens had to traverse the entire single block of Main Street from the village square to reach the Jewel Hotel at the other end. There weren't many saddle horses at the hit and rack along the way. Half a dozen of the old-timers had remained loyal to the Gold Eagle Saloon and their horses were tied outside. But 9/10 of the other riders in town were congregated at the Jewel. A lopsided yellow moon faced Pat in the east as he walked along the boardwalk past the almost deserted business houses and restaurants. There was already the sharp tang of autumn in the night air in that portion of the southern part of Colorado that lay eastward from the Rockies, and Pat drew in great draughts of clean, cool air in an effort to clear the confusion from his mind as he walked forward. The night air didn't have the usual effect on his mind. He was a simple man, accustomed to simple solutions and direct answers. His way of meeting almost any emergency was by straightforward action. He felt now that he should have taken Fred Ralston by the throat back there in the lean-to and choked an explanation out of him. He didn't know quite why he had restrained himself from doing that. Instead, he had let Ralston go away thinking he had talked to Jethro Purdue. And by that action, he had invited the continuance of whatever sinister plot that Ralston, Dems, and Kitty Lane were involved in together. Looking at it that way, Pat realized he'd be responsible for anything that happened or might happen at the Jewel Hotel. He could have stopped it merely by letting Ralston know that Jeth Purdue had not yet assumed office. Instead of that, he had played smart and encouraged them to go on with their plan. Pat's lips twisted in a mirthless smile as he thought his way out. He was acting, by golly, like a smart city detective instead of a simple western sheriff. Like he wanted something to happen so he could look smart by solving it the way detectives always did in those storybooks. His pace increased and he became more and more uneasy as he came close to the hotel. 25 or 30 horses were sitting outside, and bright lights and music streamed out of the swivel doors and wide plate glass windows of a large ground-level room beyond the entrance into the hotel lobby. Some of Pat Stevens' uneasiness evaporated as he shouldered the swinging doors aside and stepped into the saloon. The bar was crowded with laughing men, and half a dozen were grouped around the accordion and tinny piano at the end of the room, singing a popular song of the day in loud disharmony. Certainly, he thought, nothing very serious had happened here yet. It gave him sort of a foolish feeling to walk into this scene of gaiety and good fellowship when he had been fearing something else. He tipped his Stetson back on his head and hooked his thumbs into his gun belt and looked around for Fred Ralston or Kitty Lane. Neither of them were in the saloon or in the hotel. Neither did he see either Sam Salone or One-Eyed Ezra about. But as he stood in the doorway, Joe Dems detached himself from the group at the bar and came towards him with a hearty greeting.
Well, well, if it's not Pat Strick Stevens. Going to loosen up and celebrate now that you're rid of that badge, Pat?
Pat replied, I'm looking for Sam.
Well, he's probably around here somewhere.
Dems put his hand on Pat's arm and encouraged him towards the bar.
Here, have a drink on me, now that you're not sheriff anymore.
Pat Dems was about Pat's height, a deceptively slimness of figure that hid a lot of substantial weight. He was about 35 years, though his thinning sandy hair made him look older. His face and voice had a surface appearance of geniality, though it could not wholly hide the hardness of the man underneath. His forehead sloped back sharply from ragged eyebrows, and he had a sharp nose that had at one time been knocked awry. It had grown back almost straight, but enough one-sided to give his face a curious appearance of uneasiness. He had long, white hands and a way of gesturing nervously with them, and he wore a green striped shirt with red suspenders holding up tight-legged pants of black broadcloth and red elastic armbands on the sleeves of his shirt. Pat let himself be led to the bar by the proprietor and said quietly, I'll buy my own drink, Dems. and I'll drink it alone." Dems let his arm go with a pained look.
"Well, that's not very friendly, Stevens."
Pat replied, "Oh, I didn't mean it to be." He turned away from Dems and said curtly to the bartender, "Green Valley." Joe Dems stayed by his side. He cleared his throat as the bartender set out a shot glass and poured bonded bourbon over it.
"I thought the reason you'd be staying away from my place was because you was sheriff and felt you shouldn't be doing much drinking in public."
Pat downed his drink without saying anything. Dems laughed uncertainly.
"But I thought things would be different after you turned your badge over to Jeff Perdot."
Pat set his glass down and spun a half-single dollar over the counter. "You do a lot of thinking, don't you, Dems?" Then he turned and brushed past the proprietor to the side door that led into the small hotel lobby. There was a leather-covered sofa and 4 straight-backed chairs in the lobby. A wizened little man leaning on the counter over an open hotel register blinked rheumy eyes at the brightly lit saloon. He showed some yellow snags of teeth in a smile when Pat came through the doorway.
"First time I seed you around here, Pat."
"Evening, Farney." He came up to the counter, leaned one elbow upon it, looked down at the open registry when he got out the makings.
"I reckon you just couldn't make out to stay away no longer."
The aged clerk chuckled gleefully.
"That Kitty Lane brings 'em all in sooner or later, but you'll have to cut out Sammy Sloane if you're going to get anywheres with Kitty."
His cackle of merit had an obscene sound. Leaning over the counter, Pat was reading the last name written on the register. In heavy, bold letters was written, F.A. Ralston, Denver, Colorado. The number of the room assigned to Ralston was scratched so thinly that Pat couldn't make it out. He put the blunt tip of his finger on the name and asked, "What room's he got?" Tom Forrest peered down at Pat's fingertip.
"That dude from Denver? Number 15. I recollect he asked for it particular."
"See in his room now?"
"Well, I reckon. He went up and I never seed him come back down."
"What room have Sam and Ezra got?"
"They got 2 rooms."
The clerk chuckled happily.
"Yes, sirree. 1 room for each of 'em, living in style since they sold out their ranch and moved into town."
"What's the room's number?" Pat asked sharply.
18 and 20. Right straight back from the head of the stairs. I don't know whether you'll find them there or not."
"I'll go see." When he turned away, he became aware that Joe Dems had come up silently behind him while he stood at the counter. The hotel proprietor had little brown eyes which looked yellowish now that it met Pat's. Dems stood between Pat and the foot of the stairwell leading up to the hotel rooms. He stood there with his arms folded and asked the clerk,
"What did Stevens want?" "He asked what rooms Ezra and Sam's was in."
Joe Dem's lips came back from his teeth.
"Didn't he ask you something else?" "Well, now that I recollect."
Pat took a step forward, eyes blazing. "Why don't you ask me, Dems?"
"All right, I will. What are you snooping around for?"
Pat Stevens drew in a deep breath. His hands were bunched up in big fists by his side, and he said, "I'm going up."
"No, you're not."
Dems stepped backwards up the second stair, the yellowish glint becoming more pronounced in his eyes. Pat controlled himself and asked, "Why not?" in the tone of a reasonable man who wanted an answer.
Because I say you're not, and this is my hotel.
It's a public place, Pat told him gently.
Well, I own it.
Pat took a step forward, his voice remaining gentle, but it had a steely firmness. You'll get hurt unless you get out of the way, Dems.
Dems snarled. Not me.
He unrolled his arms and showed Pat a stubby double-barreled Derringer in his right hand. It was no larger than a woman's fist, yet a lethal weapon as a large caliber. Dems warned in a thin voice.
Don't force me to use this in protection of my property, Stevens.
Pat put one hand on the newly pole and grinned up at the proprietor. That's a pretty funny way to treat a sheriff.
You're forgetting you're not the sheriff any longer.
Pat slowly reached into his pocket of flannel shirt and drew out his silver sheriff badge. He showed it to Dems in the palm of his hand. What's that look like? Dems paled and bit his underlip.
But I thought Jeff Perdot.
Pat shrugged and replaced the badge in his pocket. Changing your mind about me going up?
No.
The Derringer still threatened Pat.
Sam and Ezra aren't in their rooms. If you'll wait in the bar room, I'll have them located for you.
Pat's lunging body drove forward and his left arm shot out to encircle Dem's legs. He straightened up swiftly and the proprietor's head went back, hitting a stair step loudly. His body went limp and the tiny pistol clattered down at Pat's feet. Pat tossed Dems aside on the floor, picked up the Derringer, and said curtly over his shoulder, "Throw some water on him, Forley," and then went up the uncarpeted stairs 2 at a time. There was a wide hall at the top, with closed doors on each side. Pat walked down the hall and stopped in front of the door numbered 18. He knocked on it loudly, but got no response. He moved to the next door on the same side, number 20, and knocked on it with the same negative result. He tried both doors and found them securely locked. He swung about and went across the hall to number 15. He got no answer when he knocked on it either. He hesitated for a moment, his face grim and his eyes narrowing, glancing up and down the hall, but all the doors remained tightly closed. He turned the knob of number 15 and was surprised to have the door swing open. It was dark inside. He struck a match, went across to the washstand and put a fire to the wick of a kerosene lamp, and turned to survey the small hotel bedroom in the yellow light. A suitcase lay open on the bed, and Fred Ralston's straw hat lay beside it. The room showed no other signs of occupancy. Pat grunted his disgust and turned to blow the lamp out. In the darkness, his gaze was attracted by a thin slit of light showing along the base of the wall on the right. He stepped over to it, investigated, and found it was coming beneath a door leading into another room. He put his ear against the thin panel and listened, but could hear nothing from the adjoining room. A tentative rap on the door brought no response. Again, he tried the doorknob and felt it turned under his hand. He eased the door open with his right hand on the butt of his holstered gun. He saw a frilly bedspread, and there was a creamy lace curtain at the window of a lit room. A lady's dress was draped over the foot of the bed. Pat pulled the door open wide, waited apprehensively for a scream of fright that would tell him that it was occupied. Then he saw the man's body laying in the middle of the floor. The crumpled body of Fred Ralston laying face down with a bone-handle hunting knife sticking up between his shoulder blades. Pat hurried forward, dropped to his knees beside the corpse of a man from Denver. Ralston was dead, and Pat recognized the hunting knife that had been driven home deep into his back. He stared at the initials that were carved into the bone handle. SS. It was Sam Salone's hunting knife. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Pat Stevens knelt there a long time looking down at the murdered man without moving. In his turbulent past he had seen much of violent death, had stood looking back at many a murdered man, but he had never been made sick by the sight before. Never before had he been forced to endure the sight of a man belonging to his best friend protruding from the back of a corpse. Far stronger than any other emotion, as he stood there, was the helpless feeling that he could have prevented this tragedy less than half an hour ago. Though it seemed inconceivable that Fred Ralston could have known this was waiting for him at the Jewel Hotel, it was also just as apparent to Pat that his death was, somehow, the result of the mysterious plan that had brought him to Powder Valley from Denver. A plan that required the services of a new sheriff, and of which Pat could have simply stopped by declaring himself to Ralston in the lean-to office. Pat drew in a deep breath and jerked his thoughts back to the present and pressing emergency. Here was a dead man, and there was Sam Salone's knife sticking in his back. If Sam had wielded that knife, Pat knew the smaller man would have had a good reason for striking. But why wasn't Sam here to take the consequence of his act? Why was Ralston laying here alone in his hotel room in the pool of his own blood? Pat drove himself swiftly into action as various possibilities of answers to the questions came to him. He hurried to the hall door of the death room and tried the knob. The door was locked. He went back into Ralston's room and closed the door gently and found a key on the inside of the door. He turned the key and then went back into the adjoining room. Obviously a woman's bedroom. There were several glittering gowns hung in one corner behind a curtain, and there was a dainty, feminine toilet articles neatly laid out on top of the boudoir. A framed picture on the bureau caught Pat's attention. Though he had seen Kitty Lane only once, he knew it was a photographer of the hotel hostess. There was no evidence of any struggle in the room. Two rocking chairs stood close together, nearing the curtained window, with a small table between them. There was a tray and a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses on the low table. The bottle was less than half full. Around the edges of the tray were burnt-out butts of brown paper cigarettes. Sam always rolled his smokes with brown paper, and the cigarettes were smoked down to very shorts, as he always smoked his. Pat Stevens moved around the room slowly. He pretended he was looking for a clue, though inwardly he was admitting he wouldn't recognize a murder clue if one rose up on his hind legs and snapped at him. Besides, what would he have need with a clue? The whole story of the murder was told in that hunting knife. All he had to do was find Sam and arrest him. Thinking of that put a sour taste in Pat's mouth. There was still plenty of killing in the West, and Powder Valley wasn't so civilized that men didn't fight and die occasionally, and there was no thought of arrest. But a knife in the back was a different matter. And right here, in a lady's bedroom. Pat stopped his aimless wandering to stoop over the corpse and stared down at it broodingly. Ralston lay belly downward on his left side. His right leg was drawn up and his right arm was outflung. His eyes were closed and he looked completely at peace. Pat knew what he had to do long before he did it. He stood there pretending he was trying to make up his mind, trying to justify himself. Well, all the while he knew he was going to have to hide that damning evidence against his best friend. He stooped and gingerly took hold of the initial bone-handled knife. It didn't come loose when he pulled at it. It was as though the lifeless clay of Fred Ralston resented his effort to dislodge the death weapon, as though the dead man was determined that it should stay there as mute evidence against Sam. Pat took a tighter hold and wiggled the knife back and forth. The dead flesh released its hold reluctantly, and it came out suddenly. Pat held it away from him and let the blood drip on the floor, and then carried it over to the washstand and wrapped the knife in a thin hotel towel. He lifted his pants leg and dropped the wrapped knife down inside his boot, and then shook the cloth back down again. He went back into Ralston's room and closed the door behind him and felt his way to the hall door in the darkness and then unlocked it. He took the key out, and after he had gone through the door and closed it, he locked the door on the outside, dropped the key into the pocket on his leather shirt vest together with the derringer that he had taken from Joe Dem's. The door along the hall were still closed. As far as he knew, no one had seen him go in or out of the Denver man's room. He didn't think he had been in there for more than 10 minutes altogether. He got out his bandana, mopped his face as he went back to the stairs, the wizened clerk leaning on his counter, and gave Pat a toothless grin as he came down.
Was Sam and Ezra in their rooms?
Pat shook his head. He stopped in front of the counter. When did you see them last, Forley?
A little after dark, I reckon. Ezra went up to his room first, and then Sam went up.
Tom Forrest snickered.
Sammy was putting 3 steps on every stair, with mighty purty lady he was pinning along with him.
Was it Kitty?
That's right. Seems like Kitty sure does cotton to that measly little partner of yours, Pat.
Has she come down since?
No, not by the front stairs leastways. Mighty used the back, though. She does that a fair bit.
Pat turned around and looked on the floor where he had last seen the hotel proprietor. Where's Dems? Tom Forrest cluckled loudly.
He come and carted him off for repairs. Mighty nigh cracked the back of his head, I reckon, when you jerked him down. Why was he so dead on keeping you from going up and seeing Sam, Pat?
That is something that I'd like to ask Dems himself. He lifted his head and stared through the glass door leading into the saloon. Noticing his look, the clerk nodded.
Yeah, that's her, all right. Mighty purty singing, if you ask me. I guess she must have come down from upstairs by the back way after all.
Pat nodded, went towards the glass door through which he could faintly hear a clear soprano voice singing Annie Laurie. When he opened the door, Kitty Lane's limpid, beautiful tones came out clearly. She stood on a little dais on the end of the room, accompanied by the accordion playing by a plaid-faced youth with a limp butt of a cigar drooping from his lips. Pat stopped in the doorway and looked over at the singer. Kitty Lane was no longer young, but she was still beautiful. Her body had lost the slimness of youth, but was softly rounded, swelling at the bodice and hips of long, tight, shimmering dress of yellow material that swept down to her feet. Her cheeks were delicately rosed, and her lips were quite red, yet she managed to wear the artificial clothing without being really conspicuous. Her gown was cut quite low in the front, showing a smooth neck and creamy white shoulders and the beginning curve of a full bosom, yet it did not so appear immodest on Kitty Lane. Her hair was the color of ripe wheat, coiled about her small head in a heavy braid, and she wore long red earrings which hung almost to her bare shoulders. Her gaze caught Pat's as she started on to the last chorus of her song, and he thought she gave a little start of recognition, but her tone didn't falter. He stood watching her gravely until she finished singing, yet she did not look at him again. Men crowded about her as she stepped down from the dais and applauded loudly and called for more, but she brushed past them, smiling and gay, and came across the saloon towards Pat. He took off his hat and walked forward slowly to meet her.
Kitty's curved her red lips upward in a gay smile as they met in the center of the saloon.
It is the sheriff, isn't it?
She clasped her hands in front of her and demurely lowered her eyes.
I've wondered whether I was going to get a chance to meet you.
Pat said, I missed a lot by not coming around sooner. She flirted her eyelids up at him, then laughed and took his arm.
I know you're a married man, Sheriff Stevens, but I hope that won't keep you from buying me a drink.
He replied, It sure won't, ma'am. And he went with her to the secluded table in the rear corner, where he drew out a chair for her and then took the one opposite of him. Kitty Lane rested her bare elbows on the table and cupped her pointed chin in her palms. Her eyes were a clear, deep water, like the waters of a mountain lake that was high up in the Rockies.
Maybe I shouldn't be calling you, Sheriff. You're not wearing your badge tonight.
No, I'm not. He reached in his pocket for cigarette papers and tobacco. A waiter came to the table, and Pat asked, What'll you have, ma'am?
Bourbon, please.
And Pat told the waiter, Make that too. When the man was gone, Kitty asked,
What is the name of the man who is sheriff in your place? Somebody pointed me out to him the other night. He's not nearly as handsome as you, though.
Pat felt his face getting hot. He wasn't used to having pretty women tell him that he was handsome. He wondered if she told Sam that as well. You mean Jethro? She nodded and said,
I guess so.
As though it didn't matter. She held out her hand as he finished licking a cigarette.
May I roll one?
Pat gave her his makings. He vaguely wondered why he wasn't shocked as he watched her slim fingers deftly roll a cigarette. Somehow Kitty Lane didn't seem at all wild, and even though she wore rouge with a low-necked dress, smoked cigarettes, and drank whiskey with a man. He brought his thoughts back to the dead man upstairs in her room and asked, Have you seen Sam lately? She was absorbed in her cigarette and didn't look up.
About an hour ago, I guess.
Her fingers tore the flimsy paper. She made a grimace and started to roll another. Whereabouts? This time she did look up. The blue of her eyes were deeper now, almost violet.
Upstairs?
She hesitated, her voice softened.
I helped him to his room.
Pat asked curtly, Was he drunk?
A little bit.
She licked her cigarette. He's drinking a lot these days, isn't he?
He's drinking too much.
Kitty Lane's voice was suddenly tired. She leaned forward with the tightly rolled cigarette between her lips to get a light from his. Her eyes held his as the tips of their cigarettes touched. She drew back, drawing in a deep breath and expelling a cloud of blue smoke through her crimson lips.
You could talk to him, Pat. He'd listen to you.
She put her hands on his arm.
You don't mind if I call you Pat, do you?
No. The waiter then came with their drinks. I do want to have a talk to him, Pat told her roughly. He's not in his room. You know where he is? She shrank back from his tone and shook her head slowly while she looked down at her cigarette.
He isn't in his room?
Well, if he is, he's locked in and passed out, Pat greeted. How many drinks did he have in your room after you went upstairs together? He asked bluntly. The color fled from Kitty's cheeks, leaving 2 round spots of rouge.
Do you think I have a drink with men in my bedroom?
Don't you?
No!
She stamped her foot on the floor.
You men are all alike. Just because a girl works in a saloon, you think she's a...
Pat replied harshly. What's Fred Ralston to you? Kitty Lane pushed back her chair and stood up. She leaned forward and slapped Pat, leaving the print of her fingers on his face, sobbing loudly.
Damn you! That's for your insult.
Half the men in the saloon had been watching interestedly ever since Pat and Kitty had gone over to the table together. Now there was a concerted movement forward, and a low mutter as they drew their own interpretations of Kitty's actions. One youth pushed forward from the rest as Kitty whirled about from the table with her head held high. He was Dan Peters. He was young enough to be Pat's son, with a cowlick and with the soft down of an unrazored beard on his cheeks. He wore high-heeled Spanish boots with a shiny gun belt strapped tightly about his young waist. He had enough liquor in him to make him foolish, and he was cowily in love with Kitty Lane.
"What's he doing, Miss Kitty?"
Dan muttered thickly. He swayed a little on his high heels as he tried to strut forward. Kitty sobbed.
"Oh, Dan, he said the most awful things to me. Make him stop." "You bet I will, Miss Kitty," the young puncher promised drunkenly. He faced Pat, and his voice crackled in embarrassing falsitude as he demanded, "Get up on your hind legs, Pat Stevens, and crave for the lady's pardon."
Pat gave a snort of disgust and glared at the boy. "Go blow your nose, Dan, and keep out of men folks' business." Someone at the bar snickered loudly. The sound infuriated Dan, drove the last semblance of sober sense from his mind. He slapped his hand down on the butt of his six-gun and tugged at it awkwardly. Pat kicked his chair back and started towards him. "Don't be a fool, Dan. Let go of that gun." Dan got a thin sneer on his lips and began to curse Pat. His gun came loose unexpectedly, and he triggered it as it came upward. A bullet tore into the floor 3 feet to Pat's right and 10 feet behind him. He lunged forward and got hold of Dan's gun, and gave him a shove back into the crowd and ordered calmly, "If he's got any friends here, you better take him up and sober him up." He broke the gun, threw the cartridges out, and then tossed the empty weapon at Dan Peters' feet. He walked over to Kitty Lane's side and took her arm firmly. "We're going upstairs to your room." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Kitty pulled back from him, her violet blue eyes flashing dangerously.
"You've got your nerve, Pat Stevens."
He kept hold of her bare arm and repeated stoically, "We're going upstairs to your room." Her red lips curled away from her teeth contemptuously.
"And some of the people in this town, they think you're a gentleman."
Pat laughed shortly and started pulling her towards the door leading into the lobby. "Being sheriff and gentleman don't always work together sometimes." She hung back and turned her head to call to the crowd of admirers behind her.
"Isn't there a real man in that bunch? Are you just going to let this ex-sheriff treat me like a she-dog right in front of you?"
Most of the men at the bar knew Pat Stevens intimately. All of them knew his gun-slinging reputation. She got some low growls in response to her plea, and there was a slow movement forward, but no man was eager to push forward in front of the rest to make a try at stopping Pat. He laughed deep in his throat and kept relentlessly moving her towards the door. "You best keep your mouth shut and come along, ma'am. I got a different reason for taking you upstairs from what you're seeming to think." Real fear flickered in her eyes, but she said angrily,
"All men have the same idea about a girl who sings and dances in a saloon. You're no different from the rest, even if Sam Sloane does think you're a little tin god on wheels."
Pat shouldered the glass door open and drew her through into the lobby. He turned and spoke quietly to the group of men that were edging forward. "You boys will save yourselves a lot of trouble if you stay on that side of this door. Just so happens that I'm still sheriff in Powder Valley, and this here is law business." An audible gasp came from Kitty's carmine lips as he closed the door firmly behind them. She swayed back at full length from him, and her eyes were wildly dilated. Her full bosom rose and fell as she panted.
"You're still the sheriff?"
Pat nodded grimly. "I'm still carrying the badge."
"But what about the other man, Jeth Pardo?"
"Right now, Jeth's being real quiet inside the locked jailhouse." Pat frowned and gave her an angry shake. "You might as well come along quiet, ma'am. I'm taking charge here instead of Jeth."
"Don't tell him a word, Kitty."
The warning was a venomous snarl from the lips of Joe Dems. He stood at the end of the passageway leading off the lobby into the hotel dining room, and he was flanked by two men with guns in their right hands. Pat recognized the two gunmen as helpers around the hotel. Dems had a bandage around his head. His yellowish eyes were slanty hard. Pat said quietly, "You're a fool, Dems. This won't get you anywhere but in jail along with Jeth Pardo. There's still law here in Dutch Springs." Dems replied,
"I'm playing my own cards, Stevens. You keep your guns on 'em, boys."
He stepped forward slowly, and his gun hand stayed behind, covering Pat.
"Did you hear what he said, Joe?"
Kitty spoke swiftly.
"He's still the sheriff."
Dems grated.
"I said keep your mouth shut."
He stopped in front of her and warned Pat.
"You better let go of her arm."
Pat shrugged and let go of Kitty Lane's arm. There was a red splotch on the white flesh where his hard fingers had held her in a merciless grip. She stepped swiftly backwards and rubbed the bruised place with her fingers of her other hand. Pat glanced beyond her at Dem's two men. Their guns were held loosely, in the manner of men who knew what they were doing. He knew it would be suicide to go for his own holstered weapons, and if he stayed alive this long in Powder Valley, by not trying his luck against such odds. "All right, Dems. Go ahead and play your cards, but be damn sure they're not topped."
"Just back up against the door and don't let your hands get careless."
Pat backed slowly away towards the front door of the hotel, keeping his hands in front of him, and he said, "You're a fool, Dems. I aim to find Sam and Ezra. What's all this gunplay about?" Dems darted a sideways look at Kitty.
"What's he been saying to you?"
"He's acting crazy. Said I had to go upstairs with him." Dems swung on Pat abruptly.
"You already been upstairs, while I was out in the kitchen getting my head fixed. What'd you find this time?"
Pat shook his head and said blandly, "Sam and Ezra's doors were locked and I couldn't find them. I thought maybe Kitty would know where the key was."
"There's something else on his mind,"
Kitty told her employer faintly.
"He asked me the funniest thing. Asked me what I knew about some other man I'd never heard of. Some man named Fred something or other."
"Fred Ralston," Pat supplied coldly.
"That's it. What do you suppose he meant, Joe? He's acting awfully funny."
Dems grated.
"What do you know about Fred Ralston?"
"Not much," Pat admitted frankly. "He's a dude from Denver that came in on the stage tonight. I'd like to know what he's doing in Powder Valley."
"Why don't you ask him?"
"Well, that's what I'd like to do," Pat said mildly. "I knocked on his door too, but it was locked." He saw a swift spasm of relief flicker over Kitty's face, but Joe Dems frowned and addressed Tom Forrest behind the counter.
"Is that Ralston feller up in his room?" I reckon," the clerk's voice quavered. "He went up, and I ain't seen him come back down."
Dems frowned and said,
"Well, maybe something happened to him."
He went around to the clerk.
"Give me an extra key to his room."
"Joe!" Kitty spoke in sharp warning. Dems ignored her. He got a key from the clerk and told Pat.
I'm sorry about all this trouble, but you gotta understand that a man just naturally don't like to get pushed around in his own hotel.
Pat replied, Well, pulling guns on a sheriff is a good way to get pushed around a lot more. Dems nodded daftly.
I guess that wasn't very smart, but I got a crazy temper when I get riled up.
He turned to his men and ordered,
You boys, you put your guns away and go on into the back. I won't need you any more.
Kitty Lane came forward swiftly as the men turned and disappeared, and she asked fearfully,
What are you going to do, Joe?
He looked at her in some surprise.
Well, I guess I'd better prove to the sheriff there ain't nothing wrong here. If that Ralston man is wanted by the law, I'm not going to be protecting him. Come on, Sheriff.
He turned towards the stairwell.
Wait, Joe.
Kitty clung to him desperately. Her eyes were round and enormous.
Can't you? I know what I'm doing. But you don't.
Her voice rose hysterically.
Don't take him up there, Joe. Don't do it.
Joe Dems thrust the entertainer away roughly.
This is still my hotel, and I'll run it.
Pat stepped forward and said quietly, I'd mighty well like to know why Miss Kitty don't want me upstairs.
Oh, you know how women are,
Dems grunted with disgust.
Always getting crazy ideas about somebody doing something. Quit acting so innocent.
He went on brutally to Kitty.
Every man in Dutch Springs knows what you're up to by this time.
Kitty drew back from him, her eyes dark with anger. She wet her red lips but didn't say anything.
Well, the way you've been carrying on with Sam Sloane, having him in your room and ordering drinks and all,
Dems went on disgustedly.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows you were after his money and didn't care how much you got.
Kitty's lips tightened. She swung her hand in a wide arc against his cheek, and Dem's eyes blazed, and he doubled his fist. Pat Stevens stepped between them, facing Kitty, and backed her away. Is Joe telling the truth? Are you afraid to have me go upstairs for fear that I'll find out about you and Sam? She shook her head and sobbed.
No, that's not true. Sam is kind and good and he's got $8,000 cash,
Joe Dems put in cynically behind Pat.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's go on upstairs. It's more than likely Sam's passed out cold in his room. That's why he couldn't get an answer.
Pat kept his back towards Dems. He gazed steadily down into Kitty's eyes. How long since you've been upstairs?
A long time. I went down the back stairs and into the kitchen for my supper before starting to work.
And you left Sam in his room? Pat persisted. She nodded.
He had been drinking.
With you? Joe Dems put in. She looked past Pat at Dems with a look of hatred at his face. She faltered.
I had a couple drinks with him before we went upstairs.
I'm not talking about those drinks. I'm talking about the bottle that you hit together in your room.
There was a grating anger in Dem's voice, another note that puzzled Pat. The hotel proprietor sounded as though it hurt him to say it, as though he was rubbing salt in a raw wound repeated by his accusation of intimacy between Kitty Lane and Sam. He sounded, by God, Pat thought, like a jealous man. He turned on Dems and said, You don't like the way that Kitty was carrying on with Sam?
It ain't good for business,
growled Dems.
She was hired to be friendly to all the men, but when I brought her here from Denver, I warned her that in a little town like this it'll make trouble if she was more than just friendly with any one certain man.
So you tried to make her leave Sam alone?
I kept telling her that paying attention to so much to Sam wasn't being good for business.
Are you sure that was your only reason?
What do you mean?
I mean, that you were sore because you wanted Kitty for yourself. Pat swung about at the sound of the gasp from Kitty. Wasn't that it? He probed. She caught her underlip between her teeth and shook her head wearily.
Why are you asking all these questions? What business is it of yours?
Sam's my best friend. If he's in any kind of trouble, I'm going to be backing him up.
What kind of trouble? Kitty said faintly.
That's what I reckon we'll find out when we go upstairs. How about it? Pat urged. Hasn't Joe Dems tried to be more than just a boss since you've been working for him here in Dutch Springs?
You're talking a lot of things you don't know nothing about, Dems put in. Kitty happens to be a married woman. Do you think I'd be fool enough to make love to her?
Joe, you shouldn't, Kitty gasped.
Is that right? Pat pounded the question at her. Bright color flamed her cheeks and dimmed the artificial rouge.
Suppose it is.
Why didn't you tell anyone here in town? Kitty threw her head back and asked scornfully.
How many men would have come here to drink and dance with me if they had known? My job depended on being popular.
So you tricked them all, Pat said in deep disgust. Well, it's a hell of a way to make a living, ma'am. Beg your pardon.
Don't be so high and mighty, sneered Joe. There wasn't anything wrong with the engagement. Kitty needed a job, and she's good for my business. She didn't encourage the men particularly except for Sam.
There it was again, that curious sound of baffled anger as he spoke Sam's name. It's not my business what anyone does as long as they stay inside the law, Pat admitted sourly, but some things don't smell good in my nose even if they ain't criminal. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed. All right, we're getting nowhere in a hurry standing here talking. We'll all go upstairs and maybe both of you will decide it'll be better to tell the truth. He stepped back politely and motioned for Kitty to proceed up the stairwell. She hesitated and glanced quickly at Joe Dems, but his face remained stonily emotionless. She wet her lips with the tip of her tongue and then went past Pat, slowly keeping her face averted and not looking at him. Dems took her arm, and they started up together. The front door of the hotel burst open to admit a running man that was an excited young cowboy. He slithered to a stop and shouted,
Sheriff! The bank's been robbed! Come on, quick!
Pat whirled to face him. What's that?
The bank! It's been robbed! I seen 'em just now, breaking in the back door. You can catch 'em if you hurry.
Pat ran to the door leading into the saloon and shouted loudly, Listen, every one of you, you're deputized. Every man that's got a gun, come and help me surround the bank. That is, all except you, Harold Morgan. He singled out one of his close neighbors, a sober, steady rancher, who had been drinking less than the others in the saloon. You go upstairs, Morgan, and stand guard at room 15 and the next one to it. That's Kitty Lane's room. Don't be letting anyone in or out. The rest of you, come on around the back way and be quiet about it. We can circle around behind the bank before anyone knows we're coming. He trotted across the saloon floor to the rear exit, and 24 armed men swarmed after him eagerly. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The back door of the hotel opened into an alleyway with the small residence on the other side of it. Pat Stevens swung to the right side around the hotel, with his informalized deputy's crew right at his heels. He slowed as he approached the front of the building on the street corner and motioned his deputies to stay back while he cautiously peered around the corner and down Main Street towards the Dutch Springs Bank on the opposite side and near the other side of the block. He drew back after a slow survey of the street and said grimly, "Everything looks quiet in the front of the bank. You, Jim, Todd, Ben, Max, and Slim. You five, you string out on both sides of the street and saunter down to the bank, slow-like. Just act like nothing's happening, and don't tell anyone nothing. Couple of you stay on this side of the street opposite the bank. Other three, cross over and mosey up close. Stay right there where you can cover the front, but don't start nothing till they try to come out that way. If they do, don't waste any lead trying to cripple them. Mark Johnson," Pat went on swiftly to the grizzled rancher that was right behind him. "You gather up 10 men and take 'em around back to the hotel and through the alley to the back of the block. Start drifting 'em across the street and around behind the bank. Spread your men out along the block of the street and that side of the bank and pick your men. Get started." While Johnson was swiftly selecting the 10 men to go with him, Pat told the others, "We'll string along and cross the street to this end and go up behind the bank from this side. Last 2 men stay on this end to block off the street. You others, you spread out about 50 feet apart so there won't be any chance of anyone getting through. We don't want nothing like the last time the bank was robbed. That was about 7 years ago, when Sam and Ezra and me had to trail a gang down into New Mexico. I'll go first, and I'll get right up behind the bank. You, Walter," Pat ordered the young puncher who had brought the alarm. "Come along with me and tell me more about it. We gotta get going." He stepped forward from behind the concealment of the building and sauntered across the moonlight, dusty street. Walter was following him about 50 feet, and when Pat reached the shadow of the building on the other side, he stopped and waited for the cowboy to reach his side. He nodded with grim satisfaction as another man stepped around into the bright moonlight and started across as Walter stepped up onto the boardwalk. That would do it. If they'd all be as casual and take their time in following each other, the chances were that the lookout wouldn't notice anything was amiss. That is, if the bank robbers had a lookout posted to watch the street. He caught Walter's arm as the youth reached his side and started hurrying him around to the alley, leading down behind the bank and questioning him. "How'd you come to get into it, Walter? You think anyone noticed that you was coming for me?"
"I don't think so, Mr. Stevens."
Walter's teeth were chattering, but he made a manful effort to hide his nervousness.
"I was coming across the alley when I heard a funny noise at the back door of the bank. It's in a dark shadow and I couldn't see good, so I stopped and listened."
"What were you doing back in the alley?"
"I'd been to see... I was visiting Miss Grubbs that lives across the alley from the bank. Miss Jane. I took the shortcut when I left her house."
They turned into the alley, and Pat said, "Keep talking."
"Well, like I said, I heard a funny noise, but I couldn't see anything, so I sort of crouched down and waited. Then I heard it again. It was a loud creaking, like the back door was maybe being pried open. And then I saw a flame that looked like a match being struck that was inside the bank. So I knew something was wrong, and I hightailed it around and asked at the Gold Eagle for you. Somebody said you was at the Jewel. I guess that's all, I reckon."
"You didn't tell him at the Gold Eagle what was up?"
"No, I figured I'd best find you."
"And you didn't see anyone? Don't know how many there are? Don't know where they got their horses hitched for a fast getaway?"
"No, sir, Mr. Stevens, I don't,"
the young youth admitted regretfully.
"I figured I'd best hurry and get you."
"Well, you did just right." Pat squeezed his arm and lowered his voice. "Hang on, we're coming up to the bank now. You're right, son. There's a light on there inside. It's pretty dim. Must be coming out of the vault." Pat stopped and ordered briskly, "You stay right here. You stop the first man to come up, and keep him here with you.
The others will be scattered out behind, and I figure we got 'em trapped. They ain't got a chance to get away. I'm going to try and engine up to that back door and be a reception committee of one when they try and come out with the money." He left the lad posted there and moved forward slowly and cautiously toward a dull square light that showed through the dirty back window of the bank. There was empty tin cans and debris scattered out there in the rear of the bank building, and Pat had to move with the utmost caution to keep his progress noiseless. He had one gun out and ready to fire as he crept forward. The darkness here was made black and complete by the high wall of the building on the east that was blocking off the rays of the moon that was still low above the horizon. It'd be smart, Pat figured, for the robbers to have left one man outside the bank on guard with their horses. If he could surprise that man and then seize the horses, their only means of escape would effectively be cut off. He crouched far forward to make his body into the smallest target possible, and moved forward one cautious step after another without seeing or hearing anything to indicate the presence of any other living thing in the area of the blackness behind the bank. A dog came trotting up the alley behind Pat. He stopped and sniffed the air, and then let out a short, curious bark. Pat sank back onto his haunches and set his teeth together tightly. The dog started to arm slowly on stiff legs. Pat stayed very still, cursing old dogs under his breath, and this member of the breed in particular. It was a small spotted dog with one floppy ear and the other was pointed and alert. He stopped 10 feet from Pat and barked again. Pat sucked air between his lips to make a soft, welcoming sound. The dog trotted closer and stopped again to sniff the air suspiciously, then came on and rubbed against the sheriff enthusiastically, making small whimpering sounds to indicate his delight. Pat scratched him behind the ears with his left hand, patted him, and whispered, "You stay here, dog. Better not get any closer, might get in some trouble." But the dog was not willing to lose his newfound friend so easily. When Pat started forward on hands and knees, he trotted past him towards the bank, and then stopped to look back and wag his tail encouragingly. Pat moved on, stayed close to the ground, and disregarded the spotted pup as best he could. Complete silence blanketed the dark, shadowed scene. Not a sound came from the main street beyond the bank. The deputy's men had been wholly successful in closing in to surround the bank on all 4 sides without warning the robbers. Pat Stevens was grimly sure the trap was set this time, and he gave up his plan to try and locate the horses of the thieves. With every avenue of escape closed to them, Pat turned directly toward the bank, bent on smoking them out into the open where they could be disposed of or captured. The little dog ran ahead of him to the back door of the bank, and he stopped there and wagged his tail furiously, and while Pat got close enough, he saw that the heavy door was sagging open. Still, no sound came from within the bank itself. The yellow blotch of light remained as the only concrete evidence of marauders within. Pat Stevens lifted himself to his feet when he was within 10 feet of the open back door. He hesitated and then stepped sideways towards the lit window. The dog trotted to him and rubbed against his legs. So Pat stopped to pat him on the head and then got close to the window and tried to peer inside. The glass was so dirty with accumulated grime that Pat couldn't see anything at all. He stood close to the window and listened intently, but no sound came from within. They were damn funny bank robbers, he told himself. What were they doing inside the lit bank so long? They must realize their danger, yet they were staying long enough to have a picnic. Didn't make sense. Didn't add up to the way bank robbers were supposed to act. He pushed his Stetson back and scratched his head, and turned to make a long survey of the darkness behind him. He could still see nothing, but he knew that the armed men waited there, waited impatiently for a chance to be throwing lead.
He knew how volunteered posses were. Sooner or later, one of the deputized men was going to get tired of waiting and would do something that would give the alarm. And that might be disastrous. At the very least, it was likely to bring more bloodshed than would probably be spilt if the robbers walked into the trap unknowingly. Pat turned back from the window and cat-footed along the wall to the open back door. He paused on the threshold, gun in hand, staring inside to the blackness, and tried to get the layout of the rear of the interior of the bank clearly in his mind. There was only a faint glow of light from far inside to the right. That meant the thieves were on the other side of the wooden partition where the bank's money was kept in a fireproof vault. He knew the door to that vault was none too strong. It could be forced by determined men. As a director of the bank, he had often urged the purchase of a burglar-proof safe, but the other directors had always voted him down on the idea, insisting that no one in Powder Valley was likely to rob the bank and that no strangers could possibly know how easily the money could be obtained. The rear door, for instance, had only a stout chain and a padlock on it, yet that precaution was considered sufficient. Pat felt along the side of the door frame cautiously and discovered that the 3 heavy staples holding the chain had simply been pried out of the yielding wood. With an iron bar or a pickaxe for leverage, it would have been absurdly simple for a strong man to open the door and just walk in. Suddenly, while he hesitated there, the light went out inside the bank. Pat's body stiffened, and his fingers tightened on the butt of his gun. He heard furtive scraping sounds on the other side of the partition. He took one step forward, over the threshold, flattened himself against the inside wall beside the door. The little dog whimpered outside, and then trotted confidently through the open door. He nuzzled his cold nose against Pat's boot leg, then trotted on across the wooden floor towards the point where the dim light had shone. His toenails made a light clacking sound across the bare pine boards. The clacking sound stopped, and the little dog whimpered loudly. Pat heard a faint chuckle from ahead in the blackness, and then the sound of heavy boot heels crunching towards the door, towards Pat Stevens. Pat crouched against the wall with his gun ready. He strained his ears for further sound to indicate how many men were inside the bank. He heard only that single pair of boots rapidly nearing him. The owner of the boots were evidently worn by a heavy man, completely without fear or any contemptuous of any effort that might be made to stop him. His heels thudded down heavily upon the floor in measured cadence, as though he marched in time with an unheard drum. Pat had to make a swift decision while the man went past. He could have touched him, could have thrust his gun forward and triggered it with the muzzle against the robber's body, but if there were any more of them back there, that would give them alarm and give them some chance to escape, or to barricade themselves inside the bank building where they might be driven out only by a lot of gunfire. In that split second, Pat decided to let this one pass. The trap was well laid outside. There was no possibility of escape if he was allowed to walk into it blind. The man hesitated on the threshold. In that brief instant, his body and head were silhouetted against the moonlit sky, and Pat Stevens was looking at the huge bulk and scarred features of One-Eyed Ezra, his longtime gun partner and bosom friend. No time to weigh friendship against duty. No time to consider what the consequences might be. There was only one time for Sheriff Pat Stevens to know that Ezra must somehow be saved. Right and wrong did not enter into it. There was no time to declare himself, no chance to question why Ezra had suddenly turned to bank robbing. Pat only knew that he couldn't let Ezra be captured this way, just as he couldn't leave Sam Sloane's knife in the back of the dead man in the Jewel Hotel. As Ezra took a forward step into the night, Pat tilted the muzzle of his gun high and triggered it 3 times in rapid succession. He heard a single grunt of astonishment from the red-headed man, and then the lunging forward of a huge body. Pandemonium broke out then in response to Pat's 3 shots. The overly nervous guards in the alley began shooting wildly, shouting to each other and running forward to close in on the unseen robber. Pat stayed in the doorway. He heard the sudden thunking of hooves through the tumult. Ezra was mounted and was driving straight ahead out of the trap so carefully laid. Up and down the alley, men were running forward, betraying the fact that escape was closed off in both those directions. The thudding hooves drove straight forward, and Ezra sent his mount crashing through a flimsy board fence into the grub's backyard, while behind him men fired futility at the speeding shape. Pat ran forward, shouted loudly and with authority as a rider came galloping up from the west end of the alley. "I'll take that horse!" His voice lifted above the incoherent shouts and curses of the others. "This here's the sheriff!" The rider pulled up reluctantly, and Pat grabbed the reins. "Get out of the saddle, Sonny. I'll take after that varmint." The rider was a boy in his teens. He leapt from the saddle without hesitation. Pat vaulted into the saddle without touching stirrups and drove spurs into the horse's flanks. The startled animal leapt forward on Ezra's tail, and Pat turned to shout back, "Gather up a posse, follow me." He leaned low on the horse's neck and guided him through the grub's yard to the street beyond. He checked his momentum to catch the sound of his fleeing friend, and nodded grimly when he heard 2 horses galloping away madly to the east. He neck-reined his mount in that direction and gave him his head eastward to a point of a quarter of a mile from town, where the road forks northeastward and due south into the mountains. He pulled his horse up at the forks and threw himself off, and dropped to the ground with his head flat against the soil of the crossroads. His ear caught the faint vibrations of drumming hooves from the south fork. He got up slowly and brushed the dust from his clothes and remounted and turned his horse to face a group of angry mounted men surging out from Dutch Springs. "He went that way," Pat shouted loudly, and he pointed in the direction away from the one he knew Ezra had chosen. "Up the North Fork. You men ride after him. I gotta get back to town on something else." He sat slouched in the saddle at the crossroads and watched the determined posse sweep away northeastward on a wild goose chase. There was a bitter taste of overwhelming defeat in his mouth as he rode slowly back to town. He caught himself remembering that scene in Winter's store when he had been sworn in as sheriff and given the silver badge to wear as evidence of the confidence of his fellow citizens that they had in him. His hand went up to it and crept inside his shirt pocket to touch the cold smoothness of that silver star. He jerked the badge out angrily and drew back his arm to throw it away into the night, but something wouldn't let him commit that final act of sacrilege. He slowly slid the star back into his pocket, though with a look of bitter loathing upon his face. When a man took the oath of sheriff, he was supposed to give up having friends. He was sworn to enforce the law. Yet tonight, he had deliberately gotten rid of murder evidence against one man and had deliberately permitted another man to escape the consequences of robbing the local bank. In his heart, Pat Stevens hated himself for what he had done. Yet, in his heart, he knew too that under the same circumstances he would have done it again. Sheriff or no sheriff, Silver Star or no Silver Star, Sam Salone and Ezra were his friends. No matter what they had done, they were still his friends. Nothing could alter that. It was something that happened to a man. You don't look for friendships, but you don't throw it away when it comes to you. It brings certain duties with it, and foremost of those is that you shall not forsake your friend. Pat Stevens didn't put any such thoughts into words as he rode back to Dutch Springs, but they were in his heart, in essence, and he knew that there they would stay. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. A small group of excited men greeted Pat Stevens on Main Street when he rode slowly back into town after directing the posse away from the direction that Ezra had taken. They crowded about him, asking eager questions as he swung off his commandeered horse. No one knew exactly what had happened, and the small town was flooded with wild rumors. Pat took time to explain the situation swiftly. Some guy robbed the bank. He broke in the back door. We had him surrounded, but he got to his horse and got plumb away. I followed him to the crossroads that's east of town, and there's a posse riding after him up the North Fork. They'll get him, I reckon. How come you're not with the posse, Sheriff? A curious voice called. Well, it seems the horse I was forking didn't seem none too fast. And I have some important business back here in the town at Jewel Hotel. Some of you fellas see about getting that padlock and chain back onto the rear door of the bank. I don't know how much money's gone, but maybe there's some still left in the vault that ought to be locked up. He turned away from them and then walked up the street towards the hotel, feeling the weight of the towel-wrapped death knife against his ankle with each step, a grim reminder of the role that he'd elected to play in a concealing of the murder evidence. Joe Dems and Kitty Lane were in the hotel lobby when he walked in. Kitty leapt up and demanded angrily, "Why do you have a guard posted at my door? What's all this mystery about, Sheriff Stevens?"
What happened at the bank?
Joe Dems cut in.
We heard a lot of shooting, but no one seems to know whether you caught the robbers or not.
We didn't. Not yet, but there's a posse after 'em. Pat turned his gaze on Kitty and said slowly, "About your room, ma'am. We'll go upstairs now and take the guard off the door." She tossed her head and said, "It's about time you let us in on the secret." And she and the hotel proprietor followed Pat up. Along the upper hallway, Harold Morgan was disconsolately squatting on one heel with his back against the wall between the two rooms he was guarding. He looked up with a scowl and slowly got to his feet when he saw the sheriff.
"Sounds like I missed a lot of fun," he grumbled. "What's in these two rooms that you want guarded, Pat?"
We'll find that out just as soon as Miss Lane opens her door," Pat promised him. "I want you right here, Morgan, for a witness to testify what's inside these rooms." He stepped aside politely and motioned to Kitty's door. "Go ahead, open it up." She hesitated in front of her door with a heavy hotel key in her hand. Light came through the keyhole from inside the room. She threw Pat Stevens a frightened look, then she caught her underlip between her teeth and slowly inserted the key into the lock. There was a loud click as she turned the key. She took hold of the knob with a trembling hand and opened the door. She took one step inside the lit room and then swayed back with a little cry of anguish, throwing one hand up to cover her face. Pat caught her by the shoulders and drew her aside gently to let Dems and Morgan view the huddled body of Fred Ralston on the floor. Harold Morgan whistled shrilly.
"A dead 'un? By goodness!"
He stepped forward to look down at the body wonderingly. Pat's gaze was concentrated on Joe Dems. The hotel proprietor stood very still, his yellowish eyes slitting downward at the corpse. First, there was a fleeting look of triumph, and then of slow puzzlement on Dem's face. He wet his lips and said hoarsely,
"What kind of game is this, Sheriff? What's that dead man doing there in Kitty's room?"
"That's what I'm wondering." He took hold of Dem's arm, drew him forward. "Take a good look. See if you can identify him." The faint sound of Kitty's sobbing filled the hotel bedroom as Joe Dems looked down steadily at the dead man. He wet his lips again, muttered,
Looks like that Denver man that came in on tonight's stage. What's his name?"
"Fred Ralston," Pat supplied grimly, "as you know plumb well."
"Well, that's right. That's the name he signed at the hotel register."
"He looks like he was knifed," Morgan grunted. "He was on his knees examining the body. Right through the heart, looks like."
"Where's the weapon?"
Dems demanded explosively.
"You can't stab a man through the heart without using a knife."
"Well, I reckon we better ask Miss Lane about that." Pat turned to the sobbing woman and demanded harshly, "What'd you do with the knife when you stuck him?" She didn't seem to understand. She shook her head in bewilderment.
The knife?"
she repeated stupidly. Pat moved to her side and gave her a little shake. "The knife you killed him with. It ain't here."
"It isn't?"
She sounded disbelieving, but somehow glad. She steadied herself and then went on rapidly.
"Why do you think I know anything about it? You don't think that I...
She faltered with a look of horror on her expressed face. "Well, he's here in your room, locked from the outside, and you got the key," Pat pointed out grimly.
I don't understand. Who is he? How'd he get in here?"
"Maybe he came in through this side door?" Morgan offered eagerly. He got up and opened the door into Ralston's room.
"Well, yes, sir," he reported. "The door seems to be unlocked, and there's a suitcase and hat here on the bed." "That's the room that was assigned to Mr. Ralston," Dems put in sharply. "Number 15. I remember Tom Forrest told me he asked for that number in particular."
"Now I wonder why he would do that," Pat mused. "Being a stranger in town and all, I expect a lot of men would like to move into the room next to yours, Miss Kitty, but how did this man from Denver know which one to ask for?"
"How would I know?" she cried wildly. "I never saw him before. I don't know anything about this."
Dem's expression hardened. He circled the body and went to stand in front of the two chairs with the table between them. He pointed to the whiskey bottle and two glasses on the tray.
"You better tell the truth, Kitty," he said slowly with his back to her. "You're likely to get into some real trouble if you try protecting someone. This is murder, and it's serious."
She took a step forward with flashing eyes.
"I don't know what you mean, Joe. If you think I..."
Dems stepped aside, lifted his eyebrows.
"You can see for yourself, Sheriff. Kitty was in here drinking with some man before supper."
Pat nodded slowly. "Looks like it. Mr. Ralston, I reckon," he sighed. "Sure looks like Miss Kitty ain't telling the truth. 'Pears to me she had it fixed with Ralston for him to come in here from Denver and then rent the room that was next to her. Then he must have come in and they started drinking and got into an argument, so she knifed him and then ran out and locked the door. That's the way it looks to you, Morgan?" He asked the rancher, who was looking on with wide-eyed interest.
"Well, sure does look that way," Morgan said importantly. "He must have known her all right to be asking for room 15, and this here door was unlocked, and she was sure in here drinking with him while he was still alive." "Well, don't you see, Kitty?"
Dem's voice was like a savage whiplash across the entertainer's face.
"This hick sheriff is going to hang this murder on you if you don't tell the truth, and tell it fast."
Kitty Lane's eyes clung to those of her employer for a long moment, and then her gaze wavered down to the body of the dead man. She shook her head and said,
"I don't know what you mean, Joe."
Tell them what really happened. Tell them who drank whiskey with you while you were here."
I drank it by myself," she flared.
"Out of 2 glasses?" asked Pat.
"Yes."
She glared at him defiantly. I always drink out of 2 glasses, one in each hand. That way I can get it down faster. And the faster I get it down, the faster I forget what beasts all men are.
Tears ran down her rose cheeks, and she wiped them away angrily with the back of her hand.
And you smoke lots of cigarettes, too,
Joe Dems put in sharply, indicating the burnt-down brown paper butts on the tray.
Well, I always smoke a lot when I'm drinking two-handed.
Harold Morgan pushed his way forward to peer down with interest at the tray.
I never seen you roll brown paper cigarettes, Miss Lane, he expulsed respectfully. Only last night you turned me down while I was offering my brown papers, saying you was always using white. You know you're lying, Kitty, Dem said wearily. Sam Sloane was here with you tonight. By golly, said Morgan with interest, I bet you're right, Dems. Sam always smoked his butts down short like this. Remember, Pat, how he used to laugh at Sam about burning his fingers on those short butts that he was always nibbling on?
Pat Stevens nodded heavily. But there's also plenty of other men that do the same.
Well, Sam Sloane is the sheriff's best friend, Dems reminded Morgan venomously. Stevens would do anything to cover up for him, even to maybe hiding murder evidence.
Pat looked up at him with hard alert eyes. Meaning what, Dems?
Nothing. Dems shrugged his shoulder. Only as Mr. Morgan sees, right here's the evidence that Sam was in here tonight, and you're trying to protect Sam by claiming he wasn't here.
I'm not claiming anything. I said lots of other men smoked their butts down short, and I'm waiting for Miss Kitty to tell us who smoked those.
All right, it was Sam, she admitted wearily. He came in to have a drink and a cigarette with me before supper. Is there anything wrong with that?
Well, go on and tell the rest of it,
Dems ordered.
That's all there was to tell.
Her voice rose wildly.
We had some drinks together, then he went into his room, and I went downstairs to eat supper.
Leaving your door locked? Pat asked.
Yes.
And I suppose Ralston just walked in here and stabbed himself and then swallowed the knife, said Dems angrily.
Maybe he did, I don't know.
Kitty Lane sank down wearily on a little padded bench in front of the Bordeaux and covered her face with both hands. How'd that door come to be unlocked? Pat asked her.
I don't know.
Kitty's voice was muffled. She didn't take her hands away from her face. Do you leave it unlocked all the time for convenience for someone renting that room?
Certainly not, said Joe Dems angrily. The Jewel isn't some kind of hotel, Stevens, and Kitty isn't that kind of a woman.
Well, maybe not, but I still want her to tell me whether she unlocked that door on purpose or whether it just so happens that it was unlocked.
And I still tell you, I don't know. It's always been locked before. I didn't notice it today. I didn't have reason to look at it.
Do you still claim you don't know Ralston? She glanced at the dead man and shuddered.
I never saw him before.
And how come he asked for the room next to yours?
I don't know.
Kitty sprang to her feet.
How can I tell why some man did something? Maybe he was superstitious about number 15. Maybe he always asks for number 15 at a hotel.
But he doesn't always go through a door into the next room and then get himself killed. That seemed to only have happened this one time.
Dems said harshly. I still wonder what happened to the knife that killed him.
He was regarding Kitty intently, and there was an odd note of anger in his voice. Kitty caught her breath, and sharply she said,
So do I,
in a wondering tone. Dem scowled at her and started to say something further, but Kitty turned on the sheriff and asked,
Why do you know all about this?
You've been acting mysterious all evening."
"That's right, Sheriff," Dems put in. "You asked Kitty downstairs if she knew Ralston, and you was dragging her up here to this room when you got the alarm about the bank being robbed."
"That's right, Pat." Harold Morgan nodded his head with perplexity. "You sent me up here to guard over these 2 rooms. It looks like you knew there was a dead man in here." Pat hesitated. He wasn't ready yet to admit he had been in this room earlier in the evening. He was too cautious of having Sam's blood-stained knife hidden inside his boot for that. So he said gruffly, "I got tipped off that something was wrong up here. That's why I came in the first place."
"And who tipped you off?"
"That," said Pat, "is my business."
"Well, I think it's mine too, Sheriff. After all, I'm pretty much concerned about this."
Pat shook his head. "A sheriff wouldn't get too many tips if he told where they come from."
"Could be," sneered Dems, "that you don't want to tell because it would mean to pointing that someone's guilty."
"What do you mean by that?"
"You know damn well what I mean," Dems exploded. "Kitty admitted Sam was in here with her after supper, and they was drinking together, and he was pretty drunk, and also he's pretty crazy about Kitty. Now there's a dead man here, and Sam's disappeared. Looks to me like you're covering up for him."
"Are you accusing of Sam of this murder?" Pat asked flatly.
Dems shrugged his shoulders. "It could be that Ralston came through that door while Sam was in here, and Sam was drunk enough to kill him thinking he was protecting Kitty."
"Well, not with a knife," Harold Morgan declared. "Not Sam. He would have gunned a man for that,
but he'd never use a knife while his gun was handy." "Well, maybe he didn't have a gun. Maybe he left in his room."
"Well, how about it?" Pat demanded of Kitty. "Was Sam wearing a 6-gun?
"What does it matter? I didn't notice, I guess. I know Sam didn't do this."
"Well, then that leaves you," snarled Dems. "Damn it, Kitty, do you want that pretty neck of yours stretched at the end of a rope?"
She stared at him, as though she didn't quite comprehend his words, and then smiled a bitter little smile.
"I don't know. It might be a good way to end this crazy life."
"Nonsense," Dems said. "You can't sacrifice yourself, Kitty. Damn it, a man would think you was in love with Samuel Salone."
"Maybe I am,"
said Kitty. Dem's face became contorted with anger.
"That ugly little runt. Yours after his money. You know that's all you wanted."
He seemed to almost be pleading with her to verify his statement. She smiled listlessly and didn't say anything. For a moment's scowling hesitation, Joe Dems walked forward and shouldered her aside from her position directly in front of the bardeau.
"You're acting mighty funny, Kitty. Why are you staying so close to this bardeau? You got something hiding in it? Something you don't want us to find?"
"What do you think I've got hidden?"
"A knife, maybe?"
"I don't own a knife."
"Well, maybe it's somebody else's knife. Sam Sloane's, maybe? You might have some blood on it."
Dems turned to Pat.
"Don't you think maybe we ought to take a search there, Sheriff?"
Pat replied, "It wouldn't hurt." He stepped forward, and Dems drew back and folded his arms to indicate he wasn't responsible for anything Pat might find hidden in the dresser. Pat pulled the top drawer open and began rummaging through among a litter of feminine things, feeling foolish as he did so, but thinking that it would look better if he pretended to search for the knife that might even now be hidden inside his own boot. His eyes narrowed for a moment, and he drew out a small roll of parchment tied with a blue ribbon in a big bow knot. He held it up to Kitty and asked, "What's this?" Her eyes widened, and she seemed to flinch, but she said,
It's nothing, just an old memento I've kept all these years."
Pat said, I'd like to see what kind of thing You keep tied up with a blue ribbon, ma'am. His big fingers awkwardly fumbled with the knot, and he took a long time untying it. And when he finally rolled the sheet of parchment out, he studied it bleakly and nodded, muttering, "I thought it looked like a wedding certificate." His bronzed features tightened, and he let the parchment roll back up. Kitty shrank back, with both hands going up to her bosom as Pat turned to her. He said, "I reckon it's time you started telling some of the truth, Ms. Fred Ralston." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7.
Good God, Sheriff,
ejected Joe Dems.
you mean that Kitty was that dead man's wife?
And Harold Morgan echoed, "Ms. Fred Ralston?" with his mouth hanging open stupidly. Kitty flashed a look of utter scorn upon Dems.
All right,
she gritted between her teeth.
so now you know. I was married to him, and I have been married to him for 10 loathsome years, and I hate him. Do you hear me? I despised him. I'm glad he's dead. I should have done it myself 10 years ago.
She sank down to the floor, sobbing wildly. Dems shook his head and muttered to Pat,
I knew Kitty was married to a man who she hated, but I didn't know his name.
Pat Stevens leaned down and caught hold of Kitty's arm. He lifted her up gently and led her to the bed. "Have a seat here, ma'am. Soon as you're feeling able, we'll go on with our chat." Dems caught his arm as he turned away from her.
What do you think this means, Sheriff? You don't think she murdered her husband?
Pat said stolidly, "I'm trying not to do too much thinking right now. When she gets over her crying spell, we'll see what she's got to say." He walked over to the whiskey bottle that was still sitting on the tray between the two chairs and picked it up and pulled the cork out. He put the neck of the bottle to his mouth and drank deeply, sighed and mopped sweat from his face when he set the bottle down. He got out his makings and slowly rolled a cigarette as he turned back towards the other two men in the room. Kitty lay face down on the bed, and her bare shoulders shook with sobs. Harold Morgan was regarding her wonderingly, and Dems had stepped back to sit down on the bench in front of the dresser. Pat got his cigarette rolled and put a fire to the end of it. He went to the bed and leaned over to touch Kitty's bare shoulder with his hard fingertips. "Well, that ought to be enough crying," he told her. "We're still waiting to get the rest of this killing."
I see it now, Dems broke in harshly. Sam was in here with her, and they were half drunk together. He was probably making love to her, and in the meantime her husband was checking into the room next to hers without her knowing it, and then he walks in on them. It would naturally make him mad to find another man in his wife's bedroom, so he must have jumped Sam, and then Sam...
"We'll let the lady tell it," Pat interrupted him. Kitty rolled over on her side and peered up at him out of tear-dimmed eyes.
It was awful, she choked out. I thought Fred was in Denver, and Sam was here with me. There wasn't anything wrong in that. None of you have a right to make anything wrong out of us having a drink together.
She sat up and blinked at them defiantly. "No one's saying what's wrong or what's right. Just go on and tell us what happened," Pat soothed her.
Sam was asking me to marry him.
Kitty drooped her head and laced her eyes together nervously in her lap.
I was having a hard time putting him off, she confessed. I was afraid to tell him that I was already married.
She lifted her head defiantly and told Pat,
I'd have married Sam if I had been free. I want you to believe that. I like him a lot. I guess I love him. If a woman like me can love a man, that is.
Her voice was harsh with bitterness in the last words. Pat replied gently, I reckon I believe you, ma'am. Makes me feel better. Go on ahead. The door opened, Kitty said tonelessly, and there was Fred, my husband. He stood there sneering at us.
Which door? Said Pat.
That one.
Kitty indicated the door into number 15. And you don't know how it got unlocked?
No, I don't. Unless Fred got in there somehow and unlocked it before I came up into my room.
Go on.
Sam, he jumped up and began swearing at him for breaking into a lady's room. And then Fred laughed and said, "That's no lady, you fool. That's my wife." And then Fred began to curse and threaten him, and well, then, I guess Sam thought he was reaching in his pocket for a gun.
Kitty shuddered at the recollection.
And before I could stop him, he had his knife out and was on top of Fred. And it was awful. He was terribly drunk, you see.
She appealed to Pat.
That makes a difference, doesn't it, in the eyes of the law?
Pat shook his head. I'm not the judge, and I'm not the jury.
Drunkenness won't make any difference,
Dems put in.
Not for a man who kills a woman's husband after he caught them together. Anybody knows that's murder.
Without looking at Dems, Pat said, You'd be better to keep your mouth out of this. Go on ahead, ma'am. What happened then?
Well, I told you that Sam was terribly drunk. He toppled over on top of Fred, passed out. I couldn't move him, and I was frantic. So I rushed out of the hall, and then I remembered Ezra. I knew he'd help me, or help Sam, so I ran and knocked on his door, and I got him to come here, and he picked Sam up and carried him out. He was groaning about you being sheriff and finding it out, she went on swiftly. And I remembered that I had heard you were turning your badge over to Jeff Perdot tonight. And some men say Jeff isn't as honest as he could be. But I don't know about that, but I remembered it, and I told Ezra I thought maybe we could fix things. You know, by paying Jeff to keep it quiet.
Kitty paused to wring her hands together, and then went on in a pleading tone.
You see, I feel responsible. It was all my fault. And I knew Sam had struck out in self-defense, but I also knew that it would be called murder because of the circumstances, with Fred being my husband and all. So I made Ezra promise not to do anything until I could try and fix things up with Jeff. I thought if I told him the truth, she faltered uncomfortably, and if Sam and Ezra offered to pay him, he might help us get rid of Fred's body or fix up a different story or something. I know it was terrible, but what else could I do?
And then, Pat said, you found out that I was still sheriff instead of Jeff?
Yes.
Where do you come into it? Pat growled, whirling to look directly at Joe Dems. You were mighty dead set that I shouldn't come up here. You even pulled a gun to try and stop me. Why were you worried? Dems compressed his lips and cleared his throat.
Well, I knew something was wrong. Kitty saw you from the back when you first walked into the saloon. She called me and begged me to keep you away from up here. I didn't know why. She didn't tell me it was murder, but she said that it would have been bad for hotel for business. So I did my best to stop you.
Where are Sam and Ezra now? Harold Morgan asked suddenly. Pat turned to look at Kitty.
I guess that Sam's probably in his room, she said. I've seen him get drunk like that before, but it generally lasts all night. I don't know about Ezra, though. I haven't seen either one of them since. She paused to shudder. Since Ezra carried Sam out of here.
Well, we better unlock Sam's door and go over and arrest him, Dems said importantly. I'll go down and get an extra key.
Get one for Ezra's room, too, Pat called after him.
You're not going to arrest Sam, are you?
Kitty arose and came towards the sheriff. Her eyes were dry and they burned into his.
He didn't mean any harm. He was drunk, and it's all my fault. Every bit of it. If I had told him I was married, it would have never even happened.
Despite his prejudice against her,
Pat felt a surge of sympathy for the woman who stood before him pleading for Sam's life. It seemed to him he sensed an essential honesty and decency inside her which belied the painted face and sensually bared bosom. He found himself believing, by God, that she had been in love with Sam, strange as it was that any woman could love that dark, ugly little man. He said slowly, "I don't know how things will work out, ma'am. Sam will have to take his chance, I reckon. It never pays to fool with the law. Bribing a sheriff ain't never right, even if it does look like a good idea at the time." Color came swiftly to Kitty's cheeks.
"I didn't mean that. I wouldn't think of trying to bribe you, Sheriff."
Joe Dems stuck his head into the door and announced, "I've got those keys, Sheriff." Pat went out, followed by Harold Morgan and Kitty. Dems inserted a key into the door on the other side of the hall and opened the door with a flourish as though he was pulling rabbits out of a silk hat. He stepped back to let Pat enter the room first. Pat stopped on the threshold and said, "Sam?" There was no response from the dark room. Pat struck a match and walked in and found a candle on the dresser and lit it. The others crowded in through the doorway as he turned and lifted the flickering candle high above his head. The bed was rumpled and unmade, and there was a litter of Sam's clothes on chairs and on the floor, but there was no Sam. Pat even got down and peered under the bed and pulled the curtain aside that made a clothes closet out of one corner of the room.
"He must be in the next room with Ezra," Dems grated in a disappointed tone. "Want me to unlock that door, Sheriff?"
Knowing full well that Ezra was at that moment riding southward with money stolen from the bank, Pat had to play the farce out as though he actually thought Ezra was in the next room. He said hastily, "Well, better let me knock first. If he's protecting Sam, he'll more'n likely send lead through the door if he hears someone unlocking it." He went out and handed the candle to Morgan and stepped to the next door and knocked loudly. "Ezra! Open up, Ezra. This is Pat." He waited a moment and then added loudly, "It's Pat. I'm coming in, Ezra. Don't be making things worse by starting shooting." He stepped back and nodded for Dems to unlock the door. Dems cautiously stood far back to one side and held the key at arm's length as he inserted it into the lock. Pat took the candle from Morgan and walked in. Ezra's room also was empty. It bore more signs of hurried flight than had Sam's. The dresser drawers were open and emptied onto the floor, and everything was in the utmost confusion.
"It seems that both of them is gone," Dems muttered in an odd tone to Pat. "How you reckon they got out?"
"Are you sure they didn't go down the back stairs?"
"They couldn't. The stairs lead right into the kitchen and dining room where the help eat. There's always someone there. It looks like they just plain evaporated."
The single window in the room was open from the bottom. Pat went to it and uttered an exclamation, that then leaned out and held the flickering candle to look down towards the ground. Dems hurried to his side and saw the rope with one end tied around the foot of the bed and running to the window and out.
"So that's how they did it. Got clean away while we were sitting there talking. You better get after them in a hurry, Sheriff."
"I don't need you to tell me my business, Dems. If you'd told me as soon as you knew something was wrong, this probably wouldn't even happen." He pulled himself back inside and set the candle down on the dresser. "If I know Sam and Ezra, they'll be plenty of miles away by now."
"Do you intend to just stand here and let them escape?"
Dems demanded. Pat didn't pay any attention to him. He said to Morgan, "You'll have to stay deputized. You've heard everything that went on here tonight, and you'll be able to swear to it." "All right, Pat. What are you going to do?" "Well, I'll be plenty busy with a bank robbery and a murder all in one night."
"And what about Jeff Perdot?"
Morgan protested. Why not put him in charge here, seeing that he's to be sworn in sheriff tomorrow? Pat's features tightened grimly. I aim to have a talk with Jethro right now. Like to have you sit in on it as well, Morgan. We might learn something that'll tie up with what happened here tonight. He turned, stalked out of the room, and Harold Morgan followed him. They went downstairs together and out on the boardwalk, and Main Street was deserted again, and all the citizens who weren't in the posse were gathered in saloons excitingly discussing the bank robbery. Pat stopped at the Gold Eagle and stuck his head between the swinging doors to ask, "Hear anything from the posse yet?" A series of no's answered him. Men began hurling eager questions at him, but he withdrew and went on towards the jail with Morgan at his side. "They don't know the half of it," Morgan said. "If they knew about that dead man up in the Jewel Hotel, they'd really have something to talk about tonight." Pat muttered some reply and kept on going. Keeping pace with him, the rancher said nervously, "I'm mighty sorry about Sam. I know how it hits you, Pat, you and him being such good friends." Pat said, "Well, Sam, he's always been one for getting into trouble." "That man was knifed in the back," Morgan said hesitantly. "I don't know whether you noticed it or not. I didn't want to say anything like that back at the hotel." "I noticed it." He didn't amplify the flat statement. "That's what'll make it go so hard on Sam if he's caught," said Harold Morgan. "Making love to a married woman and killing her husband when he catches you is bad enough, but a knife in the back, it makes one hell of a lot worse." Pat nodded and agreed hopelessly. "Sam never was one to do things by halves. When he gets into trouble, you can trust him to make it bad trouble."
"Do you think you'll catch him, Pat?"
Morgan spoke in a low tone as they approached the adobe jail and lean-to office.
"I sure wouldn't blame you if you don't try too hard. Like the woman said, the whole thing was her fault. Women like her ought to be hung. Dragging a man like Sam into a mess like that."
Pat said, "Sam and Ezra will be together. I reckon I know where to look for 'em, and that's why I'm leaving you deputized and in charge of the sheriff's office. I'll be riding alone after Sam and Ezra."
"Do you think you got to? Couldn't you maybe just ride in the wrong direction?"
"I'm still sheriff of Powder Valley, whether I like it or not." He stopped in front of the padlocked door of the adobe jail and called, "Jeth, you asleep in there?" Morgan looked at him in surprise, as though he thought Pat had suddenly gone insane.
"This here's the jail. The office is around behind."
"I know it's the jail. That's where I left Jeth." Getting no reply to his call, he produced a big iron key and unlocked the barred door, and it creaked loudly on rusty hinges as he pulled it open. He peered inside into the dark interior, called again, "Jeth, come on out." He grunted with surprise when this brought no answer either. He struck a match and held the tiny flame in front of him. Its flickering light showed a body huddled on the bare dirt floor in front of the small barred window. Pat stepped forward with Morgan right behind him. Neither of them had anything to say as they looked down at the bloody hole in Jeff Pardo's face where his nose had been. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8. The match fizzled out in Pat Stevens' hand. The dying flame seared his leathery fingertips, but he was not aware of pain. In silence and in darkness, he got another match from his pocket and struck it. Standing close behind him, Harold Morgan said in an odd voice, "He's shot plumb in the face with a .45, looks like. How do you reckon it could happen, Pat?" Pat lifted his gaze to the barred window above Jeff Pardo's corpse. "Could have come through the window, I reckon." "Well, that's it. I bet it. If someone come around and called him to the window, and then stuck the muzzle through the bars. Yes, sir, agreed Morgan excitedly. That must be how it happened. But who did it? Who would have any reason to kill Jeff? Pat shook his head slowly as the second match burned down to his fingertips. He backed away towards the open door, muttering, Well, that's what we gotta find out, Morgan. The deputized rancher followed him around the corner of the jail and knelt beside him as Pat struck a third match to study the ground underneath the window. There had been a heavy shower that afternoon, and the ground was still damp enough to hold footprints. Pat nodded somberly as the yellow flare of the match clearly showed the outline of 2 feet standing side by each in front of the barred window. Well, that's it, all right. A fellow stood here and called Jeff to the window, and none let him have it in the face between the bars. He got up heavily as his third match flickered out into the night air. Good gosh, Pat, this is some bad business. 2 murders in one night, and both of them, they're bad murders. A knife in the back, and a man shot while he was locked inside the jail with no chance of doing nothing. Do you reckon? He paused nervously and glanced at Pat. You mean do I reckon they're both tied together? Pat asked harshly. Well, that's what I was kind of thinking, but it couldn't be. I can see how Sam might have done the other one, being drunk and caught in Kitty's room like that by her husband, but he wouldn't shoot a man like this right here in cold blood. Would he, Pat? Even if he did have a reason? What reason are you thinking about? Grated Pat. Well, I was thinking about what Kitty set up in her room. About planning with Ezra to fix it with Pardo to cover up the other killing. If Sam and Ezra decided to take it on the run instead of staying and facing it. Morgan's voice broke miserably. But it couldn't be that way. I reckon it couldn't. You're guessing, Pat said steadily, that they were fearing that Kitty had already told Jeff about the other, so they couldn't afford to leave him behind alive while they took out. Is that what you're thinking? I guess I was thinking something along them lines, but I don't believe it, Pat. I sure don't. Pat sighed and said, 2 murders and a bank robber in a couple of hours. And all of my last night as sheriff. He went around to the door of the lean-to office and lit the lantern on the wall. Morgan stopped in the doorway while Pat stood in the center of the floor, looked around the small office. Everything appeared to be as he had been when he left, and his bedroll was still tied up and waiting to be carried out. Jeff Pardo's gun still lay in the corner where Pat had kicked it a couple hours earlier. Then he noticed a sheet of paper laying on the bare tabletop, weighed down by a .45 cartridge. He stepped close and glanced down on it and read the heavy penciled scrawl. It read, Dear Pat, Sam and me are taken out. It is too bad Jeff couldn't have been sheriff. Don't try and follow us. Ezra. Pat picked up the sheet of paper and crumpled it in his hand as though it were of no importance. Watching from the doorway, Morgan asked eagerly, You got a clue, Pat? Pat shook his head. Nary a clue. He thrust the note into his pocket and then turned to the cot, picked up the roll of bedding and slung it over his shoulder. Well, I reckon I'll tie this on behind my saddle and be heading out. Morgan followed him around to the iron hitching post where Pat's saddle horse was tied. He helped Pat adjust the roll behind the saddle and asked nervously, What should I do about those 2 dead men? Might as well tell the undertaker about 'em and get 'em all gathered up. Pat tugged a little knot into a leather tie string and then went on in a constrained tone. I'd take it kindly if you don't talk too much about what you've seen or heard tonight. I'll stop by the hotel on my way out of town and tell Dems and Kitty not to say very much. I reckon they'll be glad to keep the whole thing quiet."
You mean about Sam?
"Yeah."
But you're gonna bring him back.
Pat replied, "Maybe I won't bring him back." There was a silence while the two men finished tying on the bedroll behind Pat's saddle, and then Morgan said,
"I can't say I blame you none, Pat, whatsoever. Whatever you do, I'll keep things cut quiet around here."
"Thanks." Pat went to the hitching post and untied his horse's reins. Morgan came to stand beside him, and Pat held out his hand. "I got a lot of thinking to do," he said slowly. "I don't know, Harold, what's right and what isn't."
"You want I should stay deputized and hold things down until you get back?"
"If I do come back." Pat's voice was low and brooding. He drew the reins over his horse's neck.
"Do you mean—"
Morgan's voice was low. "I don't know what I mean. I swear to God I don't. How can I come back if I don't bring Sam with me? I'd be worse than him, Morgan. You know I will. I'm the sheriff, and there's been 2 murders in Dutch Springs tonight." He put his foot in the stirrup and lifted his body into the saddle. Harold Morgan stood at the hitching post and watched him ride away. He was sorry as hell for Pat Stevens. Like Pat said, how could a man know what his duty lay and when his friendship was involved? Pat trotted slowly up to Main Street, past the Gold Eagle, and on to the Jewel Hotel. He had a funny feeling in his stomach as he rode past the familiar buildings that this might be the last time he rode down the main street of Dutch Springs. Tomorrow, men might curse the name of Pat Stevens as a betrayer of their trust. The same men who were tonight his best friends. He stopped his horse in front of the hotel and got off heavily. In the lobby, he stopped at the desk and asked Tom Forrest, "What did Miss Kitty and Joe do tonight after I run out after the bank robbers?" Old Tom shook his head and frowned.
"I don't know, Sheriff. I run out the door, too, and stayed out while the shooting was going on back of the bank. By gosh, Pat, what's going on upstairs? Won't anyone tell me nothing?"
"There's a dead man up in Kitty's room," Pat said. He turned away from the desk and went to the door leading into the hotel saloon. Kitty Lane and Joe Dems were standing with their heads close together near the bar. Kitty saw Pat, and he beckoned to them.
"You find out anything about Jeff Pardo?"
Joe asked eagerly as he approached with Kitty. Pat shook his head. "Well, Pardo ain't talking." He paused a moment, then asked Kitty harshly, "Just what did you say about fixing things up with Pardo when you were talking to Ezra?" She wet her lips nervously and avoided his boring gaze.
"I don't know exactly. I begged him not to worry too much. Told him I thought maybe Jeff could help us."
"Did you tell him you'd talked to Jeff?"
"I don't know. I can't remember what I said. I was so excited and frightened."
Pat sighed and asked, "How much have either of you told anything about things?"
"Nothing," Dem said quickly. "We thought we'd let you handle it."
"Good. The less you talk about things for a while, the better it'll come out. I'm leaving Harold Morgan in charge. He'll bring the undertake up for the body pretty soon. All anyone has to know is that the man is dead. Let him think he stabbed himself." Kitty put her hand on his arm and she breathed,
"What are you going to do?"
"I'm going after Sam and Ezra, alone."
You're not going to..."
she faltered. Pat's face remained inscrutable. "I don't reckon anyone knows what they'll do till the time comes, ma'am. There's one more thing. I never did finish searching through your dresser after I found out who you were." Kitty flinched at the mention of the idea, but she said bravely,
"You're welcome to finish searching now if you want."
"Oh, I reckon I'd better. You want to go up with me to make sure I don't steal nothing?"
"Of course not. Go right ahead."
Kitty laughed. She turned and went back to the bar. The door of Kitty's room stood open and the lamp was still lit. The body of Fred Ralston hadn't been touched, and Pat stood on the threshold for a moment, then went to the dresser to which his attention had been directed by Joe Dems and pulled on the second drawer. There were neatly folded handkerchiefs with perfume sachets between them, many other dainties of feminine underclothes, which brought a slow blush to Pat's sunburnt face as he poked around them awkwardly with a hard forefinger. He closed that drawer with a sigh of relief after finding nothing. The bottom drawer held a heavy staid corset and several pairs of slippers, along with several pairs of very thin and very long, it seemed to Pat's uninitiated eyes, pairs of lady stockings. He felt about the drawer dubiously and then pushed it shut with a sigh of relief. He straightened up and mopped sweat from his face, wondering irritably what the hell he was looking for anyway. Yet somehow he was loath to leave the death room. He had an uneasy feeling that he hadn't done all a sheriff should, that he might be overlooking some important clue. He moved around the room slowly, searching and scratching his head, looking in the corners and under the bed. He finally went into room number 15, carrying the lit lamp from Kitty's room, and then dumped the contents of Fred Ralston's suitcase into the middle of the bed. He had been a mighty dudish dresser, all right down to his skin. Silk underclothes, by golly, and bright-colored socks and ties. Even a little thing that squirted sweet-smelling perfume when you pressed a rubber bulb. But there wasn't any writing in the suitcase. Not a single thing that Pat recognized as a clue except the evidence of the dead man's dudish taste for clothes. Pat even looked in the empty dresser drawers, in the clothes closet, but it was evident that Ralston hadn't done any unpacking yet. That fact in itself, Pat mused, might be a clue. Generally, when a man checked into a hotel, the first thing he did was unpack a suitcase. But Ralston hadn't taken a single article from his bag. It almost looked like he knew that death was planned for him and hadn't thought it worthwhile to even unpack. Pat pondered over that theory for a time, but in the end had to discard it. No man could plan his own death, though he knew definitely that Ralston had some plot up his sleeve when he got off the stage in Dutch Springs. Pat sighed, picked up the lamp, and went back into the room with the dead man. There was a lot of questions that had to wait until he caught up with Sam and Ezra, and he could only hope that they'd have the answers for him. He set the lit lamp down on the dresser and turned for one more final survey of the room. His gaze lit upon the bottle of whiskey, and he realized that he could use another drink before starting the ride to his ranch. The thought of going into one of the bars didn't appeal to him because he knew the questions that would inevitably be asked. He picked up the bottle, took another drink from it, and set it down carefully and recorked it. His gaze was caught by a strip of sheer white cloth hanging half in and half out of a metal wastebasket by the side of the oil-covered skin washstand. He moved over slowly, stooped down to pick it up. His gray eyes narrowed as he recognized the top portion of a lady's white listle stocking. There was a little black clock along it, with an arrow pointing upward, considered very daring and sporting in the West. The foot of the stocking had been cut off with a pair of scissors at a point well above the ankle. Pat frowned down at the gauzy material in his hands, wondered why any woman would ruin an expensive stocking like that by cutting off the foot. He examined it closely, and found that it was a quite new stocking, perhaps never even worn. He carried it back to the dresser, pulled out the lower drawer again, and began poking dubiously around the other stockings he had seen there previous. Most of them were black, either of cotton lace or sheer listle. There was only one other pair of white stockings in the drawer. Then Pat's eyes glinted at the sight of a small ball of white listle rolled up and tucked back in one corner of the drawer. He shook it out, and found it to be the exact twin of the stocking he held in his hand, except that it still had the foot attached. And he had been right about the other piece. The other stocking was in perfect condition, almost certainly had not been worn more than a couple times. This puzzled Pat more than ever. He knew enough about women's clothing to know that such stockings were quite expensive, and that the ruined one stocking meant that the other pair had been ruined. Why had Kitty Lane cut the foot off an expensive stocking? Pat Stevens didn't know, but he had a feeling that the answer might be important. He stuffed the cut-off stocking into the pocket of his jacket and put the unharmed mate back in the dresser and then closed it. Then he went out and downstairs to take the road northward towards the Lazy Mare Ranch where his wife would be waiting for him. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9. Riding east from Dutch Springs, Pat Stevens pulled his horse up at the crossroads where he had sent the posse in the wrong direction earlier in the evening. He hesitated there for a long time, his face looking bleak and uncertain. He finally shook his head and turned his horse in the same direction the posse had ridden. His ranch lay along that road. It was too late now to hope to overtake Sam and Ezra on the southern road. Better to ride on home and change horses and prepare for a long trail ride. He knew where Sam and Ezra would head for. Just as well as though he were with them, he knew how their minds would work, the trails they would choose in riding south from Powder Valley. He could cut straight down across the country from the Lazy Mare Ranch, and it'd be a shorter ride than from here at the crossroads to a point where he could cross their trail. A lumpy moon was high in the heavens now, casting a golden glow down upon the peaceful valley, limiting remembered landmarks to Pat as he rode along at a slow lope. Everything that he saw in the bright moonlight, all the memories they brought to him, seemed to hold a special significance to Pat on this homeward ride tonight. For, though he refused to give it place in the forefront of his thoughts, there rode with him the realization that he might never look upon those familiar things again. He kept putting the thought away from him, but he could not put away the depressing mood that had gripped him. He wasn't sorry for what he had done in Kitty's room in the Jewel Hotel and in the back door of the bank building. He was merely sorry that it had been necessary for him to do those things at all. He didn't blame Sam or Ezra for what had happened. They too had become enmeshed in a tangle of circumstances that had been forced into them to act as they had. The dull rumble of many horses' hooves approached him from the road ahead, brought Pat's thoughts back to reality with a jerk. He straightened in the saddle, and his features set in grim lines as he realized that must be the posse returning from a hard and fruitless ride. He saw them soon in the moonlight, a close-packed group of riders, moving in a slow trot through with thoroughly winded horses. He pulled up in front of them and signaled out Mark Johnson to ask, "Any luck, Mark?"
Not a damn bit, Pat. Didn't see hide nor hair of that critter, though we rode the legs off some of our horses. Are you sure he went that way, Pat?
"I don't make many mistakes on a thing like that," Pat reminded him curtly.
I know you don't. Johnson lifted his hat and doubtfully scratched his head. Might have turned off someplace, I reckon. But we looked for sign and never saw none. What's doing back in town that's been keeping you from riding with us?
"Plenty." Pat hesitated, reminding himself that they'd find out soon enough anyway. "2 killings."
2 killings?
The members of the posse began to cluster about him excitedly.
Who was it, and how come, and who done it?
"A dude from Denver. he got knifed in the Jewel Hotel, and Jeff Pardo. He got it while I had him locked up in the jail.
You had Jeff Pardo locked up?
That's right. I ain't got time to explain it all now, though. I locked Jeff up because I figured he was on to doing something with the other killing.
You reckon it was the same feller that held up the bank, Pat?
I ain't rightly sure, but I'm taking out after him. And you can tell the people in town that Pat Stevens promises them that he'll have the money stolen from that bank when he comes back.
Do you got a line on him, Pat? You know where to go?
I have a line on him, and I'm going alone. Pat spurred his horse and slowly pushed through the group of riders. They didn't hold him back for any more questions. Pat Stevens' word was good with those men, and they were willing to let him ride on alone if that was the way he wanted it. Pat put his horse to a steady lope after he left the posse behind him. His body was slumped in the saddle, welded to the easy movement of his mount. He met no one along the road and held the same even pace until a light in the front window of his ranch house came into view. The sight of that lit window brought a lump into Pat Stevens' throat. It meant that Sally was waiting up for him, as she so often had for his return in the turbulent past. He dreaded what he had to tell her tonight. Not that Sally wouldn't understand, she always understood. That was what amazed and humbled Pat. In the past, he had made the mistake of trying to hide things from her, things that he thought a woman would be happier not knowing. Always, though, she managed to get the truth from him somehow, and it always ended in that he was glad that he told her. He slowed his horse to a trot and headed down past the big barn and corral to the unlit bunkhouse. Pat was not the kind of rancher who expected a hired man to care for his horse when he came in, but tonight was different. He had a lot of things to do, and he already wasted too much time. He swung off at the door at the bunkhouse and opened it and called in a low voice. "Anybody awake?"
"Yeah, is that you, boss?"
A young voice responded almost instantly. "Curly?"
"Yeah, that's me, Pat. Something wrong?"
"I've got some hard riding to do," Pat said quietly. "I wish you'd get up and give me a hand, Curly."
"You bet."
There was a creak of bed springs.
"What do you want I should do?"
"Unsaddle this horse, please, and then turn him into the corral. Then catch out that big roan in the corral."
"Big Red?" "Yeah, he ain't been rode for a week. You want him saddled?"
"Sure do, Curly. And could you pick out a good lead horse to go along? One that'll trail with a pack saddle and carry me if I have to change. Throw a pack saddle on him and tie on that bedroll that's behind my saddle. And then if you could, gather me up some camping stuff, Curly, a frying pan, a coffee pot, not too much, but enough to keep me going for a few days. I'll bring down some grub from the house and be ready to pull out in about half an hour."
"Look, boss, if you want some company."
"No, I'll be riding alone, Curly." Pat turned and walked from the bunkhouse and up the gentle slope leading to the pleasant ranch house which Sally had turned into a real home during the 10 years that they had lived there. Sally jumped up from the low rocking chair by the huge stone fireplace when Pat opened the door. She spilled some sewing out of her lap onto the floor, but disregarded it as she turned to smile at Pat. Her years of marriage had been kind to Sally Stevens. Her hair was still bright golden, and her eyes danced as eagerly at the sight of her husband as those of the young girl who might dance at the sight of her lover. Her face was unlined, a little fuller than when Pat first met her, and much, much more beautiful. The slim, girlish slenderness of her body had rounded into a soft maturity with the passing years, but her step was elastic as she came towards him, holding out both hands, and her voice was vibrant and strong.
"I almost went to sleep by the fire waiting for you, darling. What kept you so long in town?"
Pat tossed his hat onto the chair and caught up his wife in his arms. He put his cheek against her golden hair and muttered, "Gosh, you smell good, Sally. No perfume neither." She twisted away from him and laughed gaily.
What would I want with perfume? Soap and water is just good enough for me.
"Some folks, they think they need perfume," he said, and then went past her to poke a smoldering log into flame on the big fireplace.
I've got some hot cookies in the warming oven, and I can get a glass of cold milk. We'll have us a little party, darling, to celebrate you becoming a private citizen again.
Warming his hands over the fire, Pat replied, "Hot cookies would taste mighty good, Sally, but how about coffee instead of cold milk?"
You know coffee keeps you awake, Pat.
Without turning from the fire, he replied gently, "That's why I want the coffee tonight, old lady." Sally paled a trifle and caught her under lip between white teeth. When Pat called her old lady in that gentle tone, she knew she was going to dread what he was going to tell her. She started to reply, and then shook her bright head resolutely and said,
All right, I'll put the coffee pot on.
She went into the kitchen quietly and began to put kindling on hot coals in the big wooden range. Pat waited until she had left the living room, and then went through another door into the rear bedroom they occupied together, and lifted his saddle gun in its leather boot down from the nail on the wall. He carried it back into the living room and pulled the short rifle from its leather sheath and examined the loading mechanism carefully when Sally re-entered the room. She stopped in the doorway, and her eyes filled with fright when she saw what her husband was doing. She hesitated a moment and then came forward with a forced smile upon her lips.
What is it, Pat? I thought you'd be done with night riding when you turned your sheriff badge over to Jeff Bordeaux.
Satisfied that the carabine was in perfect condition, Pat resorted and restored it into the leather boot. "I still got my badge," he said. He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled it out and let his eyes brood down upon it. It seemed to him that it didn't shine nearly as bright as it had earlier in the evening, as though the insolent metal itself had somehow become tarnished by what he had done that night. Sally's eyes dilated when she saw the badge, and she asked sharply,
Why didn't you give it to Jeff, as you planned?
Jeff Bordeaux was dead. He slowly slid the badge back into his pocket.
Dead?
Sally reached out to catch hold of his arm.
Tell me, Pat. Something dreadful has happened.
It's pretty bad, he nodded. Wait till you bring the coffee and cookies in, Sally, then I'll tell you all about it when we're settled down. As she turned to go back into the kitchen, he raised his voice to add, You might want to get a little chuck together, old lady. A piece of sow belly and some beans. Coffee, flour, and sugar, enough to last a couple days maybe.
All right, Pat.
And her voice did not falter, though she was amazed to find she could speak past the burning lump that was choking her throat. Pat sat down at a small table in front of the fireplace and pulled up the right leg of his pants above the top of his boot. He reached inside and drew out the knife that had murdered Fred Ralston, laid it on the table, and unrolled it from its towel wrapping. The firelight glinted evilly upon the red stains of the dead man's blood on the sharp blade. He stared at the knife for a moment, and then pushed it back, leaving it in plain sight on top of the towel. Sally came hurried in with a platter of sugar cookies, and as she placed them in front of Pat, she gave a horrified exclamation.
Why, that's Sam's hunting knife. It's all covered with blood.
That's part of what I got to tell you, Sally. He picked up a warm sugar cookie and bit into it. Sally went slowly back to the kitchen without asking any questions. Pat thoughtfully munched on the cookie and licked the crumbs from his lips and then turned to stare into the firelight while he rolled a cigarette. He could hear Sally moving around briskly in the kitchen, getting together the few necessities that he would need for a few nights' pack trip. She came in presently and set a partially filled gunny sack down near the front door, and she said composedly, "There's all the things you'll need," and then went back to the kitchen. When she returned next time, she brought 2 cups, a big iron coffee pot with her. The pot was steaming and exuding the odor of strong coffee. She filled 2 cups and set the pot down on the hearth near the coals to keep it warm, and then sat down opposite Pat and said, "You better tell me all about it." Well, it all started when a dude got off the evening stage from Denver. Pat took a sip of hot coffee, and then went on with a straightforward and completely truthful account of the evening events, omitting none of the facts, offering no excuse for his own conduct, and laying the entire affair in front of his wife of her own clear judgment. Sally listened to him without comment. She sat very still for a full minute after he finished, and then she said softly, "Poor Sam. And Ezra." "I've got to go after them, Sally." "To arrest Sam for killing a man when you can see that it's a put-up job?" "Well, not that so much, Sally. There's the money that they stole from the bank." "Are you sure it was Ezra you saw? It was dark in the bank. Perhaps you were mistaken?" "No, it was Ezra, that darn crazy galoot," Pat went on angrily. "What'd he do that for? Stealing money that you and me and all the rest of the folks in the valley had trusted to the bank. He shouldn't have done that." "He was bewildered and frightened, Pat. You know how Ezra is. He was dead set on getting Sam out of danger. And I suppose their money was in the bank, too. He didn't want to go off and leave that." "I've got to go get it back," Pat told her heavily. "I just the same as helped in stealing when I shot over Ezra's head to warn him as so he could get away. And then I sent the posse scooting off on the wrong road. But I don't see what else I could have done, Sally. I couldn't let him get caught robbing the bank. Not with that dead man back there, too. I had to help him get away, and now I got to go get that money back." "Do you think they killed Jeff as well?" "I don't rightly know," Pat confessed. "I don't know what to think. They might have. You know how that red-headed Ezra is when he gets riled up. What do you make of it, Sally? What do you reckon Ralston was planning with Kitty and Perdot when he came into town? I just don't understand it myself." "At least you know it was some scheme to get Sam and Ezra's money from them," she told him with spirit. "Whatever it was, Sam must have seen through it, and he and Ralston got into a fight, and then Sam killed him." "Well, that's not the way that Kitty told it."
"Kitty!"
Sally laughed scornfully and tossed her bright head.
"That woman? Do you think the truth could be in a woman like that?"
"You don't know her, Sally."
"I know her kind, singing and dancing in the saloon with men."
"I don't know. I'd like you to meet her. Damned if I don't feel sorry for her."
"You men are all alike. Just because a woman's pretty and goes around half naked."
"Well, if it was like you think," Pat argued, "if they were trying to get Sam's money and he killed Ralston for that, why did Ezra get him out of town so fast and rob the bank to boot? Why didn't they just stay and tell the truth? No jury would blame Sam for killing a man that way." Sally wrinkled her smooth forehead and shook her head.
"I don't know, except that you know Ezra isn't terribly bright. And if Sam did pass out like Kitty said, that must be it, Pat, don't you see? Ezra wasn't in there. He didn't know what happened, only what Kitty told him. And she made it look bad for Sam and told Ezra her husband had come in and caught them together and Sam had murdered him in cold blood. Not knowing anything about what the fight was really about, Ezra believed her."
"Yeah," Pat agreed thoughtfully. Well, that could be it, all right, but what about Jeff? Shooting him that way through the jail window, that looks pretty darn bad.
I don't know, but I bet there's some explanation, Sally said stoutly. You'll find out when you talk with them.
I hope so. Pat finished his cup of coffee and cleared his throat. You know, if there isn't some good explanation like that, I won't be riding back this way, honey.
You won't be riding back home? She choked out.
How can I, honey? I'm not going to bring 'em back if it means hanging. You know I can't do that, not to Sam and Ezra.
No, I guess not, she whispered.
You know not, Sally. I can't judge my friends. If it means them taking the owl hoot trail, well, I reckon it's the same for me.
But why, Pat? Why couldn't you come back?
Because I'd never be able to look any man in Powder Valley in the face again. You can see that, Sally. I'm sheriff. If I let a murderer go because he's my friend, I'm just as guilty as him.
But what about the bank money? You said you'll get it back.
And I will. I'll find a way to send it if things turn out wrong. I'm sorry, honey, but that's the way it looks to me. Pat's voice wasn't very steady. Sally got up, poured more coffee. Her eyes shone softly in the firelight.
Before I ever married you, she reminded him, I chose to go with you when it looked like you were turning against the law. Things haven't changed any since then, except that I guess I love you even more.
Pat choked over a sip of hot coffee. You mean?
I mean that I'll join you wherever you go, she told him steadily. You have to do what you think is right, and I want you to, but, oh, isn't this dreadful, Pat? And Sam was beginning to get his new job tomorrow, wasn't he? Riding that Pony Express mail route.
Yeah, Sam was looking forward to that like a kid at Christmas time. Pat turned the coffee cup round and round his hands, and he kept his eyes lowered. There's one other thing I haven't told you yet. I got sort of a clue. I reckon you could maybe call it that.
A clue? What kind?
Pat reached into his jacket pocket and awkwardly drew out the upper length of a white listle stocking. He blushed as he dropped it on the table in front of his wife. See what you make of that.
Why, it's a stocking, part of one, and it's beautiful.
Sally's finger caressed the soft, sheer material.
Where'd you get it, Pat?
In Miss Kitty's room.
Oh, it's hers, but why is part of it cut off?
That's what I was wondering, Pat mumbled. Thought maybe you'd know why a woman would cut the foot off a pretty stocking like that. Sally's fingers continued to caress the material.
I never had a nice one like this. If I did have one, I certainly wouldn't want it cut up. They cost an awful lot, Pat. I've seen what they cost in the mail-order catalogs.
Well, the mate to this one was in her drawer, Pat told her, his face reddening again. The bottom part of her dresser. He added hastily as if that was important. It wasn't hurt a bit. Sally shook her head, looked mystified.
I don't see what kind of clue that is.
I don't either. Not yet, anyway. Pat got up and picked up his rifle. He tried to be as casually as he could. Well, old lady, I guess I'd best be moseying along. When Doc wakes up in the morning, tell him about hunting bank robbers. No need for him to know the truth. Yet.
I'll tell him,
Sally promised in a steady voice. She got up and took her husband's arm and walked to the door with him.
You taking a pack horse?
Yep. Curly's getting him packed up now. Pat stooped and picked up the gunny sack of food that Sally had fixed for him to take along. I'll let you know as soon as I can, he promised. Sally stood on her tiptoes and put her soft, rounded arms about his neck. She smiled into his eyes and pressed her lips against his. "Fix a place for me, Pat, if you don't come back." Her voice was almost inaudible. "I will, honey." His arm tightened about her briefly, then he turned and walked down to the corral. Sally leaned against the door frame and watched his tall figure disappear into the misty moonlight. Tears ran unchecked down her cheeks now. She didn't care. Once more, she was trumped, sending Pat out into danger with a smile and a kiss, holding back the tears until he could no longer see her. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. The big roan gelding had an eager, springy stride, and he tossed his head and snorted impatiently as Pat held him to a trot along the creek trail that led eastward from the ranch. The bay mare, laden with a pack saddle, trotted along docilely at the end of a short lead rope. Like Pat, she was a veteran of many long rides, and had long ago learned to conserve her strength at the beginning to have a reserve left for the end. At the right of the creek bed, low foothills rose upwards towards the jagged peaks of mountain range beyond. Knowing the entire country as he knew the palm of his hand, Pat planned to cut sharply south through those foothills at a long abandoned ranch road that swung westward along the base of the higher mountains until it struck the main road south from Powder Valley near a point where the main road began to climb through one of the few paths that led over the mountains. He didn't hope to reach that pass before Sam and Ezra, if that was their objective, but he could learn from a rancher near the foot of the pass whether the fugitives have passed that way, and would then know how to begin to plan for a chase. If they did strike due south over the high mountain pass, it would be a difficult matter to overhaul them. Pat knew they'd be well mounted, and they were two of the best horsemen in Colorado. That's why Pat had taken time to ride home and pick up a fresh horse and a lead animal. If the ride developed into a long chase, this would give him a terrific advantage over the fleeing men with only one mount apiece. Tired horses had to be rested and fed, and hard-riding men had to eat. With his camping equipment and extra mount, Pat was positive he could overtake his friends within a couple days if they were heading down into New Mexico. On the other hand, they were likely to realize their handicap in a straightaway ride, and then turn off the main road before they reached the pass. In that event, Pat knew pretty well where to look for them, for the trio had ridden all that mountainous country together in the past years, and Pat was familiar with every trail known to the other two. What they did largely depended on whether they expected Pat to take out after them or not. Without Pat on their trail, he knew they would feel fairly safe in turning westward off the main road and making their way at a leisurely pace towards a little-known pass west and thence on to the border. There were isolated range cabins scattered along that route where they could safely hole up for days at a time, and devilish back trails where they would be unlikely to meet any riders. What would Sam and Ezra expect him to do? That was a problem that caused Pat to knit his brows fretfully as he rode on at a brisk pace throughout the night. He tried to put himself in their place. The way that farewell note had been worded, it didn't sound as though Ezra thought he would try to follow them, but they knew him well enough, Pat reasoned, to realize that he'd feel duty-bound to ride on the trail of money stolen from the bank. Again, he realized that they didn't know Ezra had been recognized as the bank robber. He was certain Ezra didn't know that it was Pat who fired those warning shots over his head in the bank doorway, so they probably felt safe enough on that score. They knew Pat wouldn't bring them back for a hanging no matter what was done. It was all pretty much mixed up, and Pat gave up trying to untangle it after a time. When he reached the foot of the pass, he'd know which course they had taken. Until that time,
Any speculation was utterly useless. The monotonous thudding of hooves and the even motion of the roan lulled Pat's thoughts into a sort of a drowsy lethargy after a time. He gladly welcomed the surcease of active thought. He had done too much damn thinking without getting anywhere, really. There was always too many things he didn't know about the whole setup. He wasn't used to dealing with men like Ralston and Dems. He couldn't figure them out. For the life of me, he couldn't see what they had in mind when Fred Ralston came on from Denver. He tried to recall exactly what Ralston had said, thinking that he was talking to Jeff Pardoe, but his best recollection couldn't make any real sense. There had been some sort of plan to somehow get a hold of Sam and Ezra's money, but that all made sense that Pat could make out of it. It was quite evident that the plan had miscarried somewhere along, and Ralston's death had resulted. He still couldn't see for the life of him why Jeff Pardoe had been killed. Ezra might have committed the act in a sudden fit of rage. There was a bit of a ruthless streak in the big one-eyed man that showed up sometimes when he was very angry. His reactions were almost childlike when it came to matters of right and wrong. If Ezra honestly felt that Jeff Pardoe needed to be killed, he'd be capable of doing the job just as he'd calmly put a bullet into the head of a crazed coyote or a beloved horse who had broken his leg and had to be put out because of pain. It might not be right according to civilized standards, but Pat had always had a lot of difficulty making Sam and Ezra believe in civilized standards. He had never been able to make them see that it was best to bring a criminal to trial for his acts. In their forthright way, they believed that the best way to dispose of a guilty man was to shoot him at the first opportunity, an effective method of keeping order, but a little bit old-fashioned, even for Powder Valley. In this way, Pat's thoughts went around in a ceaseless circle, as though they were inside a vacuum while he dozed along in the saddle. The roan had gotten rid of his coltish ideas after a few miles from the old ranch house road and had settled down to a steady and seemingly tireless slope which put distance behind him at an amazing rate. When Pat finally shook himself out of his drowsiness and sat up in the saddle to look around, he was surprised and pleased to see that dawn was already beginning to break over the rough foothill country through which he was riding. There was faint red glow in the cloudless eastern sky, and nearby objects were beginning to emerge from the enveloping dark that had come when the moon disappeared behind the high peaks of the western horizon. Pat stared about him thoughtfully for a time, trying to place his exact position on the old road. His direction now was a little south of west, which meant that he was veering around to the base of the southern mountains and was only a few miles from meeting the main southern highway which Sam and Ezra had taken out of Dutch Springs. Daylight came on with an amazing speed in the high country after the night blackness reluctantly gave way to dawn. The red blush spread swiftly over the sky, deepening to violet crimson near the horizon, and sending out laces of yellow as the sun moved up to the very rim of the world. There, then, was a blazing ball of fire, and the tall, feathery tops of pine trees caught the flame of a new day. His horses tossed their head approvingly, and moved a little faster as the smell of water came to them, and Pat quickly decided to stop for a brief breakfast when they reached the small stream up ahead. He was really in no great hurry. If Sam and Ezra had followed the southern road this far, they would already be well up onto the pass, and if they had swung off westward as he suspected, he would surely be able to come up to them by nightfall. In either case, Pat knew it was smart to break his ride into short stages, with a brief rest and feed for both himself and the horses before either became too weary to keep up the pace. He reined off the road under a pair of aged old cottonwood trees on the bank of a gurgling stream, and swung out of the saddle lightly. He loosened the girth and pulled the heavy rig off, and stripped the blanket from the sweaty roan and looped a rope about his neck. He pulled the bridle off gave him a slap on the haunches to send him trotting down to the stream for a drink, and then went back to the patient bay and slid the pack saddle off her back. He tethered both the animals where they could get water and graze in the lush grass that grew alongside the stream, and then built a tiny fire of dry sticks that gathered along the bank, carefully laid on larger sticks to build up a bed of coals, and took his smoke-stained coffee pot to the stream above the horses and filled it half full of clear water, only a few degrees above freezing point. He threw a man-sized handful of coffee into the pot, placed it on the fire with burning sticks piled up all around it, cut 2 thick slabs of fat salt pork from the slab that Sally had provided, and put them on the fire in the frying pan with a small quantity of water to boil out the excessive salt before frying. There was cold biscuits in a gunny sack to complete his breakfast, and Pat squatted on one heel to roll and light a cigarette while the sow belly boiled gently in the coffee pot began to send out its appetizing aroma. After he'd smoked one cigarette, he poured the water off his fat meat and then put it back on the fire to fry. The coffee was boiling merrily, and so he raked a few glowing coals to one side of the fire and set the pot on them to simmer and settle, and then began to turn his meat with a long-handled fork. No more than 20 minutes after he had reined aside under the cottonwoods, Pat was munching a cold biscuit with a slice of crisp pork between the two halves and washing it down with huge draughts of strong, steaming coffee. And not more than 40 minutes had lapsed in all when he was back in the saddle with his few camp things again packed securely on the bay mare, headed westward to the junction with the southern road. He didn't bother to try and read any trail signs when he reached the road an hour later. Too many riders rode this route to make it feasible to try and pick out the tracks of any single pair. The ranch of Lon Estes was only a 2-hour ride up the pass, and with the road running right through Estra's yard, it was impossible for anyone to pass that way without being seen. Lon came out of his barn to greet Pat Stevens when the sheriff got off to open his back gate 2 hours later. Lon Estes was a big man with a sweeping black mustache and completely bald head. He looked appraisingly at the dust-streaked roan and the pack-saddled mare and drawled, "'Pears you figured on making a long ride, Sheriff." Pat replied, "That's what you're going to decide for me. Heard anything about the trouble in town last night?" "The bank robbing?" Lon Estes nodded placidly and backed up to a fence post to scratch his back. "Harry Tyler rode past about an hour past sundown. Say there's been sure hell a-poppin'." "Anybody else pass before Harry?" "Well, now, I don't reckon so, Pat. I wasn't up till most daylight, but I didn't hear Jiggers barking none during the night. Jiggers, he never misses, waking me when somebody rides through." Pat knew that Jiggers was Lon's dog, a huge, rough-haired brute counted as one of the finest watch dogs in the entire valley. Pat nodded his relief and said, "I reckon maybe it won't be such a long ride after all if no one's been through here then." "Harry told me about the posse losing that feller," Lon said. "Seems like there was a killing or two in town as well, wasn't there?" "There was 2 of them." "And they tell me you're still wearing the sheriff's badge, Pat. Are you on the trail of something?" "I will be. After I've ridden back a ways, I figure they must have turned off west." "Know who they might be?" "I've got a good idea." Pat met Lon's inquiring eyes squarely. Lon nodded and picked up a twig and began chewing on it. It was evident to him that Pat didn't wish to discuss either the bank robbery or the murders. After a short period of masqueration, he said earnestly, "I'm sure looking for
that Pony Express to be coming through here. Gonna be sorta less lonesome like."
Pat roused himself from his thoughts and replied, "There'll be a station not so far down the road from here, is what I reckon."
"About 5 miles. They got change stations scattered every 10 miles between El Paso and Denver. That's what they tell me. This one down the road," he added casually, "is the one Ezra's gonna have charge of, and Sam Salone will be riding the 10 miles into Dutch Springs and back every day."
Pat looked at the rancher sharply to see if his mention of Sam and Ezra carried any knowledge of the part that they had played in last night's affair, but he couldn't get no hint from the impassive expression with which Estes met his gaze. "Sam ought to make a good express rider. He don't weigh but 120 soaking wet."
"Yeah, Sam, he'll do good," Lon agreed.
Pat squatted down and picked up a short piece of stick. A vague idea was beginning to come to him. He thoughtfully formed some brands in the soft ground with the piece of the stick, a lazy J and a flying T. Then he made a bar B and put some wings on both the B's, and Lon Eston watched him with casual interest. "Some folks in Dutch Springs have got an idea that Sam ain't going to be riding the mail today."
"Oh, that's so? Is Sam sick?"
Lon looked surprised. "No, it ain't that." Pat dropped his stick and rolled a cigarette. "Just some things that Sam said, I reckon, are done."
"Oh, that's so?"
Pat nodded. "Would you do me a favor, Lon?"
"You bet. You want me to saddle a horse and ride with you after them robbers?"
Pat shook his head. "I'm taking care of that myself. You figuring on going into Dutch Springs any time today?"
"Well, now, I could, I reckon."
Lon rubbed his chin, regarded Pat soberly.
"I'm kind of short on tobaccy."
"If you do ride in," said Pat carefully, "I wish you'd tell folks that you talked with me this morning."
"Sure, I'll do that. Anything else in particular?"
"Yeah. I'm telling you flat that Sam Salone's going to ride for mail this afternoon. Don't make no mistake about that. And I'd like mighty pretty well to have that piece of news spread about Dutch Springs good, so that everyone knows it."
"Sam's gonna ride the mail?"
Lon Eston repeated in a tone of perplexity.
"All right, Pat, I'll scatter the word around."
"And don't say I told you particular to tell it. Just say we was talking, and you mentioned something about hearing that he wouldn't be making the first express ride, and how I rose up on my hind legs and said he would." Pat's voice was quietly emphatic.
I got you, I reckon. What for you want that told in town?"
Pat looked down squarely. "Do you trust me to know what I'm doing?"
"Sure I do."
"All right. I'd rather you didn't ask no questions. Just tell that where it'll be scattered about town good. In at the Gold Eagle and up at the Jewel. Kitty Lane would like mighty well to know it as well, if I reckon."
Lon grinned broadly. "They do say that Sam's got a real case on Kitty."
Pat grunted a non-committal and he got up and stretched. "Well, I better be riding if I'm going to be after that bank money."
"You sure you know what you're doing, Pat? Going at her alone?"
"I'll make out. Thanks, Lon." Pat went out of the back gate, closed it, and mounted his roan and started back at a fast trot along the road leading down to the foot of the steep pass. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Pat did a lot of intensive thinking while he rode back to a point where he could turn off the road westward. The fact that Sam and Ezra had not crossed the path convinced him that they had not expected him to follow. They must have heard the posse go past the crossroads in the wrong direction, he reasoned, and felt they were reasonably safe from pursuit. Thus, they wouldn't have ridden too fast, and probably planned to hole up during the daylight hours and do most of their riding at night, taking it by easy stages to the other pass and over the mountains to the Mexican border. They had had practically the entire night to make their first ride. That meant maybe 30 miles, or 40 at the most, and Ezra was a mighty big hunk of human flesh for any horse to carry fast or far. 30 miles would be more like it. Probably less, if Sam remained dead drunk very long and had to be tied to the saddle. That meant that they hadn't reached a point further than 10-15 miles west of the road by the time that sunup would have caught them. And that would have taken them just about to the old Windrow Range cabin, standing high and desolate on the northern slope of the mountain. Pat nodded with satisfaction when his reasoning took him to that point. The windrow-lined cabin was just about it. Sam and Ezra would have thought of it at once, for it was all affording an almost perfect stopping point for the dangerous daylight hours. Situated high upon the mountain slope, the only way to approach was by the front, and it gave down on a clear vista in that direction for almost 2 miles. There was a mountain-fed spring just behind the cabin, and plenty of feed for their horses. There was always a supply of canned goods and a stack of firewood inside the cabin for any stray rider who chanced to be caught by darkness in that vicinity, and Sam and Ezra knew that because they, with Pat, had made several overnight stops at the cabin in the past years. Having definitely decided that the Windrow cabin would have been the fugitives' objective, Pat began watching for the first favorable chance to turn off the road in that direction. He knew the point Sam and Ezra would have selected several miles further on, but by cutting a little further north due west, he could cross their route and save several precious miles. The descent was quite steep, winding sharply down the heavily wooded mountainside, but when it presented, it was cut by a shallow valley. Pat turned off the road without hesitation. The valley led almost due west, dropping downward at an easy grade, and flattened out after a few miles into a wide grassy park that stretched northward for many miles towards Dutch Springs. Pat reined his horse down to a slow trot as he started across the open park at an angle. If the calculations were correct, Sam and Ezra would have had to cross this same park to reach the Windrow cabin coming in from the northeast. The grass had been grazed to a short stubble by hungry cattle during the past season, giving a rider a fair chance to discern any fresh hoof prints that he might come upon. Pat leaned far forward in the saddle, resting his right forearm on the roan's neck and searching the ground carefully while he held to a slow pace. Luckily, there had been no horses pastured here, and the only tracks that were left were by the hooves of cows. He had progressed more than a mile along the park when he pulled his roan up with a grunt of satisfaction. He swung into the saddle and dropped to his knees to examine the prints of shod hooves heading southwesterly. Pat was only a fair trail reader, but it didn't require any particular ability to read those signs right. 2 horses had passed this way within a few hours. Their riders had not been pushing them, and the animals were not badly winded. That was about all that Pat could make out from the tracks, but it was all he needed. He took time to roll a cigarette before remounting. The tracks were heading straight in the direction of the Windrow cabin, about 4 miles distant. Pat was as sure as he'd find Sam and Ezra as he had been sure last night that Sally would be waiting up for him when he got back from town. He lit a cigarette and swung back onto the roan and turned him to follow the double set of tracks that was leading across the park. He didn't bother to follow the tracks, but rode erect in the saddle with his eyes fixed upon the mountainside, rising sharply from the edge of the park a couple miles distant. The lower portion of the mountain was dotted with juniper and scrub oaks. Higher up, along the point where he knew the cabin to be located, were towering pines, interspersed with clumps of quaking aspen. The small cabin was old and weathered, built of stout logs, and was difficult to make out against the rocky background until one was quite close to it. But Pat knew exactly where to look for it, and as he neared the edge of the park, his keen eyes picked it out. He stopped his horse to study the little cabin carefully, and a slow grin stretched his mouth wide. A tiny, thread-like wisp of vaporous smoke was rising from the chimney of the cabin. That was Sam and Ezra, all right. They'd be careful to build that kind of fire that would send up just a faint wisp of smoke, just like that. A very hot blaze of small dry sticks, carefully fed one at a time, so that the blaze remained uniform and hot, never letting it die away, yet never feeding it more wood at any time that it could consume swiftly and thoroughly. Pat had a funny feeling up in the pit of his stomach as he started his roan up the slope towards the cabin. One of them would certainly be on guard. He knew one of them must be watching him now. He must be reporting his presence to the other. One-eyed Ezra, with a scarred face and huge frame, or small, wiry, dark-featured Sam Salone. Pat could imagine the scene inside the cabin as he rode slowly onward up the exposed slope. The hurried confab, the consternation, and the efforts to identify the lone rider. How near would they let him come before they betrayed their presence in the cabin? They'd be certain now that he was no chance rider, if they only let him get close enough to shout to them, close enough so that they could see that he was Pat Stevens. He began to breathe a little more freely when he passed the halfway mark. Soon he'd be close enough for them to recognize him. A little further. The sharp crack of a rifle shattered his hopes. A small puff of smoke rose from the north window of the cabin, and a bullet sprang off a rock 10 feet in front of Pat. He pulled up his horse abruptly, stood in the stirrups, and put his hands to his mouth to trumpet up the hillside. "Sam! Ezra! It's Pat!" He waited anxiously, but there was no response from the cabin. It was still much too far for them to hear him, to recognize him, but it was plenty close for an accurate rifle shooting by either man. He had seen both of them break a deer's back at a mile too often to have any doubts about that. The first shot had meant merely as a warning. He knew their natures, knew neither of them had any desire to kill anyone, but he knew too also that they'd be grimly determined to keep him at his distance from the cabin. He had been with them in times of danger too much to hope that they would keep on bluffing. There might be another warning shot, or 2 or 3, but if he persisted in disregarding those, one of the next shots would be in earnest. He couldn't draw his own rifle and start shooting back. In the first place, they were well protected by the thick log walls, and he had no desire to shoot it out with them, even if the terms were even. He started his horse forward cautiously. He began to breathe again after the horse had gone 20 feet. Nothing happened. Then another puff of smoke rose from the tiny window far up the hill. This time the bullet sang angrily through the air past his head, and he instinctively ducked. He stopped his horse again, and his roan turned his head to peer at the rider with mild, speculative eyes. The roan seemed to be asking him, "How much longer are you going to be a damn fool? This man means business." Pat tried shouting again, but still it had no effect. No movement showed at the cabin, and after the echoes of the shot died away, there was a dead silence on the hillside. Pat slouched back in the saddle and vented his irritation with angry cussing. This was hell of a note. There were Sam and Ezra in the cabin, and here he was less than a mile away, and the situation would have been funny if it had not been so deadly serious. He was safe as long as he stayed where he was,
but time was pressing. The Pony Express mail had to be carried into Dutch Springs before nightfall, and he had sent word that Sam would be riding with it. If he could only manage somehow to get close enough to yell at them. He remembered something, and relief surged upon him. That would do it. Behind the cabin was a shallow canyon that carried off the excess water from the spring. Quite narrow, and not more than 4 foot wide, it would offer shelter for a man on foot to approach within easy hailing distance of the cabin. He wheeled his horse down the slope, and spurred him into a gallop, made a wide circle that was well beyond a mile in radius from the cabin. He chuckled to himself as he imagined the emotions of Sam and Ezra watching him curiously. They wouldn't know what to make of the maneuver, and would be asking themselves whether they had frightened the rider off or whether this was merely some ruse. When he reached a point almost directly west of the cabin, and only a little lower level, he pulled his horse up and trotted him into a thick growth of cedar on the bank of the canyon. Out of sight of the cabin, he dismounted, ground-tied the roan, then cautiously crawled over the bank and down into the gully. It was a little deeper here than at the point directly behind the cabin, and he was able to stand erect and stay out of the small stream trickling alongside the bottom for quite a distance without being seen over the bank. Then it became narrower and shallower at the same time, and to remain concealed he was forced to bend low and splash along the rocky bottom through the icy water. His riding boots weren't waterproof, and the high heels made walking difficult along the slippery, wet rocks. Twice he fell to his knees, throwing his hands forward to break his fall, and splashing himself quite thoroughly. He cut his left knee on a sharp rock the second time he fell, and a sharp pain stabbed through the limb as he lurched onward, bent almost doubled. He lost all track of time and distance, was afraid to lift his head, look over the bank and get his bearings for fear that Sam and Ezra had guessed what he was up to and sent a bullet through his brain before he could shout to them. He was afraid also to start shouting too soon. If he warned them of his coming before he was close enough for them to recognize his voice, they might take fright and slip out of the cabin. So he went floundering on through the icy water, aware that he looked completely idiotic, but grimly determined to save his two friends from themselves if it was humanly possible to do so. He was beginning to wonder if he had somehow managed to pass beyond the cabin without knowing it, when his eyes saw the welcome sight of the spring just below the canyon. He knew the cabin must be directly below him, but he had no breath left to shout with, and he had to sink down onto a rock and rest a minute before he trusted his voice to carry even that short distance. When he was through gasping, he shouted, "Sam and Ezra, it's Pat. I'm right here behind the cabin, and I'm coming out. Do you hear me? It's Pat." He waited, strained his ears for a reply. He couldn't hear anything except the rustling of the mountain breeze in the pines and the irritating trickle of water between his feet. Still, not daring to expose himself to a bullet, he shouted again, loudly and angrily this time. When he got no answer to this, he began to wonder if he had made a mistake at the location of the cabin, and he cautiously poked his head over the bank to see. The cabin was right there, not more than 20 feet down the slope, and that same trickle of thin smoke spiraling upward from the chimney. Infuriated at his friends for their stubbornness in not answering, Pat dragged his wet, aching body out of the canyon and stalked down to the cabin. He flung the door open, stepped inside, and demanded angrily, "What the hell kind of game?" Emptiness flung his words back at him. He stared around the bare cabin in perplexity, and then limped to the door and around the corner. More than 2 miles away, he dimly saw the figures of 2 riders disappearing around the side of the mountain. He stood there frothing at the mouth in futile anger. While he had been engineering up the crick, falling on his face and cutting himself on rocks to get close enough to talk to them, his 2 friends had calmly seized the opportunity to saddle their horses and ride away. His own horses, they were now a mile distant away, and him with a cut leg and aching in every joint. It was enough, by golly, to make a man swear off friendship forever. Pat drew in a long breath, clamped his teeth over the cuss words that kept wanting to ooze out. He bent forward and began limping as rapidly as possible towards his horses. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12. Pat Stevens was completely winded and thoroughly angry when he reached the grove where he'd left his 2 horses. The roan snorted up and bent his ears forward inquiringly as Pat panted up. Pat caught the dragon reins and led the roan back towards the pack saddle bay, explaining over his shoulder. "Take it easy, horse. You've had your riding for today." He swiftly stripped the saddle from the roan, unfastened the cumbersome pack saddle, and shifted it from the bay to the roan. He threw his saddle on the bay mare and slid the bridle off the roan's head and gave him a slap on the haunches and said, "You can take out from home any time you want." The roan snorted and trotted away, shaking himself uneasily under the lightly burdened pack saddle. Pat knew he would make his way back to the Lazy Mare Ranch in a day or so, and for the job ahead of him, he needed the bay mare. She was fresher than the roan, for one reason, having carried only the light pack saddle this far, and she was older and more trail-wise than the roan, a sure-footed mountain horse who knew her way around rough going. And there was plenty of rough going ahead. Pat had figured it all out as he ran from the cabin to his horses. It was wholly useless to try and catch up with Sam and Ezra in time for Sam to make his first Pony Express ride. Their horses had had good feed and rest at the Windrow cabin, and they were at least 4 miles with a head start ahead of him. And even if he did succeed in catching up with them, he'd have the same difficulty he had met when trying to make a frontal approach on the cabin. They'd never let him get close enough to recognize him. If he persisted in following them, Pat knew they'd start shooting in earnest next time. His only chance was to head them off, and that was a wild and dangerous chance, but he was determined to take it. He knew the route the 2 men would take, knew just about the speed that they would ride at. They were circling the base of the mountain westward through a rough terrain cut up by deep gulches and sharp hogbacks. Long ago, a trail had led directly over the top of the mountain and down the other side, cutting off at least half the distance Sam and Ezra would have to cover in their circulous route. On this side of the mountain, the trail was steep and rocky, but passable. The other end of it was broken off by a rock slide that had left a sheer expanse of broken shale with a mountain of pile-up and jagged rocks at the bottom, waiting to receive any horse or rider foolhardy enough to attempt to negotiate the expanse of the slippery shale. Pat knew the danger of that route perfectly well. He and Sam and Ezra had discovered the rock slide the preceding fall while hunting in this region. They had discussed the danger of it at the time, had searched for an alternative route to get down off the mountain, and had reluctantly turned back rather than attempt to descend. Yet, Pat knew that was his only possible chance to head off his 2 friends, and if he could cross the mountain while they were circling the base of it, he could reach a point ahead of them on the safer side of the trail that they were following. He adjusted the bridle to fit the bay's head and stepped into the saddle. She ambled forward as soon as his weight was solidly into the saddle. He turned her sharply to the left and put her down into the canyon and across the spring-fed stream of water, and then lifted her into an easy gallop, circling slightly up the mountain to hit the trail leading almost straight up. Sam and Ezra were well out of sight now, though they might see him later from below as he was nearing the top. He wasn't worried about that. He knew what their reaction would be. If they saw him spurring up that steep trail, they would just grin and tell each other that some fool who didn't know about the rock slide blocked the other end of the trail. They would ride on their own good speed. Sure, the rider would have to turn back upon reaching the slide area. Pat knew he wasn't going to be turning back. He had to try. The bay mare would make it, if any horse in Colorado could. If she didn't,
If she lost her footing on that treacherous trail and her and her rider went hurtling down on those jagged rocks below, well, that was the kind of chance a man had to take. He pulled her down gently to a walk. When they reached the trail that was leading directly up, he turned her into it and gave her loose rein, leaning far forward in the saddle to throw as much of his weight as possible upon to her withers. She scrambled up nimbly at a half trot and a half walk, her head stretched out far at the end of her neck to give her added balance, her hind legs working like pistons and doing their lifting, while her 4 feet sought out for solid places in the trail just beneath her descended nostrils. This was a trick of horseback riding in the mountains. There must be a complete understanding and coordination between the horse and rider, with absolute trust between them. The rider must be willing to give the animal a free rein and completely have freedom of decision. He must be able to trust himself unreservingly to his judgment of his mount, swaying to this side or that with the movement beneath him, encouraging the animal by his own lack of fear. Pat and the mare were like that together. They knew and trusted each other, and Pat had never asked the mare to do anything that she couldn't do, and thus she was eager to try anything he put her up to. The upward trail was one that would have frightened many horses and men, would have taxed the agility of 98 horses out of 100, even among those bred in the mountainous country. But the mare went up unfaltering, and as they neared the top, Pat began to scan the lower mountain side for the sight of the 2 men he had hoped to intercept. He spied them, after a time, far below and just about where he expected them to be, 2 moving dots against the background of green foliage. They were traveling easy, as though of having no fear of pursuit, and Pat wondered if they had seen him yet. If they did, they reacted just as he had expected them to, trusting the rock slide to stop him. They didn't increase their pace and were still going around at a slow trot when he topped over the mountain, and they were cut off from his view. Pat pulled the mare to a stop as soon as they were out of Sam and Ezra's sight. She was heaving from terrific exertion of the climb, drawing in great labored breaths of that thin mountain air, and her red coat was streaked with sweat, spotted here and there with white froth that was blown back from her mouth. Pat got off her and stood by her, patted her neck and fondled her ears, while his grim gaze followed the narrow path downward to the point where there was no more trail. The upper edge of the slide was almost a half-mile below, a couple miles in width, and extending downward several 100 yards to the bottom. Bright sunlight was reflecting upward from the smooth shale surface, and from this distance it appeared there had not been a single foothold in the entire slide area for a man or animal. Pat knew it was not quite as bad as that. Shale is formed in uneven layers that lay practically parallel to the slope of the hill in which they form. In a slide, the layers break off unevenly, leaving small crevices and ridges which look strong enough to hold a considerable weight. The great danger is always that these broken layers will again give way and start another slide that will break away an increasing portion before it, and something that no human being can ever stop once it gets started. Well, take your time and get plumb rested, Pat told the bay mare grimly. You're going to be needing all your strength when you get started down yonder. The mare pricked her ears forward and seemed to be gravely considering the dangers of the slope below. Then she turned and rubbed her wet muzzle against Pat's arm. Her upper lip was drawn away from her teeth as though she was smiling reassuringly to Pat's doubt. He felt some of the tension go out of him, and he rubbed his hands down her forehead and tweaked her nose playfully. All right, if it's so funny, he agreed cheerfully. You and me are going to take a chance at killing ourselves to do a favor to a couple ornery coyotes that was just shooting at me. A couple that ain't worth the powder to blow 'em into hell. You got more sense than that, I bet you. But seeing that you're not arguing about it, If you say so. Well, that's good enough for me. The mare tossed her head and whinnied lightly. All right. You're like any other lady I know. She sometimes thinks what I do is all right, too. Kinda puts me plumb ashamed sometimes. He put his foot into the stirrup, swung up into the saddle. Down we go, and there won't be no stopping when we hit that shale neither. The mare dropped her head low, almost between her 4 feet, and began picking her way down daintily. Pat leaned far back into the saddle, bracing his weight against his feet in the stirrups. He kept the reins just tight enough to tell the mare that they remained in his hands, loose enough to give her complete freedom in choosing her own course. It was breathtaking work. Small stones were dislodged by the mare's hooves and clattered on down the steep mountain to the smooth shale, where they shot out at accelerated speed. The mare's breathing was loud, but never once did she hesitate. She seemed to smell out the solid places for her 4 feet, and she kept her haunches well under her so that she almost crouched on the sharp decline. As they neared the slide area, Pat began telling her in a calm, conversational tone. There it is right ahead. Don't try to stop when you get to it. You just keep on going. You can make it. Thing is, just don't be getting scared. If you start slipping, just hold on tight. And don't fight it. You can't fight shale, and you can't go any way but down. And here it is now, straight ahead. He pressed his legs against the mare's ribs as she hesitated for an instant at the edge of the shale. She braced herself and slid her 4 feet out onto the smooth surface. They found a small indentation and stopped there. She gathered herself like a bucking horse with all 4 feet close together, and then took a long step forward to another rough spot. Her nose brushed against the rock surface, and it was as though she was gingerly feeling her way upon with her lips. Pat didn't let himself look down. He was braced in the saddle, giving every bit of his concentration and effort to helping the mare by shifting his weight with every movement she made. The sweat dripped from his face as they inched their way down. They were halfway down, almost to a point of safety. If a slide started now, the distance was not so great that they would hit the jagged rocks in the bottom with deadly impetus. And still, the mare went on, sliding 2 feet here, setting herself, and rocking back on a perch so precarious that it looked as though it wouldn't hold a coyote. And now they were down. There were only the broken and tumbled boulders of the rock slide to navigate across the bottom of the choked draw. Pat stopped and sweating and began to breathe easily again. The mare climbed sure-footed around rounded boulders, avoiding the jagged places with an intelligence that was more than human, and finally heaving herself up on the other side of the draw. Pat laughed, bent forward, and patted her sweat-streaked neck. "You're one horse in a million," he told her throatily. "If there's any reward money for the bank, you'll be getting it in oats." He reined her around sharply to the right and lifted her into a gallop. The trail Sam and Ezra were following were about a quarter of a mile ahead. If they had continued at the same pace they were traveling at when he last saw them, they'd still be a couple miles back. He pulled up at the edge of the old trail, leapt off. One glance told him that he was in time. He led the mare back to a thick clump of juniper, left her where she couldn't be spotted from the trail, and then trotted back and looked around for a safe spot where he might accost the 2 riders. He selected a gnarled oak that leaned over the trail, climbing the trunk quickly and inching his way out onto a thick limb to a point directly over the trail. He straddled the limb, relaxed, and smiled a little now that the strain was over. He got out the makings and rolled a cigarette while he listened alertly for his friend's approach. Soon he heard the ring of steel horseshoes on the rocky trail as he lit his cigarette. They were still coming at a leisurely trot, evidently feeling wholly secure in the belief that they had outdistanced them. Pat puffed away on his cigarette with satisfaction and grinned widely when he saw their heads bobbing along under low trees in the distance. There was a huge, heavy-shouldered body of Ezra, towering a foot above his smaller companion. Ezra wore a black Stetson and a dusty blue shirt, but Sam Sloane was gaily attired in a bright red silk shirt and a fresh pair of blue jeans. They were laughing and talking to each other as they approached. He could hear Ezra's booming laughter and could see a grin wreathing the dark, ugly face of Sam Sloane. Pat's belly muscles tightened uncomfortably as he suddenly remembered why he was here. In the excitement of heading them off, he had forgotten that he wanted them for robbing the Dutch Springs Bank and a couple murders. It made him angry to see them joking and laughing so gaily. He had risked a disgrace for their sake last night, and today he had risked his neck just to get close enough to talk to them. He was a damn fool, he told himself morosely. They hadn't thought of him last night when they had done those things that sent them riding the old Owl Out trail. And now they were happy as a couple kids at an ice cream festival, as if murder was something to laugh about, and murdering and robbing their own bank, stealing their friends' money. He was all choked up with a curious blend of anger and of fear as he waited for them to ride beneath the tree. This was the showdown. What happened in the next few minutes would determine whether he could go on living as a respected citizen of Powder Valley, or whether he took out for the border with them. He thought of Sally, and a son Doc, and a Kitty Lane. Then they were directly beneath the limb, and he spoke down to them quietly, without raising his voice. "Where are you hombres heading for?" End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Sam, Sloane, and Ezra stopped their horses in the trail a few feet beyond the oak tree in which Pat was perched. Neither of them looked up. Sam frowned and said gravely to Ezra,
"Damned if I didn't think I heard a voice. Kind of sounded like 'twas coming from the sky."
Ezra looked relieved. "By God, Sam, I'm glad you heard it too. Me, I thought maybe I slipped a cog."
It wasn't no angel, though. Had sort of a he voice, it sounded like to me. You ever hear of a he angel, Ezra?
I sure never did. Ezra lowered his voice to a doubtful bellow. "Well, maybe, except Gabriel, maybe. Do you know, Sam, that it could be him a-talking to us?" Pat said loudly, "All right, you had your say-so, even if it wasn't funny." Sam cocked his head sideways and beamed up at Pat Stevens sitting above them in an oak tree limb. He drawled,
"Well, land sakes, Ezra, take a squint up yonder and tell me if you see what I do. Looks like old Pat Stevens is scrunched up onto a limb like he's turned into a dang buzzard. And he's talking, by God, almost human. Buzzards can't talk, though."
Ezra squinted his one eye upwardly with mock seriousness, and then let out a whoop of laughter at the sight of Pat's face. "Well, danged if you don't look plumb funny, Pat. Whereat did you fly from?" Pat Stevens slid off the limb and let himself down full length, holding on with his hands for a moment, then dropped lightly to the ground. "You boys are as funny as a pair of busted crutches. Slide off them horses and let us have a powwow." They stepped down from their saddles, still chuckling gleefully, and Sam gave Pat a hard hand grip while Ezra almost bowled him over with a mighty blow to the shoulder.
"How'd you get here, you son of a gun, Sheriff?" Sam exploded. "We sure wasn't expecting to see you no more. Thought you'd be busy chasing around and hunting bank robbers and such."
"I am," Pat said quietly.
You're what?
Sam glanced swiftly at Ezra. Chasing bank robbers. You damn fool, Ezra. What'd you do that for? Why'd I do what for, Pat? Ezra looked innocent, but his scarred face was so guilty and contrite, well, Pat couldn't repress a grin. He stifled his grin and said soberly, Break into the bank. You might have known that I'd have to be on your trail for that.
And how come you think Ezra broke into the bank?
Pat snorted his disgust. I saw him when he went out the door. Who'd you think it was shooting over your head and giving you a chance to slip away? He asked Ezra scathingly. Who do you think it was that sent the posse riding off in the wrong direction? Gosh almighty, Pat, was that you inside the bank when I come out? Pat nodded. I had the place surrounded airtight. Hell, you stayed in the vault half an hour with the light a-shining out the window. Pat said defensively. Well, it took a long time to get the money. I'm sure obliged to you for helping out.
But why in tarnation did you ride out here to stop us? Sam interjected. That don't make any sense. Letting us get away last night and then riding out after us.
'Cause I aim to take the money back to the bank.
I reckon not, Pat.
Sam's voice was gentle but decisive.
We're keeping it.
I'm still sheriff of Powder Valley, Pat said.
Well, that's too bad.
Sam's voice was inflexible.
We're still keeping the money.
We can't stand around here too long, Ezra put in. There's some fellers after us, one at the least. He smoked us out of the windrow cabin a while back, and then he tried to ride over the mountain and cut us off. He'll be turning back when he sees that rock slide, and then he'll be back on our trail again. Sam and me, we wants to keep ahead of him, because we feel like there's already been too much killing. Pat moved back to squat down on the side of the trail with his back against the oak tree trunk. He began rolling a cigarette and said, That was me. A little moment of silence followed his statement, and then Sam drew in a deep breath and asked disbelievingly,
You mean that was you back at the windrow cabin and that you rode over that mountain?
That's right. Pat didn't look up from his cigarette.
And you rode over that shale slide to get here ahead of us?
Well, how else could I head you off? You'd never let me come up from behind you. Sam let out a long sigh and wondered and said,
I don't see why you'd be breaking your fool neck.
It's done, and I didn't, Pat reminded him. There ain't anyone on your trail, and we got lots of time to talk. And lots to talk about, he added grimly. Sam and Ezra looked at each other, then squatted down and began rolling cigarettes.
I don't know how much you know about things, Sam began unhappily. We had a real good reason for robbing the bank and taking to the owl hoot for the border.
Well, I know the reason.
Well, then you know we can't go back.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. Pat lit a cigarette. He cleared his throat and explained. Nobody but me has seen the knife that's killed Fred Ralston. That the name of the dude from Denver? Ezra put in, his single eye blazing with interest. That's his name.
Well, how come they didn't find my knife?
Sam asked slowly. 'Cause I got to him first, and I hid it inside my boot and didn't tell anyone. There's only Kitty's story to hook you up with that killing.
What kind of story did Kitty tell?
I'd like to hear yours first, and then I'll know better what to do.
Well, you ain't gonna like it,
Sam warned him. He shook his head with a disgusted scowl.
I reckon I've been all kinds of a fool.
Well, I reckon you have, Pat agreed.
Damn a woman anyhow. Always a man messing things up. I thought Kitty was different. I thought, by God, that she loved me, and she said so, and I was fool enough to believe her."
"Well, that was before you knowed that she was married," Ezra said.
"Yeah."
Sam's lips curled back from his teeth in a bitter smile.
"And she was married all the time and making up to me."
"I know about that. Fred Ralston was her husband," Pat said.
"And yeah, that's what I found out last night, too."
Pat moodily smoked his cigarette, waited for Sam to go on.
"Well, I guess I better give you the straight of it, so you'll know that you can't help us none. I was in Kitty's room with her. I reckon I was pretty drunk, and she was sweet lovin', and I asked her to marry me."
Sam ended miserably.
"We was kissin', and,"
he went on doggedly, hanging his head and avoiding Pat's eyes,
"when the door busted open and that feller walked in."
"Do you mean he busted the door open?" Pat asked with interest.
"No, it was unlocked. He just walked in, and when Kitty saw him, she let out a scared scream and said, 'By God, it's Fred!' And I asked what the hell was Fred, and she said it was her husband from Denver, and he cussed me over for making over with his wife and started towards me."
Sam paused to catch his breath and take a long pull on a cigarette.
"I was plumb drunk, and so I pulled my gun. I told him to stand back, but he just kept on a-comin'. So I shot at him twice, but I reckon I must have been awful drunk. I didn't even hit him. And he kept comin', and so I pulled my knife and went over to him, and just about the time I hit him, I plumb passed out. Whiskey never hit me like that before, like I was hit on the head with an axe. I've been thinking. You wonder, you suppose that bottle of whiskey was doped, Pat?"
"I sure bet it was," Ezra rumbled. "I've been telling Sam I figure it was a put-up job. I've seen Sam dead drunk before, but he never acted like that. I'd have swore he got hit on the head and knocked out, but there's not a mark upon him."
"Your head's not sore at all?" Pat asked sharply.
"No, not more'n a hell of a headache."
Sam put his hand up and felt the back of his head tenderly.
"I thought it was going to split off, but it's easing now. That's why I thought the whiskey was doped."
Pat replied, "Well, I had 2 big drinks out of the same bottle. It tasted all right to me."
"Well, anyways, that's how it happened. All I remember is going after him with my knife, and when I come to early this morning, Ezra has me tied over the saddle. He told me about the feller being dead and about him robbing the bank, so we figured on cutting west across the range and down into Mexico. I don't suppose you got any better idea?"
he ended savagely. "Well, I'd like to hear Ezra's part about it." Pat twisted his big face into a mongrel scowl. "Well, there's not so much use for me telling." He took a long puff on his cigarette and threw it away. "I told Sam he was playing the fool with that woman. I figured she was after his money, but she wouldn't listen to me at all. He swore she was on the square and he was going to marry her."
"All right. That ain't got nothing to do with last night, though,"
Sam replied angrily. "Well, he drunk a lot of whiskey in the afternoon," Ezra told Pat. "But I didn't think he was terribly drunk, and then Kitty comes in and had a drink or 2 with him, and they went out and up the stairs together. I follered after a time and knocked on Sam's door, but he didn't answer. I could hear people talking in Kitty's room, and I figured it was them. But Sam was old enough to know better, so I didn't do nothing. So I went into my own room and stretched out on the bed. I remembered thinking how damn glad I was that the Pony Express started today, and Sam would be getting away from the hotel and Kitty to go ride his stretch, and then I sort of dozed off just laying there." He paused and scowled angrily. "First thing I heard was the shots, and then a pounding on my door. I got up, and Kitty was there, and she was crying and pretty scared. She said something awful had happened and for me to come in a hurry. So I went across in her room, and there they was, Sam and a feller I never saw before, dressed in fancy city clothes, and there was blood all over, and Sam's knife with blood up on it, and that poor feller staring up at me like he blamed me for being dead. Kitty was wringing her hands and crying, and she begging me to get Sam out of there in a hurry. She said the feller was her husband, and that Sam knifed him when he come in and caught them, and him not even having a gun or a knife. And I saw it was a bad mess, so I carried Sam into my room, and he was limp as a drowned rat, but there wasn't a scratch upon him, so I knowed he must have just passed out. And Kitty come in and began talking fast. She recollected that Jeth Bordeaux was taking over the sheriff badge, and she'd heard some things about Jeth that made her figure that he could be bribed to quiet the whole thing down. She pointed out how hard it would go with Sam if it got out that he had killed a man who'd caught him kissing his wife, but she promised to keep hush up about it, saying she hated her husband anyhow and was glad that he was dead. And now she could marry Sam, maybe, if we could use some of our money to pay off Jeth.
Well, sounds all right to me. Ezra paused, drawing a long breath, and he squirmed under Pat's direct gaze.
What would you have done? He asked defensively. You know a jury wouldn't take kindly to that kind of killing. I didn't blame Sam none, but other people wouldn't look at it that way.
I reckon not, Pat said. Did Kitty give any particular reason why she thought Jeth could be bribed?
Well, she acted pretty sure he'd do it. Ezra wrinkled his brow. Best as I recollect, she said something about knowing about him before she and him come to the Powder Valley. I didn't ask her much about it. I just told her to see what she could fix it, and told her Sam and me we'd foot the bill with our money we got from selling the ranch.
All right, that pretty much makes her pretty clear, Pat told him. What happened to make you take out down a rope through the window, and then do a crazy thing like robbing the bank?
Well, that's all your fault, Ezra told him scornfully. If you'd turned the sheriff over to Jeth like you were supposed to, everything would have been all right.
How'd you know I didn't?
I heard you arguing with Joe Dems down at the foot of the stairs about coming up, and I heard you tell Joe that you was still sheriff, so I ducked into my room and locked the door. And when you come a knocking, I kept quiet and didn't answer.
Why not? Pat asked impatiently.
You knew I'd help you, and you wouldn't have to pay me like you would Jeth. You know damn well why I couldn't ask a thing like that of you, Pat.
Ezra shook his big red head earnestly.
You take sheriffing too serious. You would have put plumb in the middle of trouble, and Sam, he's your best friend. That's why I couldn't drag you into it. If you did help us cover it up, you'd hate yourself for doing it. You can see that, Pat.
I can see how you figured it, but it was the wrong way to do it. Go on with the rest of it, Pat told him.
With you still being sheriff, I figured it best to get Sam out of town in a hurry. So I slipped a knot round him and lowered him out the window in my room, and then I tied the other end of the bed and climbed down. I saddled our horses fast and led him around the jail and writ you a note. I left Sam there, still passed out, and went around to the bank and broke in the back door. I didn't know anyone else saw me, though.
Well, why'd you have to add bank robbing to top everything else? Pat demanded weirdly.
Well, we had to have money.
Ezra looked at him in surprise.
All of our cash money, except a few dollars, was in the bank, and we couldn't take out on the owl hoot trail broke. Hell, Pat, that wouldn't have made sense at all. And we couldn't wait till the bank opened till morning. I didn't see no other way but to take it out my own self.
I don't blame you for getting your own money, But I'll take all the rest of it back, every cent." "All the rest of what?" "All the money you stole that don't belong to you," Pat told him firmly. "Gosh almighty, that's what I'm telling you. I broke in to get our money back. I didn't take any others. That's why it took me so long in the vault, counting out just how much we had coming." Sam began to chuckle at the expression on Pat's face. "You ought to know that's all Ezra would have took. Just what was coming to us. You don't think he stole all the money in the bank, do you, Pat?" Pat said, "All right, maybe I should have guessed it was that way. I'm glad to know it, but there's one more thing I still want to know about. What about Jeff Perdot?" "What about him?" Ezra asked innocently. "Well, that's what I'm asking you. Did you see him after you left the hotel?" Ezra shook his head with a puzzled look. "No, I sure didn't." "And what about you?" Pat asked Sam. "Hell, I don't know what happened. I was passed out cold." Pat began to roll another cigarette. Without looking up, he said, "Jeff is dead. He was gunned from the outside window of the jail with a .45 while they had him locked up inside." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14. A long moment of stunned silence followed Pat's announcement of Jeff Perdot's death. Then Sam said wonderingly,
"You had Jeff locked up?"
"For what? He was supposed to be sheriff today." "Well, I had a reason to." "And he's dead too?" Ezra broke in. "He was murdered," Pat said back shortly. "He was shot in the face without a chance of shooting back." "By golly, there sure was plenty of excitement in Dutch Springs last night," exclaimed Ezra.
"What are you asking us about him for?"
Sam asked suspiciously. Pat Stevens shrugged. "Well, you were at the bottom of the other devilment."
"And you thought we killed Jeff?"
"Well, it made sense," Pat argued. "Kitty told me about telling you. She'd tried to fix it up with Jeff. And when you decided to take out, I thought maybe you were afraid she'd already told him, and then decided to gun him down too." I never done it, Pat," Ezra assured him earnestly. "I swear, I didn't know he was in that jail when I left Sam there and then went to the bank." He paused suddenly, staring at Sam with his one eye. Pat, too, was watching the small, dark man grimly. Sam blinked at their concentrated attention and asked uneasily,
"What all are you looking at me for?"
Pat drew in a long breath. "You sure you stayed passed out all the time until you woke up this morning tied to your horse?"
"Of course I'm sure. I don't remember nothing."
Pat turned to Ezra. "Was he moving around any? Trying to talk or anything like that?" Ezra shook his head. "Nary a bit." His voice was hoarse. "I don't reckon he moved while I was at the bank." "But you didn't have him tied up then?" Pat asked sharply. "No, I left him laying by his horse. When I left the bank in a hurry, I grabbed him up and carried him to my horse for about half a mile out of town. And then I heard the posse take the wrong fork, and I stopped and put him up in his own saddle." Pat asked Sam, "How many times you say you shot at Ralston before going after your knife?"
"Twice, that's the way I recollect it."
"And have you shot your gun since then?"
"No."
The bewildered look on Sam's dark features were beginning to give way to anger.
"Look here, what are you fellers thinking?"
Pat held out his hand and said steadily, "Let me see your gun." Sam glared at him, then reluctantly dropped his hand to the butt of his holstered .45. He drew it out and flipped it in the air, catching it by the muzzle to present it to Pat butt first, and he growled,
"All right, Sheriff, here you are."
Pat broke it and dropped the unfired cartridges into the palm of his hand. The brass cylinders that had been fired remained in the gun, having been swelled by the explosion so that they wouldn't drop out without being forced. Pat shook his head and extended his open palm for Sam and Ezra to see. There's only 3 cartridges that haven't been fired. Sam's eyes became frightened. He wet his lips and said hastily,
Well, it comes out all right. I generally don't carry but 5, leaving the cylinder under the hammer empty so she won't fire if I drop her. There's 3 in your hand, and the 2 I shot at that Ralston, that makes 5.
Maybe, Pat said. He pushed the plunger that forced the empty brass cartridges out. He shook his head.
Well, this time you had her loaded up all the way around, Sam. There's 3 empties.
Tell you what, said Ezra hastily. I reckon Sam was probably too drunk to count good last night. I've been thinking I heard 3 shots in Kitty's room as opposed to 2. Pat looked at him sharply. Don't you be lying to me, Ezra. He sounded tired and sad. Ezra shook his red head vigorously. I ain't lying. I swear I ain't. I'll take my oath on it that I heard 3 shots.
What's the matter with you fellers? Sam asked wildly. What's the matter where the other bullet went?
Pat replied, Well, I reckon Ezra's thinking's probably the same as mine. That maybe you sort of come to enough while he was at the bank to get up and walk around and try and maybe walk to the window of the jailhouse. Sam shook his head, declared positively,
I don't remember nothing.
Well, maybe you don't remember. Ain't saying you're lying, Sam. I'm wondering if you could have done it without remembering.
Gunned down Jethro without remembering?
Sam's voice came out in a hoarse whisper. I hope not. I sure hope not, Sam. He flipped the 6-gun shut and handed it back to Sam empty. I guess I better keep these bullets for evidence. What kind of evidence? Ezra asked angrily. I done told you. I'll swear I heard 3 shots in the hotel. All right, said Pat. Well, then, these'll be evidence that you're telling the truth. He got up and stretched. We better be riding, I reckon. The both of them looked at him in amazement. You going with us? Why, I was reckoning you were coming back with me, he told them pleasantly. No, look here, Pat, Ezra began earnestly. You know I know doggone well that you 2 yahoos had no business running off like this. How about that Pony Express setup? An express of pain flickered across Sam's ugly face.
Well, that hurts worse than anything. I was sure looking forward to that job riding the mail.
And you too, Pat reminded Ezra. You signed up for the job running that station. They're depending on both of you to carry that first batch of mail today. Think how it'll look if Dutch Springs falls down on the job. They'll say there's going to be the governors and everything in Denver when the first rider gets there, and the President of the United States' own self has got a letter riding in that mail pouch. I sure would hate to let the President down, Ezra added mournfully. But there just ain't no way getting round it, Pat. Sam, here he'll have to stand trial for murder if he shows his face back in Dutch Springs again. I ain't so sure about that. Pat shook his head slowly. What do you mean? Pat shrugged his shoulders. I told you all that I got into Miss Kitty's room first and carried Sam's knife out. Sam's jaw dropped.
You don't mean you'd cover up for me, Pat?
We've been friends a long time, Pat reminded him gruffly.
Sure, but I still don't like for you to have to do a thing like that. Hell, Pat, you just can't. I ain't gonna let you. Not with the way you was feeling about Lon and all, and you still got the sheriff's oath you took in Winter's store.
I'll be the judge of what I don't want to do.
No.
Sam shook his head positively.
'twouldn't be right nohow.
Be just as bad, Pat argued, if I let you go on from here. Both friends stared at him in consternation. What's the difference whether I turn you loose here or let you go back to town and cover up for you? Either way, I've been turning against my oath of law. If I don't arrest you now, I'll be aiding and abetting in your escape. He spread out his hands, helplessly. Well, that's easy enough, Ezra snorted. He drew his gun and covered the Powder Valley Sheriff. We'll just take your gun off you, and that way you can't help yourself. What good'll that do? Snorted Pat wrathfully. I'll still know I could have taken you back if I'd tried. I tell you it's this way. You go back with me and let me see what I can fix up. Or I have to ride the border with you.
You? Take the Owl Hoot Trail with us?
Gasped Sam. I don't see nothing else for it, if you're going to be stubborn and ride that way yourselves.
You can't do that, Pat. You belong in Powder Valley. There's Sally and there's Doc.
Yeah, it would be kind of hard on them, Pat muttered.
You'd dang near kill Sally,
Sam told him angrily.
And you want your boy to grow up knowing his pappy was a crooked sheriff that rode off with a bunch of outlaws instead of arresting them?
Pat shrugged helplessly. What else can I do? Only way out of it is for you to come back with me. I have an idea, he added slowly, that I can work things out so that won't be no trouble over them killings. And the bank robbing, well, if you just took your own money, I reckon you can't be held for taking something that already belonged to you. Well, we'd rather go on, Pat, Ezra told him wistfully. Well, then I'm riding with you if you do.
You dang stubborn fool,
Sam swore softly. His voice was choked with emotion. He abruptly turned his back on Pat and walked away. Don't do it, Pat, Ezra implored him. Shucks me and Sam, we don't matter. We're kind of tired of Powder Valley anyhow. We need to change the scenery. And we both got a yearning to see what's down on the other side of the border. You lie, said Pat quietly. You've both been as proud as peacocks to get that Pony Express job. It's something big and important for the West, and they need you two to help run it right. Sam turned and came back.
There's no use arguing with them, he told Ezra savagely. You know that as good as me. Stubbornest damn fool west of the Mississippi when he sets his mind on something. And he's right, too, Sam went on swiftly. No use for you riding off into trouble with me. I got it. I wouldn't have let you if I'd been in my right mind last night. And then this morning when I come to, it was too late. You'd already busted into the bank and carried me off. We'll ride back with you, Pat.
Sam's dark features tightened recklessly.
I'll make that first ride into Dutch Springs with the mail. And after that, well, we'll see what happens.
Exactly as though he could read Sam's mind, Pat knew what the wiry little man was planning. He'd make that first mail ride, and then he'd confess to killing Fred Ralston to prevent Pat from breaking his oath by covering up for him. There was no use in discussing that now. Pat knew Sam would deny it violently if he accused him of having that up his sleeve. And Pat still had hopes that he could fix things up to keep Sam out of jail. He didn't rightly know just exactly how everything would work out, but he had the glimmer of hope, of a plan. A lot depended on getting Sam back to the Pony Express station in time to carry that first mail sack, as Lon Estes had announced in town that Sam would do. So he added gruffly, "Well, that's fair enough. We've got just about time to make it back to the station in time for both of you to take over like nothing had happened. And like you say, Sam, we'll see how things turn out after you made that first ride." He went back to the clump of juniper where he had left the bay mare, mounted her, and rode back to rejoin his two friends on the trail. Sam looked up at him curiously as he rode up and asked,
"Weren't you riding a roan when you tried to come up the windrow cabin?"
"Yeah, that was Big Red. I threw the pack saddle on him and turned him loose to go home, when I saw my only chance to head you off was by riding over the mountain and down that slide."
"You must have been figuring on a long ride, bringing a lead horse and a pack saddle."
"I figured I'd trail you down into New Mexico if you'd gone across the pass."
"And how'd you know we didn't?"
"Well, I stopped at Estes Ranch. Lon told me you hadn't rode that way."
"Did he know that you were after us?"
"No, no one knows it. Like I said, no one knows you killed Ralston or held up the bank. I reckon Kitty Lane and Joe Dems, they'll keep their mouths shut till I have a talk with them." Sam Sloane nodded as though that satisfied him, and the three strung out in single file on the trail and put their horses to a gallop. The sun was almost directly overhead, showing that there was little time to spare for Sam and Ezra to reach the Pony Express way station in time to speed the first pair of mailbags on the new north-south route into Dutch Springs. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. It was less than an hour from the time for the first express rider to come galloping in from the south when Pat left Sam and Ezra at the little way station 10 miles south of Dutch Springs. The station itself consisted of a 2-room shack with beds in the rear room for the storekeeper and the riders who were laying over between trips. Behind the shack was a large corral and a feed shed for the carefully selected mounts for the fast mail service. The way the route would be ridden, as Pat understood it, was that Sam would be ready and waiting with a fresh horse saddled when the rider from the south completed his 10-mile dash at a breakneck speed. As he reached the station, he'd have his mail bags loose and ready to fling to Ezra, and without wasting a moment, Ezra would toss them behind Sam's saddle and he would gallop away on the next lap to Dutch Springs. The rider whom he was relieved would sleep at Ezra's station until Sam returned from Dutch Springs the next day with the southbound mail. It was a intricate and speedy process, carefully worked out by the government, and requiring the services of many great men and horses, but it had already been proved feasible on the east-west route, and there was no reason why this new south-north feeder route should not prove just as viable. The riders were carefully selected for horsemanship and reckless courage, with none of them weighing over 135 pounds, while the station masters were required to be men of proven integrity, chosen for their ability of handling of men and horses. There was a curious air of tension about the little way station as Pat prepared to ride away. Both Sam and Ezra were having a hard time trying to act nonchalant as they waited for the first rider to gallop in from the south. They were both strongly conscious of the responsibility that rested upon them, and had an excited feeling of being part of something big and important in the growing up of the West. Today would mark an important milestone in the history of Powder Valley, and they were to have a part in making that history. Pat grinned down at them from the back of his bay mare as he paused to roll a final cigarette before riding away. "Sorry I won't be here to see you off, Sam. You figuring on hanging up a record on that ride into Dutch Springs?"
"I won't be riding at a walk,"
Sam told him. "I've been thinking about things," Ezra broke in anxiously. "I sure hate to not be in Dutch Springs and see how things turns out. Don't suppose it'd be all right for me to mosey on in after Sam's took out with the mail? There won't be a blasted thing here for me to do till Sam gets back tomorrow." Pat licked his cigarette and shook his head. "You got your shop here, Ezra. You promised that when you took on the job." "I don't see why," Ezra said wistfully. "Because this is government business. If anything goes wrong at one station along the way, it throws the whole schedule off kilter. That's the reason why I wanted you boys to come back. Think what would happen if you two weren't here when that rider came in for an hour from now. The whole damn mail route would be ruined. Folks wouldn't be trusting their letters to go through and wouldn't pay the big money for speed. Damn it, you gotta realize the government's dependent on both of you. Yeah, I reckon you're right, Ezra agreed. By golly, think of her, Sam. The President of the United States will be waiting in Washington to hear what time you make on your run.
Yeah, I've been thinking on that,
Sam said in a surly tone. He looked up at Pat from beneath the brim of his Stetson.
You gonna be in Dutch Springs when I ride in?
I reckon, unless you pass me on the way. And you're liable to do that if I don't get started. I ain't gonna ride this she-horse all too hard. Not after the way she brought me down over that rock slide.
Yeah, you better be getting started, Sam agreed. I'm gonna be riding like a streak of greased lightning when I get them mailbags on my saddle. Just give me room if you see me coming.
Pat Stevens nodded. I'll see you in Dutch Springs. And you take it easy, Ezra. I got a hunch everything's going to be just all right. As he rode away, he wished it was more than a hunch. He thought he saw a way out of things, but shucks, it was just a lot of guessing. He needed something definite to back up his guesswork. And if he could get that, if a certain thing would happen during that Sam's ride into Dutch Springs. But he refused to let himself get too hopeful. It was a wild chance at best. He had to try bluffing it out if his hunch didn't come true, and bluffing is a tricky business. He spurred the willing mare into a lope as he left the way station behind. The road to Dutch Springs lay flat across the open prairie for a distance of some 5 miles. He wanted to be across the open expanse well ahead of Sam. There was a rough area of foothills and deep gulches through which the road passed after the open plain ended. This rough area was not more than a half-mile in width, and after the road passed it, there was ranch houses along the way leading into the outskirts of the village. If he made the ride on schedule, it would be just about dusk when Sam hit the broken stretch of country. That was the time and the place, if Pat's figuring was right. He held the mare to a lope all along the stretch of open country. The lower rim of sun was almost touching the topmost western peaks when he reached the beginning of the broken region. He slowed the mare to a trot and searched the terrain ahead and on either side of the road carefully. He could see nothing, but there was numerous deep gulches along the way that would afford perfect concealment for men and horses. The road wound around the base of a hill and dipped suddenly into a wide, dry wash lined with willows on either bank. Pat reined to the right off the road into the bottom of the dry wash. It was deep enough to hide him from the sight as he rode up 100 yards and around a bend that put him out of sight of the road. He dismounted and ground-tied the mare and pulled his carbine from the leather boot suspended from the saddle and crept up over the north bank of the wash carefully. He parted the thick growth of willows and peered out, nodded with satisfaction as he discovered his recollection of the terrain had been good, and he was directly south of the high rocky knoll that looked out over the entire expanse of the rough country. He pushed through the willows and bent forward to make his way up to the top of the knoll, dropping to his hands and knees as he neared the top, and then to his belly, wriggling forward until he could see over and get a clearer view of the road that was winding ahead in front of him. Only the upper half of the sun was visible as he settled himself into a comfortable position on his belly with his short rifle thrust out in front of him, resting on a boulder for steady shooting. He realized he was letting Sam take a terrific chance in riding unwarned into a possible ambush. But this was the best way Pat could figure to handle the situation. He couldn't warn Sam of possible danger without telling him everything he suspected, and he was loath to do that. He might so easily be wrong. If nothing happened, it would ruin everything he had told Sam. It was better this way. Sam would have to take his chance with possible dry gulchers. He had ridden into worse dangers before and come out unscathed. On top of the knoll with his saddle gun ready, Pat was in a commanding position to take hand on any trouble that might arise. He didn't want to scare them off if they were hidden down below, waiting for the Pony Express rider to come dashing through. The entire success of his plan depended upon them feeling safe to attack Sam as he rode by. He was sort of making a death bait out of Sam Salone, but Pat knew that Sam would be the first to approve if he knew why he was being done. The sun was now below the western horizon. A red glow still lingered in the sky, touching the landscape with a rosy hue that reminisced of blood. There was a vast silence that seemed to intensify by the approach of darkness. As far as Pat could see in any direction, he could not perceive a single moving thing. It was as though the world stood perfectly still, catching its breath in anticipation of the deadly drama about to unfold here on the road into Dutch Springs. Not a superstitious man, Pat Stevens was deeply sensitive to the varying moods of nature, and he felt a sharpening of perceptions, a tightening of his muscles as the sun sank lower behind the mountains and the blood hue slowly faded from the silent land. Into that graying silence came the faint drumming of galloping hoofs from the south. Pat felt a prickling sensation as though the short hairs in the back of his neck were standing up. The sound came louder, like the faint rolling of distant thunder. He twisted his head and saw a black speck far off on the ribbon-like road. The black speck grew swiftly larger, and the pounding of hoofbeats more tumultuous. Something inside Pat made him feel like standing up and waving his hat and shouting. He was seeing the first Pony Express rider in southern Colorado. The beginning of a new era in the West, as though it made him feel glad and triumphant and tremendously proud all at once. He could tell now that it was Sam Salone, leaning forward over the neck of his racing horse, pacing him carefully over the 10-mile grind to make the maximum speed without breaking his wind. Suddenly, horse and rider were lost from Pat's sight as the road dipped into a wide canyon behind him. Seconds later they leapt into view on the other side and over a ridge on an unslackened speed, and then down another short slope to another dry wash. Pat's gaze remained concentrated on the speeding mail rider, and every sense was alert. It wasn't taking long for Sam to dash across that dangerous half-mile of broken country, if something didn't happen soon. The crouching figure of Sam Salone disappeared into another canyon about a half-mile away, and as he went out of sight, Pat heard the sound he was waiting for and dreading, yet hoped he heard. The sharp crack of a rifle. Pat didn't breathe until horse and rider showed again on the other side. Sam was slewing sideways in the saddle, and a 6-gun barking back at the point to his left and right. 2 other horses surged out into the dry wash a little west from the road. The twilight was thick enough to show orange flames leaping from their guns that were leveled at the express rider. One of the pursuing riders rode into the steady sights of Pat's rifle. He pressed the trigger gently, and the rider went headlong into the dust. The other was checking his plunging horse, turned to see from whence the new danger had come. Pat had time for careful aim, and even in the murky half-light of dusk, his bullet went where it was aimed. The second rider faltered in the saddle, slumped forward and fought to regain his balance, and then fell heavily onto the ground. His horse trotted on away from him, and the man half arose as though to follow and then dropped to the ground again. The drumming of galloping hooves grew fainter. Sam was barely a discernible moving speck in the gathering dusk. True to the traditions of the Pony Express, he had not slackened speed for one instant. No matter how curious he might have been, he carried that mail northward, and nothing would have been allowed to slow it up. Pat got to his feet, trotted down to the slope to his mare. He vaulted into the saddle and sent her back to the road and then headed northward. She snorted nervously and shied away when they came to a figure that was crumpled in the dust of the road, the first of the dry galters to cross Pat's rifle sights. Pat steadied down the mare and then dismounted. Made a quick examination and found the man was quite dead. He rolled him over and nodded soberly when he recognized the dark, sneering features of a man known in Dutch Springs only as Mex Joe, a half-breed with a surly disposition and a ready gun hand who lived mostly by hunting and trapping, and was suspected of many minor crimes. Pat left Mex Joe laying in the road where he had fallen. He caught the reins of his mare, led her forward until he came to the second of the dry gulchers. Ben Larkin was nursing a shattered right shoulder and cursing loudly when Pat reached him. He was a burly, black-mustached man who owned a small, poverty-ridden spread on the little east of Dutch Springs. He greeted the sheriff with a snarl of hatred when Pat said soberly, "What you doing there sitting on the road, Ben?"
"You're smart, huh?" roared the wounded man. "Laying back there and shooting a man from behind? By God, if I could get a hold of a gun, I'd let you have her now."
"Think you've done enough shooting for one night. Why don't you stand up?" Pat told him.
"Twisted my leg when I fell," Larkin muttered. "Can't put my weight on it. You got me wrong. I didn't mean no harm. Was just funnin' when Mex Joe and me thought we'd scare Sam with the mail."
"Who put you up to it?" Pat demanded shortly.
"Nobody. Honest to God, Pat."
"Shut up. Only reason I didn't kill you was to leave you so you could talk. And you're gonna talk, Ben Larkin. Don't make any mistake about it." He turned, walked back to his mare, mounted and spurred after Larkin's roan saddle horse. He overtook the frightened animal a quarter of a mile down the road and dropped a noose over his head and led him back to Ben Larkin. When Larkin was beginning to whine for pity again, Pat slapped him savagely, told him to save his strength for a long time in jail. He hoisted the wounded man up into the roan saddle, using a rope and some half-hitches to secure him so he wouldn't fall off, and then set off at a gallop for Dutch Springs with the roan on a lead rope behind him. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. It was dark when Pat rode into Dutch Springs by Back Street. He circled behind the bank and stopped in front of Doc Morton's house. The doctor was eating supper when Pat knocked on the door. He was a paunchy, fat-cheeked man, and he invited the sheriff in to have supper with him when he saw who was at the door. "Thanks, Doc." Pat shook his head. "Sorry to disturb you," he went on apologetically, "but I got a hunk of shot-up meat I'd wish you'd have a look at before I lock it into jail." Doc Morton said,
"Well, I heard you was out after the dock robbers, so just have a wait until I put on my coat."
Pat waited while the doctor put on a coat and got a lantern.
"Caught 'em, did ya?"
asked the doctor as he came out the door. "Well, not exactly, sort of, though," Pat confessed. The doctor gave him a benign glance.
"Well, funny thing about that bank robbery. When they counted the money this morning, there was exactly $7,483 a-missing. All the rest of it was setting right there."
He cleared his throat and added apologetically,
"Some folks are trying to make something out of the fact that your friends Sam and Ezra had exactly $7,485 in deposit."
Pat replied disgustedly, "Well, Ezra wasn't very much good at counting money. I'm kind of surprised he even come that close. Here he is, Doc." He stopped beside the horse that was carrying the wounded man.
"Ben Larkin?"
Dr. Montgomery muttered without undue surprise, holding the lantern up to survey the would-be dry gulcher.
"Well, I knew you'd be needing for money for some whiskey, Ben, but I didn't know you'd hold up a bank to get it."
Larkin responded with an oath. And Pat explained, "Well, he didn't do nothing that brave. It's more Ben's style to hide out by the side of the road and shoot a man that's driving by." "I've been telling Ben," he went on casually as the doctor stood on tiptoes to look at Larkin's wound, "that it's mighty bad business interfering with the United States mail. I reckon I'll have to turn him over to the U.S. Marshal, won't I?"
"Well, I understand that is the law,"
Doc Montgomery told him absently.
"Well, the shoulder don't look too bad, Pat. Why don't you lock him up and let me finish my supper, and then I'll come on over and I'll come to the jail and dress it."
"All right. Well, I gotta keep him alive for the government so they can string him up for bothering with the mail."
"Oh, by all means," the doctor concurred heartily. "As a matter of fact, Pat, you and I would both be liable for arrest if we let him die through our negligence before the government gets a hold of him. That is, if he has been stealing mail."
"Well, he tried to," Pat growled. "Same thing, I reckon. He took a pot shot at the Pony Express tonight."
"I'll keep telling y'all that I ain't been trying to steal the mail,"
Ben Larkin burst out. He wasn't very bright and had listened to their comment with growing apprehension. "Well, you can tell that to the U.S. Marshal," Pat said curtly. "Thanks, Doc, for looking him over." He led his mare and Larkin's roan towards the jail. The jail door was standing open, and Pat struck a match and stepped inside and saw that Jethro's body had been taken away and only a smear of blood remained on the dirt floor. He went out and untied Larkin and let him slide off to the ground, then dragged him inside to the cell. "I'm leaving you here to think it over," he announced. "If you want to get out of being turned over to the United States Marshal and maybe getting strung up for trying to steal the mail, you better tell the truth on why you'd try and dry gulch Sam Salone. That'll be a jail sentence, though, but at least it won't be a hanging offense." He went out, padlocked the door, and walked away to leave Ben Larkin alone inside the cell with his thoughts. There was twice as many saddle horses and vehicles in the main street as Pat could ever recall seeing on a Saturday night. Pat stopped and stared down the street in astonishment when he turned into the block from the jail. He wondered what the hell had drawn all these people into town on a weeknight. His face cleared suddenly, and he nodded to himself. Of course, it was the inauguration of the Pony Express route through Dutch Springs that had been the magnet. He remembered now that there had been plans for a public celebration of sorts, a picnic in the afternoon with a torch-lit parade and speech-making to follow later in the evening. He had plumb forgot all about it in the worry about last night's trouble. Right now, between the picnic and the speech-making, a certain amount of drinking was going on. All the saloons were crowded, with horses thickest in front of the Gold Eagle and the Jewel Hotel. Pat sauntered up to the Gold Eagle and pushed the swinging doors open. He stopped just inside the door and grinned widely when he saw John Boyd teetering back and forth as he tried to stand erect on a table at the back of the saloon. John was his near neighbor of Pat's, a steady-going, industrious rancher, except on occasions like this where he was likely to get into too much. And right now, John Boyd was pretty drunk, and he was hell-bent on giving a speech to the crowded saloon. He was saying, "Listen here, now. I want to hear 3 cheers for old Sam Salone. 3 loud ones. Here's the boy that carried the mail. Let's lift up and give him 3 cheers." He lifted his arm and waved, and men laughed and responded with shouts and cheers. Then Pat saw Sam Salone. He had Harold Morgan drawn to one side and was arguing fiercely with the deputy that Pat had left in charge in the sheriff's office. His dark face was tight with anger, and he was talking loudly to Morgan, who kept smiling, trying to back away from him. John Boyd fell off the table as the cheering died down, and laughing men caught him and helped him to the bar. Pat began threading his way through the hilarious throng, unnoticed as he went towards Sam and Harold Morgan. But other men were beginning to notice the scene, and were crowding in on the two to hear what the argument was all about. When he got a little closer, Pat was hearing Sam say savagely,
You gotta do it, Morgan, I'm telling you. You can't wait till Pat gets here.
Well, just go on and have another drink, Morgan insisted good-naturedly. You don't know what you're talking about. Why, you're the hero of Dutch Springs tonight, Sam. I can't arrest you.
But you gotta.
There was almost a sob in Sam's voice.
I tell you, I gotta be arrested before Pat gets here.
I'm already here, Pat announced loudly. Men looked around in surprise and moved aside to make way for him to reach Sam and Morgan. There was knowing grins on the faces of most of the men who thought Sam was drunk and didn't even know what he was saying. Sam's jaw dropped when he saw Pat, and he shook his head mournfully and said,
I wished you'd just stayed away, Pat. When you wasn't here when I hit town with the mail, I figured maybe you got some sense in your head and decided to stay out of town.
Whew. Harold Morgan breathed a sigh of relief and mopped the sweat from his face.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Pat. I reckon I'm undeputized now, huh?
Not yet. Pat stepped past Sam and asked Morgan in a low voice, What's the matter with him?
Well, he says I got to arrest him.
Morgan lowered his voice too.
I've been having the dangedest time trying to keep him shut up. You told me I wasn't to let anyone on about what he was tied up in the Jewel Hotel kinging. But, dang it, he's wanting to tell everybody.
Sam, I told you to keep your mouth shut till I fix things up. Pat swung around angrily.
Well, that's why I ain't going to keep it shut, Sam defied him. I've made my ride with the mail, and that's all I wanted. Now, I'm going to be telling the truth.
Men were edging close again to listen. Pat glanced round at them, and then demanded swiftly of Sam, What are you going to tell the truth about? That you had to fight off a couple of dry gulchers on your way in with the mail? Sam scowled with amazement.
Well, how'd you know about that?
Well, what do you think happened to them? Pat asked sarcastically.
Well, danged if I know. That's why I didn't tell nobody. Thought maybe I'd gone to sleep and maybe dreamt it. First there was 2 of them shooting at me, and then there wasn't any.
Pat replied, Well, I happened to see it, and I picked them off with my rifle. He turned to the gaping crowd with a laugh. Sam wanted to be locked up because he thought he'd gone crazy and was seeing things. A couple of coyotes tried to slow up the mail while he was bringing it in, and he never slowed down enough to see what happened to him. He turned back to Sam with another laugh. I bet you haven't even run up to the Jewel to see Kitty, to have her make over you for that ride, he bantered on him. He put his arm around the smaller man's shoulders and drew him towards the door, saying over his shoulder, Come on, Morgan. I need you. You're still deputized. Sam weakly tried to argue, but Pat pushed him along and got him outside the crowded saloon. As soon as the swinging doors closed behind the 3, Pat turned angrily. You doggone near spoiled everything in there. Why can't you keep your big mouth shut?
Well, I can't let you do it, Pat, Sam said.
You're coming up to the Jewel with me. Pat took him by the arm and pulled him along, over Sam's head. He asked Morgan, Has any of this stuff leaked out around town yet?
Nary a bit.
Morgan turned his head and shook it.
Don't many people know a dude from Denver was killed last night. And those that do think he killed himself. And as far as I know, neither Kitty nor Dems have peeped a word about Sam. I reckon they'd probably be glad to keep it quiet.
That's what I thought too, Pat said. Nothing new on Jeff, though?
Not a dang thing, Pat. Seems we might have missed our chance when we didn't keep those footprints outside the window from being messed up. People trampled all over 'em before I remembered how them city detectives sometimes measure people's feet and then find a pair that meets the prints.
Well, I guess we should have thought of that last night, Pat agreed, but I don't reckon it matters too much. He steered Sam in through the hallway that led into the lobby of the Jewel Hotel. The door into the adjoining saloon was open, and a lot of noise was coming out of the overcrowded room. He let go of Sam's arm and said earnestly, "Sam, promise me one thing. Keep your mouth shut while I do some talking. If I can't get things fixed so everyone will be happy, you can go ahead and confess the murder of Fred Ralston all over town. But I'm still sheriff, and I'm running the show. Don't you worry about me." He went on hastily when Sam opened his mouth to protest. "Sam, Harold Morgan knows all about everything. I'm not trying to do anything crooked. He'll be setting in on it, and we'll let him be the judge of what's right. Does that seem fair enough?"
I reckon so," Sam said.
"Because Morgan had a high reputation for probability."
"But I'd rather—" "Don't do none of your rathers now," Pat snapped. "Just keep your mouth shut."
He turned to the clerk, who was listening with open mouth and goggling eyes. "Where's Miss Kitty and Joe Dems?"
"Oh, they're probably in the saloon, I reckon. Most everybody in town is in there."
Pat strode inside the crowded saloon and turned and looked around. He saw Joe Dem's face behind the bar and beckoned over to him. Joe came out, took off a white apron.
"I'm pretty busy passing out drinks," he grumbled. "Can't this wait?"
"This cannot. It's waited too long. Where can we find Kitty?"
"Back into the room."
"Bring her out into the lobby," Pat said, and then walked away from the hotel proprietor before he could argue any further. Sam Sloane was slumped back against the counter when Pat reappeared in the doorway. He regarded Pat gloomily and stiffened when he saw Joe Dems come through the doorway with Kitty on his arm. Kitty lowered her head and avoided Sam's dark gaze. She had on more rouge than last night, and her eyes held a defiant gleam when she looked at Pat. Pat said, "Well, I reckon you both know Sam. We're going upstairs." Kitty started to speak and then went on past Pat silently, but with a heightened color. Sam drew back to let her pass and nodded evenly at Dems, and he muttered,
"Hello, Joe,"
and then tugged his Stetson further on his forehead.
"What are we going upstairs for?"
Dems demanded of Pat.
"I don't see anything that can be gained."
"I think we can settle this whole matter pretty fast. We'll all go up to number 15 room." Pat waited for Joe and Kitty to proceed, and then nodded to Morgan and Sam, and they went up together. Dems and Kitty stopped inside the door of number 15, and when the others came up to them, Dems explained,
"Kitty, she moved out of this room last night. Except for that, everything is just like it was when Ralston was murdered."
Pat replied, "I reckon she won't be wanting to keep on sleeping in here. Makes sense, not many women would." He stepped inside and struck a match and lit the lamp on the dresser. "All of you come on in," he invited the group waiting nervously on the threshold. "We haven't a body, but there's some blood to show right where he was laying." Kitty entered hesitantly. She held her head high and walked straight across the room like a sleepwalker. Sam followed her in. His dark face was grim and dejected, and he began angrily,
"Damn it, Pat, ain't none of this is going to do no good."
"I think it will," Pat said. He sounded very cheerful as his gaze searched the ceiling and the front wall of the room. When Dems and Morgan were inside, Pat explained to them, "There's two things I ain't quite straight on here. Those chairs were still where they were." He indicated the chairs on both sides of the low table that held a tray and whiskey bottle that preceding night. "And that's where you and Kitty were sitting when the man walked in on you?" he asked Sam. Sam grimaced angrily.
"Yeah, but—"
"That right, Miss Kitty?" Pat's voice was low but urgent. She nodded lifelessly without looking at him.
"Yes, we were sitting in those chairs having a drink. There wasn't any—"
"That's plenty," Pat interjected hastily. He took hold of Sam's arm and led him back to the chairs. "This fellow, he came through this side door and started cussing you. That it?" Sam nodded. "And then Kitty screamed that he was her husband?" Pat went on, composing. "Then he started for you, still cussing, and you figured he was looking for trouble, so you pulled your shooting iron and triggered her 2 or 3 times?"
Well, it seemed I was too drunk to hit him, Sam protested weakly, even with him being that close.
"Where'd the bullets go?" Pat asked quietly. Sam stared at him in bewilderment.
In yonder wall, I reckon, or up on the ceiling.
Pat said to Morgan, "Do you see any bullet holes in that wall or ceiling?"
I sure don't,"
Morgan said excitedly. "Nor in the floor or any other place," Pat pointed out. "Funny kind of bullets, huh? I never knew 'em to not hit something before they shot out of a .45 inside a closed room." A moment of dead silence followed his drawled proclamation, and then Dems offered sharply,
"Well, he must have been too drunk to realize he'd hit Ralston. Probably jumped him with his knife before he could fall over. I bet you'll find those missing bullets inside Ralston's corpse."
Pat glanced at Morgan. "Well, how about it, Harold?" The rancher cleared his throat and shook his head.
"I was at the undertaker's when he laid that body out. He wasn't shot, not even once. There was 2 knife holes, though, one in the front and one in the back."
The startled exclamation of breath came from Kitty's red lips. She sank back on the bed and covered her face with her hands as Pat turned upon her. He studied her for a moment with compassion, then walked to the door and put his back against it. "It's time all of us quit covering up things and told all the truth," he warned them. "I'll start with my part of it. You listen close, Sam, and keep your big mouth shut until I ask you a question. You ain't going to like some of this, but you're going to want to hear it. Or maybe you've already guessed." He went on to Dems and Kitty. "That I had a confab with Fred Ralston in my office last evening right after he got off the stage." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. "That's how come," Pat went on calmly, "that Jeff Perdot got locked up in jail. He came in right after Ralston left my office and got ringy when I told him I'd decided to hold on to the sheriff's badge a few hours longer. Fred Ralston thought he was talking to the new sheriff," Pat went on carefully. "He had never seen either one of us, and he had told Perdot that he'd be in charge of the sheriff's office when the stage came in. I didn't tell him different because I plumb got interested by the time he got talking a little bit. He mentioned a plan that had been cooked up between him, Kitty, and Joe Dems, and he mentioned a sucker with $8,000 in cash money." The Powder Valley sheriff paused and studied the occupants of the room one by one. Harold Morgan was listening with an intent frown, seeking to add up what Pat was saying to what he had already known. Sam Salone had a black scowl on his face and was making a job of not looking at Kitty, who was sitting erect on the bed, listening with straining attention. Joe Dems cleared his throat and said angrily,
"I don't know what all this foolishness is about. It sounds to me like you're making up a batch of lies. Fred Ralston's dead and can't speak for himself."
Pat replied, "You know they're not lies, Joe. Even if I haven't got anyone to back me up, I got better proof. When Ralston came over here, he told you and that Kitty he had checked with the new sheriff and everything was fixed. You were after Sam's money, and I reckon you were going to split it 4 ways. Or maybe you and your husband were going to get the biggest part," Pat added to Kitty, "seeing how you'd worked it out between you." She wet her lips and sent an agonizing glance at Sam, who was staring down at the floor and sweating profusely.
"I don't know what you're talking about," she said faintly. "I didn't have anything planned. I didn't know Fred was even coming."
Pat laughed scornfully. "Well, you asked the clerk for number 15, a room that's right next to yours, and you had the door unlocked for him to walk in when you got things fixed right up with Sam."
"I don't want to hear no more of this."
Sam stepped forward angrily.
"I killed Fred Ralston, and I'm not denying it. And maybe I'll hang, I don't reckon it matters much. Just lock me up, why don't you?" "Yeah, Sheriff," Joe Dems broke in. "These absurd accusations of yours, they mean absolutely nothing. Sam Sloan confesses he killed Ralston, nothing else matters."
"But how did he kill him? There's those bullets that disappeared into thin air. In Powder Valley, it makes a difference whether a man dies of lead poisoning or getting knifed in the back. Makes a hell of a difference to a jury," he added emphatically. "So I reckon we better find out about those missing bullets."
"Well, maybe I didn't even shoot," Sam put in hoarsely. "Maybe I just thought I did."
Pat shook his head. "Ezra heard the shots in his room. 3 of them. And he'll swear to it. Let's go back to yesterday afternoon. You drank some in the afternoon, got kind of drunk, according to what Ezra says, and then Kitty made up to you in the saloon and suggested that you go up to her room for a drink, didn't she?" When Sam set his mouth grimly and didn't answer, Pat swung on the entertainer. "You admit that's what you did, don't you?"
"Sure, I admit it," she cried angrily. "What of it? I told you I was crazy about Sam. I was hoping he'd ask me to marry him."
"And you already had one husband?"
"I thought maybe we could go away where Fred could never find us. I've never really been married to Fred. I hadn't seen him for years. I didn't think of him as my husband."
Red suffused Kitty's face. She lowered her head and began to cry softly. Sam took a step towards her, his dark face contorted with pain, and Pat shook his head at him sharply. "Wait till you hear all of it, Sam. Then if you still feel the same way, I won't say a word. Sam and Kitty came up here for a drink," he went on harshly, "and in the meantime her husband had checked into the room next door. She knew that. She knew he was in there listening at the keyhole. He told me it was all planned out. So she fed Sam some more whiskey out of the bottle and got him good and drunk, and they were in here drinking quite a while, as you can tell by counting the brown cigar butts on the tray. And you did get him to propose marriage," Pat went on angrily to Kitty. "You sweetened up to him while he was drunk and he was kissing you, and right then your husband walks in." Pat stopped and looked at Sam scornfully. "Can't you see that it was a put-up job? Of all the times in the world, for him to walk in just the minute you was kissing Kitty. Not a minute too late or a minute too soon. She and him had the whole thing planned," he went on remorselessly. "She had been working you up to just that point for months, and when she figured she had you right, she wrote to Denver for him to come on." Kitty gave a little cry and sank sideways in the bed, covering her shamed face with her hands. Sam's face turned a grayish color and his mouth was clamped bitterly shut. "Nothing but the old badger game," Pat went on wearily, "with a few extra touches. They knew you and Ezra were too tough to play off just because you'd been caught kissing a man's wife, so they fixed it for you to think you'd killed him. And that made it different. A killing like that is awfully close to murder, and no man wants to get up in court and have that kind of story told of him." Joe Dems said coldly,
"You certainly worked out quite the amazing theory, Sheriff Stevens. Ralston would have been the biggest fool on earth to walk in here unarmed and provoke a man to shoot at him."
"Sure he would," Pat conceded quietly. "And Fred Ralston wasn't that kind of a fool. Not by a long shot. He swung on Sam. Start thinking back. When you first come in with Kitty, she made some excuse to get a hold of your gun, didn't she? Sam's face was haggard. He nodded slowly.
Well, come to think of it, she did. Claimed she wanted to look at it while I was pouring a drink, but she gived it back to me right afterwards.
He added defensively. Sure she did, after she unloaded it.
But it was loaded. It shot all right. Hell, you got 3 of the cartridges in your pocket right now.
That's right. Pat Stevens reached into a pocket in his jacket and drew out the 3 bullets he had taken from Sam's .45 that morning. A length of white listle stocking came out with the bullets. Pat looked at it and grinned crookedly. He held it up by the top and asked Kitty, "You ever see this before?" She sat up slowly, taking her hands away from her face as though she dreaded to look, and she began.
Why, that's one of my...
She stopped abruptly. Pat nodded. One of your good stockings. Only it ain't so good now. Not with the foot cut off. He laid it aside. We'll talk about that directly. Right now, we're talking about this here bullets. He handed one of them to Sam, another to Harold Morgan, directing, "Try the heft of them." Both of them began trying the weights of the bullets in the palm of their hands. Thoroughly familiar with .45 ammunition, a bemused expression quickly came over both their faces.
Well, it appears to me it's light as a feather, mostly,
Morgan ejected. He held it to examine, and then excitedly reached into his pocket for a knife. That's right, Pat encouraged him. Try your knife on the bullet part. It's made of light wood, painted over to look like lead. It'd fly all to little pieces if you tried to shoot it out of a gun. And that's what Kitty put in your 6 gun before she gave it back to you yesterday. He added to Sam. Fred Ralston didn't reckon he was walking into no danger when he came in here. You were supposed to be so drunk you'd think he was dead when he fell over after you shot him. But I reckon he didn't fall over fast enough. Dems was looking at Kitty in utter amusement.
Is that true, Kitty? Did you plan all this out with your husband?
You were in on it, too. Pat told him, you and Jeff both. They needed your help to put it over. What messed with everything up, Pat went on stridently, was Sam not being too drunk to notice that Ralston didn't fall fast enough after he shot, and him having a hunting knife in his leg sheath. I reckon you didn't know he always carried a knife, too, he added to Kitty. Or you'd try to get that away from him before your husband come in.
It was awful, she cried brokenly. Everything just went right, but before I could stop him, Sam had that knife in his hand and was going after Fred.
I figured it'd happen like that, Pat sighed. And that clears a lot of things up. Would have been better, he added severely to Kitty, if you had left real bullets in Sam's gun. A jury might let him off for shooting a man like that in excitement, but stabbing him in the back is going to be different. And just because of that, he ended sadly, I reckon he'll swing from a cotton tree. A spasm of horror contorted Kitty's face.
You don't think they will?
She choked out. Plumb certain sure. You'll stretch a rope, and you'll go on living, Miss Kitty. And all your life, you'll know 'twas your fault, and you should have been hung instead of Sam.
That's right, she cried wildly. That's it, I killed Fred. If anyone hangs, I should. I stabbed him. Sam didn't. He just thought he did.
End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. As Kitty concluded her astonishing announcement, Pat nodded and muttered, Well, I didn't know whether it was you or Dems. But Sam Salone walked towards Kitty, saying angrily,
Shut up. You got no right to say that. Nobody's gonna believe you.
Her eyes came to life again as she looked up into his fierce, ugly face.
But it's the truth, Sam. You haven't killed anyone. I did it, and I'm glad, she added firmly.
Sam whirled at Pat and charged.
This is your doing. You scared her into talking about me hanging.
Pat replied, That's what I figured to do, if she cared a damn about you.
I'm sorry, Sam, Kitty said miserably. When I did it, I didn't expect you to get in trouble over it. We had everything fixed with Mr. Perdot, and I didn't expect anyone else to ever know. You couldn't have done it, Sam argued pathetically. I recollect.
You recollect going after him with a knife? Pat cut in sharply. And then you passed out, or thought you did. And that's what you told me and Ezra.
But he was dead, laying there on the floor with blood on him when Ezra came in.
That's what Ezra was supposed to believe. Where'd you get the blood, Kitty? Pat asked her.
It was chicken blood. I sneaked a cup out of the kitchen before supper.
Kitty sat erect. Her face was composed now. Her voice was steady, and she appeared glad that the strain was over. You didn't really pass out, Pat told Sam. You got hit in the head and knocked out. Sam put his fingers up uncertainly and felt the back of his head.
I nary have a bump, he protested. Like I told you.
And that's where this comes in. Kitty reached down and picked up a part of the top of Kitty's white little listless stocking. He dangled it up before her eyes and demanded it. This is it, isn't it? She nodded and said calmly,
I'd wondered if you'd guessed.
I didn't at first. Not until Sam told about the funny way he passed out all of a sudden, and how he woke up without a bump, but with the whole back of his head just a-aching. That's what happens when you get hit with a sandbag, he told Sam. You passed out sudden, and it didn't leave any mark, only a bad headache when you woke up. The bottom part of the stocking makes a good sandbag. He went on slowly. You cut out the foot and filled it half full of sand, and you don't have to swing it hard. Even a lady can knock a man out. Ain't that right, Miss Kitty?
She nodded. I fixed it yesterday afternoon, just to be safe. You never know what will happen, and then when I saw that knife in Sam's hand, I had to use it.
She hesitated and folded her hands up in her lap and looked up at Sam Sloane.
You're going to hate hearing this, and you're going to hate me, but that'll make it easier. We've pulled this stunt before, she went on steadily, looking at Pat now. Fred and I have. He thought it up. The first time was only a week after we had been married, 10 years ago. I was only 15 years old. I lived on a farm in Kansas when I met him, and then we eloped a week later. I hated him as soon as I found out what kind of a man he was, but I couldn't go home. I had to do what he wanted. He made me invite a man up to my hotel room, and then he'd come in and frighten the man and made him pay $100 to be let off. And I ran away with Fred that next day. I could sing, and I started entertaining in saloons to make a living, but Fred found me. He needed me to help him blackmail people. He pulled this same badger game on a couple men for low stakes, but then he figured out this scheme.
Kitty paused to shrug her bare white shoulders.
He planned it very carefully, choosing a small town with a crooked sheriff. We tried it first in Montana, and it worked. The man thought he had killed Fred and paid the sheriff $1,000 to hush up. The sheriff kept $200 and gave Fred the rest. And that was the first time, she went on tonelessly. I've run away from him 3 times, but Fred has always found me. I was too good of a meal ticket for him to let go. That's enough, so that you'll understand how we worked it. And then I came to Dutch Springs, and I met Sam
who had $8,000 in the bank.
Kitty drew in a long breath and looked up at Sam.
I'd never minded doing it an awful lot before,
she confessed.
The other men there had always been pretty terrible. It was their fault for going after the woman. They went after me. They at least deserved what they got, but you were different.
Her voice trembled.
I never really knew a man like you before. You didn't think I was bad just because I sang in a saloon. You didn't try to or act like other men always had. I wrote Fred I wouldn't do it to you, she went on fiercely. I hoped you'll believe that, Sam, but he laughed at me. He thought I'd gone crazy. And then he accused me of hoping to get all your money for my own self, and he threatened to tell you the truth about me unless I went on with it. I couldn't stand for you to know that, Sam. I felt that everything would be better. So when Jethro was appointed sheriff, I wrote to him to come on. And that's the way it was, she ended faintly.
The damn skunk, Sam said angrily.
He had it coming no matter how we got it. But you know dang well I killed him. You can't.
No, Sam, you didn't, Kitty insisted wearily. Everything went just as we had planned until you pulled that knife. I knocked you out before you reached him. And then he lay down and I poured blood on him and on your knife and ran in for Ezra, she went on steadily. I got him to carry you out and promised to see Mr. Bordeaux about fixing it up. I went downstairs and waited for Mr. Bordeaux to come. He was supposed to be there at 7:30, but he didn't come, and I began to get worried. So I slipped up to my room to see if everything was all right, and there was Fred laying on the floor pretending to be dead, with your knife right beside him.
She shuddered violently at the memory and wrung her hands together.
I don't know what came over me, she whispered almost inaudibly. I saw that was my chance, and I've hated him for years.
Her voice rang out strongly.
All at once I saw how I could get away from him forever without paying for my crime. And you and Ezra thought you'd killed him. Bordeaux would be willing to cover it all up. And I guess I just went crazy for a moment. I picked up your knife and I stabbed him. It was easy. He hardly moved at all. And I couldn't pull the knife out.
Her voice rose hysterically.
It was as though his corpse was still fighting me in death. It wouldn't come loose. I had to go off and leave it there. I don't know what come over me.
Pat cleared his voice. He said, It was stuck tight. I found it in him, just like you said when I first come up. I saw 'twas Sam's knife and I pulled it out and hid it until I could find out more about what had happened.
Don't look at me like that, Kitty called out wretchedly to Sam. I did it because I loved you. Do you hear me? Because I loved you. With him dead, I thought...
Sam cleared his voice loudly. He stared down at her bowed head and then sat on the bed beside her. He put his arm about her bare, shaking shoulders and said,
I don't blame you, Kitty. I don't blame you none at all. But I'm afraid a jury will, said Joe Dems harshly. It ain't going to be making for a very pretty story in court.
That's right, Pat agreed mildly. Your part isn't going to sound very pretty. Dems snorted.
My part?
Sure. You were in it with them. They needed you to help pretend to get rid of the body and keep Sam and Ezra fooled. Ralston told me all about that, he added. Dems looked confused, but he shrugged and said,
You'll have a hard time proving I had any part in it. They'll hang Kitty, he ended venomously.
Why, I don't think they will, Dems. Sams and Kitty both looked up at him with a start. Pat disregarded them. You know she didn't do nothing but stick a knife in a dead man, he told Dems quietly. That's not a hanging offense.
Into a dead man?
Gasped Dems. Sure. That's why the knife came out so hard. Knives are always sticking tight in a corpse. Seems like there's a suction or something that holds them, just like Miss Kitty noticed when she tried to pull it out.
So you mean I did do it then?
Sam leapt to his feet gladly. Not you, Sam. Joe Dems. He killed Fred Ralston. Dems laughed loudly.
Just how do you figure that?
Well, it seems to be the only way it does figure, Pat told him earnestly. He turned to Kitty. Didn't you leave your husband laying on his back that first time he was playing dead?
Yes.
That's what Ezra said, Pat grunted. But he was lying on his face when you came back into the room, and he didn't move when you stuck him. He was already dead. Morgan here, he told us he was stabbed twice, once in the front, once in the back. Dems had slipped in before you with the same idea you had, Kitty. You're not any more of a murderer than I am. Dems laughed again.
Now why do you think I'd do that?
Because you love Kitty, Pat told him harshly. You're crazy about her. You saw a good chance to get rid of her husband and lay the blame on Sam. Hell, 'twas a perfect setup that you couldn't pass it by.
You better be having your head examined, Joe Dems laughed.
I admit it took me a long time to see how it was, but that's not all. You killed Jeff, too. When you found out I had him locked up, you got scared. You knew he'd break down and tell everything if I questioned him, so you slipped out and shot him through the jail window with a mate to that .45 Derringer I took off you while the shooting was going on back at the bank.
Well, try and prove that,
Dem snorted. But you made a mistake when you killed Ralston, Pat went on gravely. You found out afterwards that Kitty was really sweet on Sam. It hadn't done any good to kill her husband. You'd just fix it so that she and Sam could get married, and that pretty well near drove you crazy. So when you heard that Sam was coming back to ride the mail, you decided to finish what you'd started. You hired Mex Joe and Ben Larkin to drag Altram on his ride.
And who says that?
Ben Larkin says so. I got him locked up in jail right now. Where you missed was by not killing him too, Joe. Dems took a backward step and showed them a stubby .45 Derringer in his hand, a mate to the one in Pat's pocket.
I'll be going out the side door, he announced without a tremor in his voice. If anybody wants to eat lead, try and stop me.
He took another backward step and another towards the side door. Sam's body left the bed beside Kitty as though it was driven by a catapult. His shoulder struck the hotel proprietor's knees and they tumbled to the floor together. There was a muffled explosion as they fell, and Dem's body went limp on top of Sam's. Sam shoved the body off him and looked at it wonderingly.
Right through the heart, with his own Derringer, he said in an odd voice.
Well, that'll save Powder Valley a trial, Pat said, and he turned and looked at Harold Morgan. I'd call it suicide on account of him having already committed 2 murders and us catching up with him. Morgan replied back.
Well, looks like suicide to me.
Pat said quietly. That leaves only 4 of us that knows anything about this at all. I don't reckon anybody else needs to know anything more than Joe Dems killed Ralston and Jeff Pardo for reasons unbeknownst and then committed suicide. That the way you see it, Morgan? The rancher glanced behind him at Sam and Kitty, who were locked in tight embrace. He said soberly, Well, that's the way it looks to me, Pat. I don't believe we're needed here any longer. Pat looked behind him and chuckled. It sure doesn't look like it, he agreed. In fact, I better be riding to tell Sally the news. Never did see a woman like her for liking to fix up for a wedding. End of chapter 18. Well, we reached the end of another one of Pat Stevens' novels, written by Peter Fields. Thank you all for paying attention and listening and liking and commenting and sharing. It's all certainly appreciated. Thank you for all your support and keeping this little channel buzzing like bees. I'll be starting another book shortly. Might take a little break from a Peter Field and go into a Hardy Boy. Haven't been probably 15 years since probably more than that. Gracious, I'm getting old. Probably almost 20 years since I've read a Hardy Boy novel. Be kind of interesting to get into one of them and see what it's like. Miss Jenna read one and seems like YouTube folks are kind of interested in listening to it, so I might give her a whirl and do one as well. Anyone who's given super thanks, those little donations, and big ones, so that's a big thank you from me and the missus. They mean a lot. Certainly give us that little extra push to get back here on the mic and read to y'all. Anyways, the farm is starting to pick up. Grass is growing, leaves are popping, flowers are buzzing, and the bees are blossoming. So things will be a little bit busy on the farm, so we might not be here as diligently as I'd like to be. But look forward to hearing from y'all, and you'll hear back from me, and I'll be looking forward to it. Bye for now.